diverse policy choices and decision making.
To the one voting for the 61st time. How old are you?
91.
British Columbians were eager to have their say.
Now, officials with Elections BC tell me that no matter where you are in the province, you can cast your ballot. Doesn't matter on your riding. And of course, we did see record turnout in the advance polls, and they do expect that to continue. And again, you have until 8 p.m. tonight to cast your vote. So go out and do so if you haven't already. Mi-jung?
Yep, there is still time. Thank you, Yasmin. Now to CTV's Martin McMahon with more on this most unusual election. Martin?
Well, Mi-jung, many have described this as a negative campaign, with the leaders of the NDP and the Conservatives exchanging barbs on an almost daily basis. And with voting day winding down, here's a look at how we got here.
Let's go get them. Here we go.
It's been a race pollsters have indicated will be incredibly tight. NDP leader David Eby spending his final day in the Vancouver Yaletown riding in what's expected to be a close contest, delivering a final barb to his Conservative rival John Rustad.
We understand that science is real, and we don't embrace conspiracy theories, and we support people with the big challenges that they're facing, because that's what this is all about.
Eby referencing a handful of Conservative candidates who flirted with fringe ideas, highlighted by Brent Chapman in Surrey South, who has been accused of Islamophobia and seemingly expressed doubt about mass shootings, including Sandy Hook. Rustad has distanced himself from Chapman's comments, though has had his own comments put under the microscope.
The so-called vaccine, the COVID mRNA shots. When I talked to Bonnie Henry about it, I started to realize that it wasn't so much about trying to get herd immunity or trying to stop the spread, but it was more around shaping opinion and control on the population.
And how could we forget the signs spotted outside Lululemon founder Chip Wilson's home, where the billionaire accused the NDP of being communist, before those signs were vandalized.
I'm on the side of the people who are trying to get by, or facing higher costs and struggling in different ways. That problem is not going to get solved with spray paint. The problem is getting solved with votes.
Then there's also the question of the Greens and the independent candidates in this race. Given how tight things are, there is a plausible chance that some of those politicians could end up holding the balance of power. Mi-jung?
Thank you, Martin. This election is in large part a referendum on the NDP's performance since 2017, though this time it's David Eby who's in charge. He became premier nearly 2 years ago after John Horgan stepped down. And as we've been reporting, Eby recently found himself in a tight race. CTV's Penny Daflos is at the NDP election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Penny.
Yeah, Mi-jung, it was actually 23 months ago that David Eby was sworn in as premier, and in that time he has really tried to make his mark on the office, to really try to establish who he is so that voters understand what his priorities are. We've seen big spending around housing. We've seen priorities around toxic drugs, around public safety, his strategies for healthcare. Some of those have worked a little better than others, and he's had to rejig his policies. And tonight we find out if voters are willing to give David Eby more time to execute his vision for how to try to resolve or at least ameliorate some of the issues that we're facing as a province. I caught up with one of his cabinet ministers a short time ago. Here's how she feels the day's been going so far. How are you feeling tonight?
You know what? I'm feeling good. I'm really proud of our campaign out there. Right now, as we speak, we have a team of volunteers just soaked through because of the rain. And this is when you realize that your stuff isn't actually waterproof. And they're out there, and they're there because they believe in us. And that makes us feel really good.
It has been a grueling 28-day campaign to get to this point. There have been flights. There have been many hours spent on the campaign bus. Eby has spoken with hundreds of people, everything from a quick hello to a more involved conversation. He says he has no regrets as to how he's carried out this campaign. And tonight we find out if it was all worth it, Mi-jung.
Okay, thank you, Penny. John Rustad mounted a challenge that few, including him, saw coming just a few months ago. CTV's Michelle Bernaro is covering the Conservatives tonight and joins us from their headquarters in East Vancouver. Michelle.
Yeah, so the doors just opened to the public here a few minutes ago, so they expect the party faithful to show up here. They've got a couple hundred seats ready. Obviously, the Conservative supporters hopeful of the outcome this evening. Now, Conservative leader John Rustad is starting the day back in his own riding, casting a ballot in Vanderhoof just west of Prince George this morning. His wife also with him. He planned to spend some time at home today. He actually said he was going to catch up on some chores before flying back to Vancouver. Now, I did speak with him yesterday, and he said he was optimistic going into Election Day and felt that high advance voter turnout was a sign that people want change.
It's been a very long campaign, but I tell you, I'm actually very energized by what's happening. Across the province, we've had great crowds that have come out for all of our events. So I'm here to say that the Conservative Party of British Columbia will not go down.
Now, when you think in the last election, the BC Conservatives had less than 2% of the vote, a much different story tonight with a very tight race expected as the Conservatives continue to ride this wave of momentum. Of course, the question tonight is whether the Conservatives can carry that wave of momentum into the ballot box, whether they can come out on top tonight. Mi-Jung?
Thank you, Michelle. Now to CTV's Yvonne Raymond, who's covering the BC Green Party campaign in Victoria tonight. Yvonne.
Mi-Jung, the stakes are high for the Greens. The party wants a minority government at the least. It's trying to hold on to its 2 seats with some big changes for this race. The leader, Sonia Furstenau, has moved home to Victoria Beacon Hill, where she voted today. The 2-term MLA is hoping to unseat NDP incumbent Grace Lohr. The Greens also have a change in Saanich North and the Islands, where their incumbent is retiring. Bob Botterill is trying to fill that seat for the party. Furstenau has taken a holistic approach to her party's platform, pitching policies that strive to improve the well-being of everyone.
What I've heard from so many people is that in the debate, that the things I said made sense, that it was me speaking in a way that inspired people. And so I'm hoping to see that the results of that today, and we're pretty excited.
Sonia actually told me yesterday one of the biggest challenges they had coming out of that debate was the number of calls coming in from people wanting to volunteer. So certainly a lot of hope here with that kind of momentum.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. And joining me here in studio, CTV's Legislative Bureau Chief Rob Buffum. Together, we'll be bringing you the results once the polls close at 8 o'clock. Rob, what are you watching for tonight?
Mi-Jung, what an exciting night to be here watching history unfold. We're going to be watching a bunch of battleground ridings that could change hands and will likely determine the outcome of this election. Let's take a look at the top 10 that we've identified. Starting with Suri Cloverdale, it features 2 incumbent candidates. Mike Starchuk flipped this riding in 2020. On the other side is former Surrey South BC United MLA Eleanor Sturcode, now running for the Conservatives. Victoria Beacon Hill is another one of those 2 incumbents going head-to-head. It's long been a safe NDP seat, but Green Party leader Sonia Furstenau, as we just saw, is running there against NDP Cabinet Minister Grace Lohr. Adding to the mix, Conservative candidate Tim Thielman is a local lawyer who's run a high-profile campaign. Surrey Serpentine River is one of 6 new ridings in the province. Former Surrey Mayor Linda Hepner is the Conservative candidate, and groundbreaking former RCMP Baldhead Dillon is up for the NDP. Vancouver Yaletown is another one of those new ridings. It was created by carving up Vancouver Falls Creek, leaving this downtown-centric riding. Former councillor Melissa De Genova is the Conservative candidate, and former Vancouver police officer Terry Young is representing the NDP. Public safety and crime, as we know, have been a big issue in this campaign. Next up, Langley-Willowbrook. This is the biggest firewall of them all. If there's a Conservative wave that comes crashing tonight through the valley, the question is, can incumbent Andrew Mercier stop it? He flipped the seat orange in 2020. Jody Tour is the Conservative candidate. Moving now to Richmond. Richmond Steveston is a longtime BC Liberal riding that Kelly Green turned orange in 2020. She's running for re-election. Michelle Molyneux is the Conservative candidate. Adding to this mix, an independent, Jackie Lee, who is a former BC United, who could split the votes. Moving now to West Vancouver, Capilano, where Karan Kirkpatrick entered the fray. She'd said she wasn't going to run, but was so upset by BC United's implosion. She is now running as an independent. She's taking on Conservative candidate Lynn Block. This has been one of the safest BC Liberal seats historically. Coquitlam Burke Mountain is a historic battleground between the NDP and BC Liberals. Finn Donnelly turned it orange last time, but he's not running again. In his place is Jody Wickens, who won here in a 2016 by-election for the NDP, but she lost in the 2017 general race. Stephen Frolick is up for the Conservatives. In the Fraser Valley, Abbotsford Mission is another one to watch. A blue wave would shift this seat back from the NDP. It's traditional BC Liberal country, but Agriculture Minister Pam Alexis, the NDP incumbent, has name recognition there. And finally, Ladysmith Oceanside is where incumbent Adam Walker is running as an independent after getting turfed by the NDP caucus. He could split votes with the NDP's current candidate, Stephanie Higginson, potentially resulting in a Conservative win by Brett Fee.
All right, Rob, lots to watch out for. Okay, polls have shown the NDP and Conservatives have been neck and neck. CTV News at 5 anchor Nafisa Karim is here with the stories behind the numbers. Nafisa.
Thank you, Mi Jung. He is a familiar face to our viewers. I'm joined by President of Research Co. Mario Canseco. You've been tracking support for the parties and the leaders, and we've seen the rise of the BC Conservatives and the collapse of the BC United. So let's roll it back to last September when we had 4 leaders.
We had 4 leaders back then. David Eby's approval rating more than 50%, doing well. Kevin Falcon at 29%. John Rustad at 25%. A lot of people didn't know who he was, but right now it's a very different story. Sonia Furstenau, more than a third saying that they had a good view of her. Then, of course, we get to September. No more BC United after August 28. David Eby's numbers higher. John Rustad getting very close to that level when it came to his own personal numbers. Furstenau a little further back. The campaign begins. David Eby still at 52%. John Rustad a little bit lower at the start. Sonia Furstenau begins to climb. And yesterday, this is what happened. Sonia Furstenau now at 50%. A lot of people having a very good view of who she is and what she stands for. John Rustad lower than he was at the start of the campaign at 42%. David Eby steady.
All right, let's look at what that means in terms of decided voters and party support. So let's roll it back to when we had 4 parties. And the big question is, where did these voters from BC United cast their ballots tonight?
This was the moment when everything changed, because this is the type of map that would have resulted in a massive NDP majority with the split that we have right here with BC United and the BC Conservatives. But then we move on into something different back in July. BC United falling into 4th place. The Greens at 10. Conservatives just very, very close to the NDP at this particular stage. We get to the start of the campaign, a 1-point difference at the beginning, and then it starts to drop a little bit from there all the way to what we saw yesterday, which is essentially a 3-point edge for the NDP with a margin of error. This is essentially a statistical tie. Anything can happen. And the Greens at 12%. So Sonia Furstenau connected on the televised debate. And a lot of people are saying that they will vote for her party.
Yeah, BC Greens support getting into the double digits. But of course, the only poll that matters is the one that is happening right now. And we're going to be getting those results once the polls close at 8. Back to you, Mi Jung.
All right. Thanks, Nafisa. Well, throughout the evening, we'll be going in depth into those issues that we just heard about, as well as getting some insight into the campaign. CTV anchor Lauren Pullen is here in studio with that part of our coverage. Lauren.
Thanks, Mi Jung. From housing, homelessness and poverty to healthcare to crime and public safety and the economy and jobs. Those are the most prevalent concerns facing British Columbians. And tonight we have invited a number of special guests to delve deeper into what matters most to voters. We start things off tonight with Carol Taylor, former finance minister in the BC Liberal government from 2005 to 2008. Welcome, Carol. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I'd like to start by your take on the situation that we're seeing here in BC, a snapshot of some of the biggest concerns for whoever forms government. What do they need to tackle first and foremost?
Well, cost of living. I mean, it sounds boring when you start to talk about these issues, but that's what's hurting families. I mean, look at over the last few years, food costing 20% more, housing, for heaven's sakes, and mortgages higher. But I do think top of mind, at least in many of the interviews I've done lately, is disorder in our streets, crime, mental illness. What are we going to actually do about this? I had someone from the police force say to me, they've worked in Vancouver, downtown East Side all their lives, and they have never, ever, ever seen the problem so bad. So whomever is premier, how are we going to pull out of it? And it can't be a slogan, it can't be something cute, but what are the specific steps they can take to make things better?
And I want to zero in, Carol, on what you mentioned off the top there, the pressure that we're seeing on British Columbians. You mentioned the cost of everything is soaring, including necessities like food and housing. We know that all the major parties are making a lot of expensive promises with spending that they say will help affordability. Is that the strategy right now? How do we make sure that money just isn't being thrown at the wall?
Well, you know my background, and so I'm a person who's always watching the deficit and debt. And it worries me that politicians don't seem to think that matters anymore. And I'm talking about all levels, not just provincially, but you know, we're digging such a hole that our kids are going to have to pay their way out of because it just doesn't disappear. But I think one thing that bothers me in this campaign, I didn't like the negativity, I didn't like the personal insults, but I'm also worried that these over-promises makes it so that people don't believe politicians. I counted at one point, with the help of some experts in the field, they had 62 initiatives that were announced to make housing affordable. And this was just in the last few months. It was federal, provincial, and municipal. And each one says now housing is going to be affordable. Well, people know that's not going to work. They know it's much more complicated than that. So it kind of, it takes back people's belief and trust in anything they say. Oh, yes, we're going to solve the problem with mental illness, which has been with us since, before, but especially aggravated after Riverview was closed. And so, you know, people are getting tired of politicians making grand pronouncements. They want to see action on the ground. They want to see things change.
Carol, thank you so much for your insight tonight and diving deeper. Some very difficult problems, no easy answers, but appreciate you taking the time for us tonight. Thanks, Carol.
Thank you.
Mijang, Rob, we'll throw it back to you.
Thanks, Lauren. To help us navigate through the election night, we've invited a couple of political veterans to be at our side. Mike de Jong has been an MLA for Abbotsford West for more than 30 years. Can you believe that, Mike?
30 years? 30 years?
He was first elected in 1994 as a BC Liberal. Mike has been at the helm of several ministries, including Finance, Health, Aboriginal Affairs, and Attorney General. He's now seeking the federal Conservative nomination in Abbotsford South Langley. Welcome, Mike.
Good to be here.
And also joining us is Judy Darcy, former NDP MLA for New Westminster. She was first elected in 2013. Judy served as the health critic while in opposition and then became BC's and the country's first Minister of Mental Health and Addictions when the NDP formed government in 2017. She retired from politics in 2020. Welcome, Judy.
Thank you.
First, can I comment? Your binder is way bigger than Mike. Should I be reading anything into this?
Well, I've been out of politics for 4 years. Mike's still in it.
Okay.
What can I say?
The NDP has more MLAs right now, right?
It's the 30-year factor, Mija.
30 years. That would help too.
Condensed down.
So, Judy, let's start with you. What do you think is going to happen? Who's going to win?
Mijang, it really is too close to call. The polls have gone up and down and up and down. So I don't think we know what's going to happen. Enormous turnout in the advanced polls, over 1 million people. That's never happened in British Columbia before. Who knows what impact the weather will have today? Probably will impact every campaign. But no, there are a lot of races that we're watching very, very closely. And at this point, it's going to be down to the wire. It's going to be a nail biter. I'm convinced of that.
Okay, I was just thinking last time we did an election coverage together, it was a pandemic. Now we've got the atmospheric river. There's always some kind of calamity.
That's right, and we were off in different studios. We couldn't sit next to each other.
Very different this time.
And Mike, I wanted to ask you, you're the longest serving MLA in BC, until tonight, I guess. What is your take? You've got this insight. Can the Conservatives pull off this upset? They went from 2% or less of the vote. Are they going to form government at the end of the night?
Well, we'll see, and it will be an upset. You've got a party that has come together, that has reconfigured itself in 2 months leading up to the campaign, and now have they professionalized themselves enough to successfully take on an NDP that's really at the top of their game organizationally. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if the turnout in the advanced polls is a reflection of an overall increase turnout. That would be good news for the Conservatives. If it's just a matter of people who usually vote on Election Day shifting earlier to avoid the rainstorm, that's probably better news for the NDP. But what we do know is there's still an hour and 10 minutes to go. So get in the car, grab your umbrella, and get out to the polls.
But you're a seasoned politician. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think the NDP will win again? You called the Conservatives not professional enough.
Well, I think they are evolving as a party. And look, I think the NDP have to be very happy with the campaign they ran, largely error-free. And yet here we are, as Judy said, a very close race with the possibility of a Conservative upset victory.
Okay, well, we will see what happens. Okay, we talked about the battleground ridings earlier, and by far the biggest ones are in Surrey. 10 seats are up for grabs. CTV's Sinjin Alexander is live in the riding of Suri Cloverdale at the campaign office of Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko. Sinji.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are talking about the weather. The weather is certainly a story here. It is all about getting out the vote because it is so close here. Here you have two star candidates and a different riding now because the lines have all been changed. Two incumbents who are now fighting it out, and it is very, very close. So it is about getting out there, never mind the rain, knocking on doors. Have you voted? No. Can we take you to the voting poll to get your vote in? It is a very, very close riding here. Again, two very different views from these candidates, but two excellent communicators, and it is very close. That is the one thing they both agree on. It is very tight here tonight. Back to you.
Sinjin Alexander reporting live tonight. Well, throughout the evening, we'll be drilling down on some of the reasons why British Columbians are voting the way they do. Let's go back to Nafisa Karim at the Power Board. Nafisa?
Thanks, Mi-Jung. Some voters make their choice based on who they want to see in the Premier's office. For others, it comes down to the issues that are important to them. With me now, Rupin Sioni with Environics Analytics. Rupin, voter demographics are key, and we're going to show the folks at home something they'll only see on CTV. We've got 11 voter categories that we're going to be touching on at some point tonight. So walk us through a couple of them.
Yeah, what we've done here is we've taken advantage of our Voter Connect database, which looks at detailed demographics, behaviors, and attitudes down at a postal code level. And we cross-reference that with past voting behavior, which really gives us some very local insights into which voters are driving the results in local riding races and what matters to them. So a couple to kind of keep an eye on here. The affluent families are an interesting one. They're mainly in the Vancouver area, and they voted for the BC Liberals last time, but the NDP weren't too far behind with them. So given the changing landscape here, we'll see what happens tonight. Another one to look at is the older rustic. They're actually the largest segment in BC, and they voted for the NDP, but not by a huge margin. So, and they did give a chunk of their votes to the Greens. So we'll see what happens this time around.
Well, let's take a deep dive into one of those battleground ridings Rob talked about. This is an urban riding here. Vancouver Yaletown, we have the NDP candidate, a veteran VPD officer, the Conservative candidate, former city councillor Melissa DiGenova. Rupin, walk us through who these folks are in this riding.
Well, you can see the sea of purple. That's obviously the largest segment. Over 90% of the voters in this riding are called young in the city. So they're young professionals living in condos and apartments. They make good incomes. They're well educated. What's interesting about them is the voting patterns that they actually had last time. The BC Liberals actually edged out in this area, in this part. It's a new riding, so in this part of the city. But typically, young in the city are NDP voters. So we'll see what happens again this time around. This particular segment, as I mentioned, they've got good incomes. They're actually, what's going to be top of mind for them is shelter costs, which are high for them. Almost 2/3 of them rent, and they have a high intention to get into the housing market, which of course is expensive, so first-time buyers. What may be on their minds as well, probably secondary, is having no health care provider. A large number of them, more than the provincial average, do not have a regular provider. They're in pretty good health, though, so maybe it's not the biggest driver for them. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so this is just one riding and a snapshot. We have 11 categories we'll be talking about tonight, but 93 ridings. But just to give you a sense of what people might be thinking about tonight at the ballot box. Back to you, Mi-Jung.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. We've been talking about the independent candidates and how they could have an impact like we've never seen before. 5 sitting MLAs formally with BC United are now running as independents. One of them is Karan Kirkpatrick in West Vancouver, Capilano. CTV's Shannon Patterson is live at her campaign office at Park Royal Mall, where Kirkpatrick and her team will be watching election returns tonight. Shannon, what's the mood there like tonight?
I would say cautiously optimistic is how I would describe the Kirkpatrick campaign tonight. The candidate is here alongside her volunteers setting up this watch party. She knows it's difficult to win without party support, but like the other former BC United MLAs, they believe if there was ever an election where it was going to happen, it's this one.
So let's talk about momentum.
Elected as a BC Liberal in 2020, Karan Kirkpatrick hadn't planned to seek re-election in West Vancouver Capilano. But when BC United imploded, she decided to re-enter the race as an independent.
It is different. The first thing in the morning of the day that the Ritz dropped, we had no money. So that's one of the big differences. We didn't have that party machine behind us either.
Kirkpatrick is one of 5 BC United incumbents running as independents.
We've had to start from ground zero in a lot of ways, which has made it, to be truthful, it's made it exciting. It's back to the grassroots of politics, out door knocking, out meeting with community groups.
It's been quite, again, liberating to be able to really directly represent this riding. I've been calling it direct democracy.
The BC United turned independent candidates believe voters unhappy with the NDP but turned off by the Conservatives are looking for another option.
I think we have a chance, and every day I think that chance is better, because the more that people realize that the alternative in the BC Conservative Party are a number of extremists and people with very strange and dangerous views, that potentially those people could get into power, people are realizing how important it is to be moderate.
A lot of people in my region have been very thankful, whether they vote for me or not. They've been thankful the fact that it's giving people a choice, and especially in such divided times right now in provincial politics, I think that's what's needed, and that's why you see so many independents running.
And if the election is close and any of the independents win, they may have even more sway than they did as a party MLA.
Certainly, I believe it's a minority government one way or the other, and the independent candidates are going to be holding the keys to the to power in being able to negotiate for the ridings.
There's a lot of buzz out there about some independents holding the balance of power in this election that looks like it's going to be very close. It could be interesting.
It certainly will be an interesting night, especially if independents get in and the election is close, but they are fighting a little bit of history. In the past 75 years, only one independent has won a seat in the BC legislature. Do you remember that, Mijung? Vicky Huntington back in 2009 in Delta South. And so she's kind of an inspiration for the Karan Kirkpatrick campaign.
Yes, I do remember that. Okay, thank you, Shannon. Let's go back to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen, and joining her is Andrew Reeve, who was the BC United Press Secretary and Deputy Communications Director.
Thanks so much, Mijung. And Andrew, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me, Lauren.
Now, we know it's been a wild ride. There's been a lot of twists and turns throughout this 28-day campaign. But one of the things that changed the entire landscape of this election, of course, was the bombshell move by BC United leader Kevin Falcon to bow out and to stop the BC United campaign. I'd love to get your take on what you think of the race and how it's unfolded since that moment.
Well, it was an absolute bombshell. And you've had the former BC Liberal Party, which was a coalition between federal Liberals, federal Conservatives, sort of fall apart. And you had a lot of people on the Conservative side heading towards the BC Cons, and it left a lot of middle-of-the-road centrist voters up for grabs. So Sonia Furstenau from the BC Greens has been looking to grab some of them. The NDP have been pivoting to grab some of them. And some Conservative candidates are also trying to go to that center. But those folks that are up for grabs in the middle have really been kind of a game changer in terms of what the parties are looking to achieve when it comes to voters.
Right, and as the Liberals have been such a powerhouse in BC, they're left with big questions on kind of where to put their allegiance from there. You've been connecting with some of those candidates who are now still in the running. What have you heard from them today? What's your insider insight?
Yeah, well, we're seeing a record number of independents that are running this election, especially record number of former MLAs and incumbents that are running as independents. And so I've been talking to a bunch of them this morning, reaching out, seeing how they're feeling. You just spoke to Karan Kirkpatrick, what's going on in West Vancouver, Capilano there. The Peace Country is very interesting. You've got Mike Bernier and Dan Davies, both former BC United MLAs. From what I'm told, the Conservatives have shifted their effort from Dan Davies' riding, because their candidate there's a bit of a flop, and focused entirely on Mike Bernier. So Mike's facing a really tough race, but I know he's got a lot of supporters and people that are working to get out the vote. And then you've got Dan Davies, who it certainly feels like he's got a lot of that momentum, and without that strong conservative in a fairly conservative riding pushing back against him, we might make history tonight with Dan Davies.
Definitely a lot of strategy going into who is put where by the Conservatives, of course. And when it comes to independents, do you think that they could really be a game changer in this election? We've seen how close those polling numbers have pegged everything.
It's absolutely going to come down to the numbers on this one. I know a lot of them have been positioning themselves, and that's a really important reach out to the voters of saying, hey, I could be a change maker. Like if you're in a region, especially in the Peace Country, where folks often feel disconnected from Victoria, saying, hey, I'm going to be an independent. I'm not beholden to a political party. I'm beholden to you as my constituent. That's a very powerful selling point. So we could certainly see some independents do something very interesting tonight.
Definitely some big name recognition. Can I ask you what happened to the BC United from your perspective?
Well, it's Kevin Falcon's gamble. We'll sort of see how that plays out tonight. There's a lot of folks that were caught off guard by this. I personally found out when Keith Baldry from Global phoned me at 9:30 in the morning asking for comment. So a lot of us working at the legislature had no idea that this was going on. But yeah, I can see the strategy behind it as to why there was a lot of folks that were pushing to consolidate the right, or those that are leaning right. We'll see if that gamble pays off tonight, but it certainly leaves a lot of people sore.
And we'll see by the end of the night if it was in fact the right move. Andrew, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks,
we'll check
Lauren.
in with you throughout the evening.
See you later.
Mi Jung, we'll throw it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Well, David Eby has been premier for less than 2 years, taking over for John Horgan when he stepped down after another cancer diagnosis. And while Eby is a familiar face to British Columbians, the story of his journey to the province's top job is less well known. Here's CTV's Penny Daflos.
This is a side of British Columbia's premier the public doesn't see.
My favorite band, Eric's Trip, took their name from a Sonic Youth song.
He doesn't have much time for record shopping these days, but music has been part of his life since his teens.
I was working at McDonald's and spending all my McDonald's money on albums, on CDs.
In 1976, David Robert Patrick Eby was born in Kitchener, Ontario, to a small-town lawyer and a teacher.
It was a busy house, and you can imagine the teacher ran the show.
The oldest Eby child didn't want to be a lawyer like his dad.
I wanted to rebel in that way, and so I fought it. I did first-year biology at university.
Until he saw how lawyers were using the courts to stand up for the poor and disadvantaged.
The reason why I went to law school was to sue politicians. It wasn't to become a politician, and so it is strange that I find myself here.
Eby was hired by the BC Civil Liberties Association and then the Pivot Legal Society, making frequent media appearances.
There is an ethical question about how we can take people who are improving on an accepted prescription medication off of that medication and leave them back to the alleys and the streets of the downtown east side.
His activist years included questioning police actions, providing fodder for his detractors.
He was well known for protecting drug traffickers.
How do you feel about those years looking back on it now?
Yeah, those years were super formative for me. You know, one of the things that I learned that I'm so grateful for working in the downtown east side was you might have what you think are the best ideas about what should happen, but unless it's connected to the people who are sending you to do the work, then you're actually going to do more damage than good.
At this point in his career, Eby failed to earn a Vancouver City Council nomination, then dipping his toes in provincial politics.
I think there's no doubt that I'm the underdog in this campaign.
And narrowly losing against Christy Clark in a by-election after she became BC Liberal leader and premier. As his profile rose, Eby continued to play in local bands as a guitarist and vocalist. And met Kaylee Lynch through mutual friends when she was a nurse considering med school.
So I was like, yeah, med school, mate. I was so in love, like looking in her eyes. I remember this Indian restaurant we were sitting at. She's like, I'm thinking about going back to school. And I was like, oh, really? Those early dating days. And, oh, you could do whatever you want. It'd be amazing. Like, I had no idea how long medical school was.
Dr. Lynch now practices family medicine.
The first 35-year-old
patient I saw die from cervical cancer.
And makes occasional appearances with her husband. When Eby challenged Clark again, he defeated the sitting premier to win his seat in the legislature. When the NDP formed government in 2017, Premier John Horgan made Eby Attorney General and later added housing and ICBC to his portfolio.
It has truly been the thrill of my life.
When Horgan stepped down after a second cancer diagnosis in 2022, the NDP caucus supported Eby as his successor, and the party eventually claimed him leader and premier. Do you still stay in touch?
Yeah, very much. It's nice to be able to call him up and talk to him about things that are going on.
As his political star has soared, Eby's family has grown. First came Ezra, followed by Iva, and as he prepared for his first election as premier, Lynch gave birth to Gwendolyn in June. And so there are glimpses of the lighter side of BC's Gen X premier, while he tackles big issues like housing, the toxic drug crisis, and a teetering healthcare system.
My life right now is it's the kids and the family and it's work. It's a lot of fun and it's all-encompassing right now. And it's a huge privilege, and I'm very grateful for it.
Penny Daffloss, CTV News, Vancouver.
John Rustad became leader of the BC Conservatives in March of last year, and while he says he never aspired to be in politics, he now finds himself in a race for the premier seat, leading his once dormant party to a surge in popularity. But not that long ago, he almost left politics altogether. CTV's Michelle Bernaro has more.
John Rustad has a grueling schedule and a work ethic he says he learned from his parents.
I only know one speed, which is just go and get things done.
But when he is back home in northern BC, he and his wife Kim share plenty of laughs with their pet parrot named Bjart.
If we're having a late morning and we haven't had a shower yet, she'll say, "Are you going to take a shower?" And then she'll actually get to the place where she says, "Go shower."
They talked about getting a dog or a cat, but ultimately it was Bjarty, who is 31, that stole their hearts.
We've had her for a long time. She will likely outlive us if she stays healthy.
Rustad, 61, was born and raised in Prince George.
I spent most of my winters out downhill skiing, both competitively as well as just for fun.
And that competitive instinct perhaps prepared him for the race he's now in for BC's top job.
Elections are competitive. It is the ultimate competition. People will vote and decide one over another. But to me, it's about the ideas, what you present, as opposed to that sort of necessary, that head-on-head stuff.
Rustad and his wife Kim were married back in 1995.
A few years after being married, we talked about having children, and unfortunately, my wife was diagnosed with cervical cancer.
Welcome our next premier, and my husband.
She's been his unwavering support.
My name is Kim, and I'm John Rustad's wife.
Through 20 years of provincial politics.
Politics was never ambition. Matter of fact, if somebody had said in the 90s that I would even be in politics, let alone leadership, I would have been laughing.
In 2022, Rustad almost quit politics.
2022 was a very difficult year for my family. My father passed in January. My father-in-law passed in February. I had shingles in April, and my mom passed in July.
He was booted from the then BC Liberal caucus for social media support of an outspoken climate change critic.
To me, it was when I was kicked out of the BC Liberal Party that led me to think, okay, I'm in the same boat I was in the year 2000. I don't like what's going on. Do I either live with it or do I try to change it?
He says he opted to change it.
1 in 2 youth are thinking about leaving this province, and that's our future. We need to change the conditions in BC so that they want to be able to build a future in BC.
As Rustad looks to the future, it's his past that the NDP is focusing its attacks on. Still, Rustad's willingness to speak out on controversial subjects has made him more appealing to some voters looking for change.
I love what I'm doing, and I love the opportunity to be able to really help people.
Michelle Bernaro, CTV News, Vancouver.
For David Eby and John Rustad, this has been their first election as party leaders, while it's a second for the Greens' Sonia Furstenau. And Rob, you recently had a chance to spend some time with her one-on-one.
I did meet Sonia Furstenau, has been an MLA for Cowichan Valley since 2017, but this time she's running in a new riding, and we talked a lot about her personal motivation in politics.
How many balls do I have to juggle at the same time? A lot, 3.
Sonia Furstenau gets a kick out of pinball. The BC Green Party leader says it's a lot like politics.
You never know what's going to happen next in politics, as we saw a couple weeks ago when an entire political party was folded by a couple of people in a back room, apparently.
The arcade game brings back memories of her teenage years in Edmonton, but it's running that was her real passion in high school. She was Edmonton City champ, ranked second in Alberta, and a record holder for under 16 girls in the 800 meters. A distance known to be mentally grueling and tricky to time, a lot like a political campaign.
Let them set the pace. I would literally just put my pace exactly behind them, and then I would save enough for the last 200 meters to go.
The 54-year-old mother of 3 children and 2 stepkids is about to welcome a new member to her family. Her son, seen here as a baby, now 30, is having his own child.
I am going to be a grandmother in November. I'm really excited.
The pending granny does love knitting to relax.
2 sticks and a ball of yarn and you can make a sweater.
But also likes to curse a lot.
I've actually seen some research, that we're evidence-based, that swearing can lower your blood pressure and can be a stress releaser.
And she swears she has a chance of winning in her new riding, NDP stronghold Victoria Beacon Hill.
In BC, we've had a 2-party system for so long that we think that ridings belong to one party or the other. They do not.
She rejects the idea she's running in the capital because boundary changes to Cowichan, where she won twice, made a three-peat there a long shot, emphasizing her deep roots in Victoria, where she has multiple degrees from UVic, lived prior to the Cowichan Valley, and where her grandparents were the first of 4 generations to go to college.
It made sense for us to come back to Victoria, come back to our home.
The former bookkeeper and high school teacher never saw herself as a politician, let alone leading a major political party. But life's unpredictable bounces led her to it, emerging on the political landscape after spearheading a successful grassroots campaign to end the dumping of contaminated waste near Shawnigan Lake.
I had no plan, no intention of ever being in politics. I'm a teacher. I'm a mom. I have a busy life. I have a full life.
And political motivation continues to be personal. On healthcare, for example, she's driven by the events of 2001, when her dad and stepmom both died of cancer without timely diagnosis or treatment.
To lose a parent and a step-parent in my early 30s was devastating. That was definitely the hardest year of my life.
She knows her party and her candidacy are in for a challenge, but says she's been underestimated before.
I really want to be your MLA. I'll promise you one thing. I'm going to work really, really hard. This is my chance.
Can finish a race strong and react to the unexpected bounces that are BC politics.
Let's go back to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen with more on how the election played out over the past month. Lauren.
Thanks so much, Mijang. Joining us now is senior consultant at Enterprise Canada and former advisor to BC NDP leader John Horgan and Premier and Mike McKinnon. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Exciting night.
Now, you've also worked with the NDP groups throughout Canada. You have a lot of campaign experience. We have seen a whole lot unfold over the last 28 days, including a surge of support for the BC Conservatives. They only had 8 seats in the last election. Did you see this coming?
Well, I mean, what's happening in BC and across the country, there are very real concerns people have about the cost of living, health care, and the availability of family doctors, the availability and affordability of housing. And I think that's an acknowledgement that's happened in BC. And I think you'd find the New Democrats are acknowledging that very clearly. David Eby made his whole campaign about that, that there are very serious challenges going on, but how close this election is, and people are rightly concerned about those things, and I think we've seen a reflection of that.
And I want to zero in a little more on that. We know voters, of course, have the final say. Pollsters have called this to be incredibly close. You think potentially that drive for change could be behind it, or is it just, what do you think is behind that?
Yeah, well, interestingly, and Mario spent a lot of time talking about the numbers tonight, but 2020 was a historic high for the NDP at about 47% of the popular vote share. And so historically, BC has had extremely close elections, both parties fighting to just kind of get over that 40% mark, and the NDP being in this 43-45% range. That is a huge success marker for the NDP, and I think you'd find that, looking back, we have extremely close elections in this province.
And advanced voter turnout at an all-time high. Does that signal anything?
I think it's about convenience for people. I really do. I mean, you know, anything could happen tonight, but I've been part of elections across the country where we all got excited, especially if you're an opposition party, and you get excited when the advance vote is higher. People are fired up to vote, and perhaps this means change. And ultimately, you get to election night, and voter turnout is very similar. I think it's really hard to read into that in any way whatsoever.
What do you think could be the difference maker tonight?
Well, you know, in 2020, the NDP was successful in reaching out to voters in the Fraser Valley, those Abbotsford ridings, in Langley and Chilliwack, and some other spots across the province. And ultimately, how many of those voters stick with the NDP that voted for John Horgan in 2020? That's going to be really key for people. And I think that ultimately, David Eby spoke to their concerns about cost of living, about healthcare, about housing. And on the flip side, the Conservative campaign spent a lot of time talking about things that were not the concerns of everyday voters in BC, largely talking about their own candidate controversies and things of that nature.
We will have to leave that up to the voters to decide on that one, though. Yeah. Mike McKinnon, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Me, Jung, will throw it back to you.
All right, thanks, Lauren. Mike, the BC Conservatives hammered on the issue of public safety during the campaign, and that includes in Vancouver Yaletown. It's a new riding. CTV's Ben Milger with more on the candidates there and the issues.
It's a new riding, but one with familiar concerns, stretching from Main Street to Burrard and Falls Creek to the Inlet. Public safety and affordability have been the major talking points in Vancouver Yaletown.
I spent the last 30 years as a Vancouver police officer until the end of July.
This is NDP candidate Terry Young's first foray into politics. Having walked the beat throughout downtown as a VPD officer, he now canvasses the hallways of Yaletown high-rises, hearing directly from potential voters.
We also talk about secure care for the small percentage of people who are a danger to themselves and others and suffering with mental illness. But everybody should feel safe in their neighborhood. There's no argument. Nobody I talk to disagree with that. But how we're going to accomplish this is going to be the key point.
Green Party candidate Dana Lynn McKenzie went to law school after having children.
And my husband worked 2 full-time jobs so we could pay the mortgage, and I could do that.
She's campaigning while still working full-time and says when she meets people in the riding, affordability frequently comes up.
People in the riding are telling me that, you know, they want to have a bedroom for each of their children. You know, they want to have a little bit more space and have some security with their housing.
A veteran of the Park Board and City Council, Conservative Melissa DiGenova is familiar with the Vancouver political landscape.
I thought, okay, third time John Rustad asked, I'm going to step up and see if I can make a difference.
There is no doubt in her mind about the most important issues at the ballot box this year.
So I'm hearing from women who don't feel safe walking after dark. I'm hearing from families that are still finding needles in their parks after the sweep, and that people really aren't that excited for the OPS to have been closed down and just moved 2 short blocks up to Granville Street.
Voters must now weigh a diverse group of candidates with a diverse set of ideas for tackling the challenges of living downtown. Ben Milger, CTV News, Vancouver.
And some of the major concerns facing Yaletown and the overall downtown core are very familiar for our next guest, Clint Mallman with Save Our Streets Coalition. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Clint.
Thanks, Lauren.
Now, the coalition is all about citizens and business members gathering together, really pushing for change to try and make the area safer. First off, can you walk us through what a day in the life is like for you as a business owner, for your employees, and for your customers?
Well, I love to think about it through our employees' eyes. On any given point, it's not a big city issue. It's throughout the province that our employees are encountering violence. Small businesses, large businesses are having their livelihoods impacted by the vandalism, the degrading behavior that's happening to our people. And that's why the coalition formed so quickly with over 100 different groups representing hundreds of thousands of voters in British Columbia.
Is there fear for people going to work?
Yeah, in fact, a research poll that we did at the beginning of the election says that 50% of British Columbians fear for their safety. Wow. 74% are really concerned about its impacting their sense of safety in their community. And these are incredible numbers. And I think one of the things that worries us the most is that 68%, over 2/3 of British Columbians have lost faith in the justice system. And that, of course, is the cornerstone to any functioning democracy and a functioning community. And it has impacts on the bail system and sentencing system as well when people lose that faith.
Certainly does. And we do know that public safety concerns have really been front and center all across BC, not just in downtown cores. What do you want to see from whomever forms the next government to tackle violence and street disorder?
Sure. Well, there's been a lot of promises made throughout the campaign. So it's groups like ours that have to now hold whoever has the privilege of being elected to those promises. And I think one of the first things they have to do is come together with federal government and municipal governments immediately. No provincial government can do it on its own. And they have to take this seriously, and they have to act immediately. We saw that in places like Portland, Oregon, that contributes declaring a state of emergency, not a public health emergency, but a state of emergency to bring all levels of government together so they could talk and make action happen within 90 days.
Now, Vancouver police are actually reporting that crime is down in the first 6 months of 2024 compared to the same period last year, including violent crime down 7%, property crime 10%, break-and enters 31%. VPD saying we are seeing progress, but have you seen that?
No, and I think it's backed up by the Research Co. polling, which 88% of British Columbians say that crime is going unreported because they've lost faith in the justice system. They have faith in the police, but it's the justice system. And so the statistics are not accurate. And in Canada, Stats Canada is also very far behind in updating their statistics. So you've got unreliable reporting with unreliable non-current reporting. So I think the average person on the street sees with their own eyes it's not accurate.
Clint, thanks so much for giving us your insider take on all of this.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We're going to send it over to Nafisa at the Power Board. Nafisa.
Thank you, Lauren. I'm back with Rupin Sioni from Environics Analytics. We've consistently seen crime ranked as one of the top election issues, along with affordability. So let's see how this is playing out in a key battleground riding, Suri Cloverdale. Rupin, who lives here? What's important to them?
So in Surrey Cloverdale, 57% of the voters last time were second city suburbs. These are younger families with big mortgages. They're raising their kids. They've got good incomes, but their costs are high, and they're feeling the squeeze every which way. Their shelter costs are a couple of points above average. They have high childcare costs. They're highly indebted if you look at their debt ratios, and the cost of housing is above average as well. So they're feeling the squeeze. They also drive a lot. So the typical number for BC is under 20,000. They're driving at 25.5 kilometers a year. So, you know, they're going to be feeling the squeeze. Affordability is going to be key for them.
The incumbent in this riding, Mike Starchuk, former firefighter and city councillor, against the incumbent from Surrey South, Al Sturco, former spokesperson for Surrey RCMP, a high-profile defection from BC United to the BC Conservatives. In the 2000s, this was actually Kevin Falcon's riding, but in 2020, the NDP won it back. So Mi Jung will see if the new Democrats' promises on affordability can help them hang on to the seat, or if the Rustad rebate will convince voters to flip it again. Back to you.
Well, we're approaching the top of the hour. Voting closes in 60 minutes, and this is the place to be. Election 2024 on CTV continues right now.
A roller coaster season.
The political world is in such flux.
With unexpected twists and turns.
We'll be withdrawing our candidate nominations.
A political ride with high stakes.
It's the cost of living here.
It is expensive, and groceries and everything.
For all British Columbians.
Healthcare, it's a disaster.
Sometimes we don't feel safe. BC means bring your cash.
After months of pitches, promises, and razor-thin margins, tonight, BC voters have their say.
Moving forward, do things better.
Make this a better place.
Who will lead the way forward? We're about to find out. From CTV News Vancouver, this is Election 2024 with Mi Jung Lee.
The politicians have made their final pitches, and now the BC election is in voters' hands. There's just an hour left, and then the counting gets underway. It's been a very wet election day with an atmospheric river hitting the south coast with heavy rain and wind. Despite the storm, there has been steady turnout at voting places. NDP leader David Eby spent the morning in the Vancouver Yaletown riding in what's expected to be a tight race. Conservative leader John Rustad started the day voting in his own riding in Vanderhoof, just west of Prince George, and Green leader Sonia Furstenau moving home to Victoria, where she cast her ballot this morning. Good evening, and thanks for joining us. After all the speeches and promises and door knocking, it all comes down to tonight. We'll be here with you all night, commercial free, with the fastest results. But before we get there, let's set the stage. The NDP has been in power for 7 years and is looking to capture its third straight victory. But the race changed in the last 6 months as the BC Conservatives experienced a dramatic resurgence. BC United leader Kevin Falcon then suspended the campaign, and sagging poll numbers turning this into a two-party race. It's been a contentious one, defined by NDP leaks of comments made by Conservative leader John Rustad about the COVID-19 vaccine and climate action. And throughout the campaign, Rustad has been dealing with fallout from a series of controversial social media remarks by candidates. We have extensive team coverage tonight. Our reporters are fanned out across the region following all the exciting races in Metro Vancouver, the Fraser Valley, and Vancouver Island. We'll check in with our election team in just a moment. Joining me in studio all evening is CTV's Legislative Bureau Chief Rob Buffum. Together, we'll be bringing you the results. Rob, what are some key races you're going to be watching?
Well, Mei-Jung, the NDP can afford to lose 10 seats from what they did last time and still form a majority government. On the other hand, the Conservatives are going to have to pick up 19 seats from where the BC Liberals left off. A lot of those seats are around Metro Vancouver. I'm thinking of the Fraser Valley, Chilliwack, Langley, Abbotsford. Mr. DeYoung can talk about that, as well as Surrey, battlegrounds Surrey. There's some very important ridings there. And I think if the Conservatives have a chance of winning, they're going to have to win probably 3 or 4 seats on Vancouver Island. So a lot of the southern part of the province is going to be at play here.
And that, of course, the island and NDP stronghold. So a tall order for the Conservatives if they want to win tonight.
They are the underdog coming into this.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Well, tonight is all about the balance of power. A lot to keep track of, and Nafisa Karim is at the Power Board with more.
Mei-Jung, a lot has changed since the 2020 election. We have a new major party, 6 new seats for a total of 93. But the one number I want you to remember all night, this is it, 47, the magic number you need to form a majority government. Now, these were the standings at dissolution. The NDP had 55 seats. The BC United, formerly the BC Liberals, had 20. BC Conservatives had 8, 2 Greens and 1 independent. So what does this look like? This is the power grid. This is all of the ridings across BC grouped geographically. Orange for the NDP. These smattering of teal here, that is the BC United. Some blue for the Conservatives and some green over on the island. We're going to wipe it clean now. These squares are blank, but as your votes are counted tonight, we'll see the squares start to fill up and change color, whether it's green, orange, blue, or gray, but it all comes back to this magic number, 47, the number of seats you need to form a majority, though you really want 48 because you need 1 for the Speaker. Mei-Jung?
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. The incumbent New Democrat government has been working double time to try and convince voters it deserves another term. CTV's Penny Daflos is at NDP election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Set the scene there for us, Penny.
Well, Mei-Jung, the NDP knows that this is an incredibly tight election, and that's why we have seen an incredibly hard-fought 28-day campaign. There have been buses, there have been ferries, there have been flights. In total, David Eby has made 82 stops trying to connect with as many voters as possible, trying to win hearts and minds, trying to convince people that his vision for BC should continue, that he should have more time. In that 4 weeks, he has actually had 32 scheduled media availabilities to take questions from reporters. We've squeezed in a few extra ones on top of that. So he has been fighting really hard to try to get his message out there as much as he possibly can. And, you know, being on the bus all these days, I've heard that message repeated many times, but David Eby is a veteran campaigner. He knows repetition, repetition. That is how you get through to the electorate. It takes a lot of that to get your message through, and he still at times struggled to do that. He believes that complicated problems require complicated solutions. He really hates slogans and those kind of quick fix ideas, so he's been really trying to convey that to the electorate. He is somewhere in this building watching election coverage with his family. We do expect this room, if you're wondering why is it empty, as the polls start to close and volunteers and candidates are freed up from their obligations, they will start to come into this room, and we do expect some familiar faces to show up as well. Back to you.
Thank you, Penny. Well, David Eby is being challenged on the right by BC Conservative leader John Rustad. His party won less than 2% of the vote last time, but gained momentum in the last several months. CTV's Michelle Bernaro is covering the BC Conservatives and joins us live from their election night headquarters in East Vancouver. Set the scene there for us, Michelle.
Yeah, well, right now it's still pretty quiet, as you can see behind me. But a lot of the Conservative candidates that I spoke with tonight said that they were planning to watch the results in their own ridings with their campaign volunteers and supporters. So they certainly expect this room to fill up as the night goes on. You know, it really struck me tonight, though, that the size of this room, when you look at it, you certainly wouldn't have seen this 4 years ago from the BC Conservatives. And you have to think about just how much has changed. The Conservatives were barely a blip in the last election, but tonight they're expected to be a showdown between the Conservatives and the NDP. John Rustad only becoming party leader in March of last year. Tonight, his party hoping BC voters will make them the next government. Now, the Conservatives were the targets of ongoing attacks by the NDP, something Rustad says surprised him most about the campaign.
I was a little surprised by that. I didn't expect that. But we stuck to our guns in terms of running a campaign about how we were going to be building things, how we're going to be doing things and improving lives for people in British Columbia.
The Conservatives hoping their promises to improve housing affordability, improve the economy, deal with crime and mental health issues plaguing our province. They're hoping that that will translate into support for them tonight. So we'll be watching this all very closely tonight, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of anxious people here wondering what the outcome will be. Mijung?
All right, thank you, Michelle. The BC Greens are gathering in Victoria to watch the results come in. CTV's Yvonne Raymond is there, and Yvonne, party leader Sonia Furstenau is running in a Victoria riding this time.
That's right, Mijung. The Green leader has moved out of the Cowichan Valley, where she was MLA for 2 terms. At the least, the party is trying to hold on to its 2 seats with some big changes for this race. The leader, Sonia Furstenau, has moved home to Victoria Beacon Hill, where she voted today. She's hoping to unseat NDP incumbent Grace Lohr. The Greens also have a change in Saanich North and the Islands, where their incumbent is retiring. Bob Botterill is trying to fill that seat for the party. Furstenau has taken a holistic approach to her party's platform, pitching policies that strive to improve the well-being of everyone.
What I've heard from so many people is that in the debate, that the things I said made sense, that it was me speaking in a way that inspired people. And so I'm hoping to see that the results of that today, and we're pretty excited.
Green supporters are starting to gather here in Victoria, some feeling anxious, a lot of smiling faces. Sonia is expected to greet the crowd here shortly.
Yeah, and it's good she's got her voice back, too, because she lost her voice there last week. Thanks, Yvonne. Well, there's a lot to unpack tonight, so to help us, we have a couple of political veterans at our side. Former BC Liberal and United MLA Mike de Jong, first elected in 1994. You were quite young then, right?
I had hair.
He represented Abbotsford West for more than 30 years. He's been the Minister of Finance, Health and Aboriginal Affairs Minister, as well as Attorney General. He's now seeking the federal Conservative nomination in Abbotsford South Langley. I guess politics is in your blood, Mike.
Seems to be.
Good to have you. And Judy Darcy, former NDP MLA. She was first elected in 2013, representing New Westminster. Judy became the province's and the country's first Minister of Mental Health and Addictions when the NDP formed government in 2017. She retired from politics in 2020. Good to have you, Judy.
Good to be here again.
So, Judy, the NDP ran a pretty negative campaign and trying to paint the Conservatives as extremists, yet the parties were neck and neck throughout the whole campaign. So, did that strategy fail to move the dial?
I would say the NDP had a very positive campaign on the issues. I think David Eby spoke very directly to the issues that British Columbians care the most about, which is housing and healthcare and the cost of living, with very concrete plans for how, recognizing how troubling many of these issues were for British Columbians, but with very concrete plans about how to keep going until the problems are really addressed. And yes, he did contrast the NDP with the Conservatives considerably, but there was a very good reason to do that. I mean, the number of extremist comments that were made by various candidates for the Conservative Party and for John Rustad himself, I think it was really important for voters to know that, and voters became deeply concerned about it as the election wore on. But
the Conservatives' support, though, remained pretty solid.
Well, it is neck and neck, and you know, if for the NDP, we'll see what the results are when they start coming in after 8 o'clock. But for the NDP to win a third majority would be historic. That has never happened in British Columbia history. 2 terms, but not 3 terms. So, yes, I don't think that I would even say that Conservatives are necessarily the underdogs. They've been riding on the coattails of Pierre Poilievre, who's very popular federally. Mm-hmm. Haven't, I think, presented themselves very well, but who knows?
And I wanted
we really
to ask,
don't know yet.
I guess the flip side of that coin is how the Conservatives campaign went. And they came into this campaign 28 days ago with British Columbians, almost half of them not happy with the direction the province was going in. But it seemed as the campaign went on, in fact, from the get-go, there was a lot of these so-called bozo explosions where the issues the Conservatives wanted to talk about were derailed by a candidate issue. Did the Conservatives fail to adequately respond to those in the moment, and could that cost them the election?
The remarkable thing is that despite being on the defensive for much of the campaign because of issues like that coming up from time to time, here we are with about 45 minutes to go until the polls close, talking about the possibility, at least, of John Rustad and the Conservatives forming a government. That's how close it seems to be. Look, I think part of the analysis tonight is going to be whether or not the grassroots-based campaign of the Conservative Party was sufficient to overcome what was clearly a very well-organized BC NDP campaign. And we'll see as the numbers come in from some of those battleground ridings that we've already talked about and that we and Judy knows well, whether or not what is essentially still a grassroots movement on the Conservative side has overcome that, what I think is generally better organization on the NDP side.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk more about this as the evening unfolds. Okay, throughout the evening, we're going to be going in depth into the issues that we just heard about, as well as getting some insight into the campaigns. CTV anchor Lauren Pullen is here in studio with that part of our coverage. Lauren.
Thanks, Mei-Jung. We have former longtime Liberal MLA and Cabinet Minister Mary Polak with us now, who is with Maple Leaf Strategies research consulting firm. I'll just wait till, there we go. Hi, Mary. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, nice to see you. Very well, thanks. Glad I'm not running.
Thanks so much for being here. Why are you glad you're not running?
Well, what a crazy world we live in, right? This is all changed. As Mike DeYoung, one of my former colleagues, just said, this could go any way. Everything's too close to call. So to be able to watch this from the sidelines and not have to be concerned for myself is a rare treat.
You don't have to sweat and stress tonight. Now, with your extensive political background and your role with Maple Leaf, you do have an incredibly unique perspective on the pulse of BC. What has stuck out for you most during the campaign, aside from just how tight it is?
Well, and this probably gets to how tight it is, but there was a real sense that all the different parties were trying to find that one ballot question that would motivate people to get to the polls. Usually by the time you get to the end of a campaign, you sense that there's one issue really taking over from everything else. We really didn't see that. We didn't see things land into one issue. If there's maybe one theme on the concern side from people, it's that things don't seem to be working. We've seen that in some of the clips leading into the segments that we've been doing tonight. There are concerns about who can do the job to fix it. Now tonight, as we watch the polls come in, we'll find out what the voters think about who can do that job.
Yeah, we certainly will. And you held several portfolios during your time in office. What, in your view, is the biggest concern facing British Columbians, and what needs to be done to tackle it?
I think it's that balance of I don't feel like I've got money in my pocket, right, as a voter, which is okay if I think that my services and the things I'm receiving from government are working all right. But when you feel as though you're paying an awful lot in taxes, but it's not being reflected in the services you receive, that's when people start to get troubled. Now, are they troubled enough to toss out the government, go for a change, or do they think, as David Eby has pitched, that giving him another term in office will be the right answer? I think that's the only way to really look at it, because none of the major concern issues have come out on their own, like affordability and health and safety. It really seems to be just this sense that things aren't working.
And we do know that big spending is a pillar in every single one of the party platforms. The Conservatives with the biggest budget altogether overall, which might be surprising to some. But what is your take on that, the amount of big ticket promises in this election?
It's a real challenge for any political party to try and cost out something and get their message across. For voters, I mean, the numbers become eye-watering when you're talking about a $9 billion deficit currently. How do you even sense that in your own mind? It's not something that any of us can really conceive of. I think really it comes down to what the orientation of the party is toward the future. So we've seen that the NDP has not shown very much concern about trying to get that deficit down. In fact, their projections for the next 3 years see that deficit continue to surge. And then we see other parties like the BC Conservatives saying, well, we're going to have to spend a bit more in the beginning, but we believe we can start bringing those numbers down again. Again, over to the voters, whose approach do they think is actually going to work?
We will be watching and waiting to see how it all shakes out. Mary Polak, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll catch up with you a little later on the show. Thanks, Mary.
Great,
Let's go back to Nafisa Karim now with more on our top issues for voters.
I'm back with Mario Canseco from Research Co. Mario, during this campaign, it was the first thing the leaders talked about, affordability. And here's the reason why. It is at the top of the list of issues that matter the most to British Columbians. What else did they say?
Consistently, housing, homelessness and poverty, the #1 issue for more than 2 out of 5 voters for the past 6 or 7 months. Impressive reach, because if we go back to 2020, the #1 issue was, of course, COVID-19. At the time, we had housing at around 17%. Now it's at 40%. Healthcare, very important for voters age 55 and over. We know that these voters participate more than their younger counterparts, so this is one to watch as well. Next, we have economy and jobs. It's the #2 issue for people aged 18 to 34. So it's a combination of things. Housing is a problem for me. I can't afford a home, but I'm also worried about how much money I'm making. Crime and public safety, big concern, particularly in the cities, City of Vancouver, City of Surrey, but it's also creeping in other parts of the province, particularly Vancouver Island. And finally, the environment. Less than 10% say that it's the #1 issue facing the province. It used to be at around 17% before we had the global financial crisis in 2008. So very different time to be campaigning as a Green.
Well, whether it's the NDP's middle-class income tax cut or the Conservatives' Rustad rebate, we'll see tonight what voters think about the party's plans to tackle the affordability crisis. Mi Jung, back to you.
All right, thanks, Nafisa. As we saw in the polling, one of the biggest issues facing British Columbians is health care. Let's go to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen for more on that.
Here I am. Thanks, Mi Jung. We are going to be diving deeper into the dire straits of BC healthcare now. And we have Dr. Kathleen Ross, former Canadian Medical Association and former Doctors of BC president, current family physician, joining us live now. Thanks so much, Dr. Ross, for joining us. Oh, I've been just informed that we have a few technical difficulties. We're hoping to get Dr. Ross on the line just as soon as we can, but Mi Jung will send it back over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren. So let's bring in our panel again and talk about some of the ridings that we're looking at. Mike, you said that there's one riding that if it goes Conservative, then you think that the Conservatives could have a chance of winning.
Well, if we look at the Fraser Valley, which is an area I know reasonably well, and you look at a riding like Mission Abbotsford, we've got an incumbent NDP minister there. The NDP holds that riding. That's probably good news for the NDP. If it flips back flips to the Conservative Party, that's an indication that things may be falling. The underdog might be doing better than we expected. So that's a riding that I'll be looking at over the course of the evening very closely.
What are you hearing on the ground about the Abbotsford ridings?
It's going to be tough for the Conservatives at this point, but hard to know. Turnout and the ability to get the vote out on election day. And this is something, or election week, if we want to talk about the advance poll as well. And this is an area where, for all of the enthusiasm of the grassroots movement, the superior organization of the NDP may be very helpful for them.
But the fact that we had such a huge advance turnout, it seemed like people didn't need help getting to the polls. Like, is that going to be less of a factor, the ground game, Judy, like the NDP's legendary ground game?
Well, the ground game was certainly in operation for all political parties in the advance poll as well. There's a huge get-out vote effort, no question about that. And even with the downpour that was happening today, there were still teams out there getting out the vote. We saw images in Burnaby of cars that were almost floating in water. But I also was hearing from people who were out there. They had new rain boots. They had, gone out and got special stickers. So, I know that the NDP volunteers are very, very motivated. They will have been working very hard.
Overall turnout
all the way.
Is overall turnout up? That's my question.
And we don't know that yet.
We'll find out in a couple hours. But I know advance voting was a record, as we all know, I guess.
It is, and we'll see whether the weather has a big impact on turnout or not. And if it does, who it benefits. We don't know that yet either.
Okay, it's interesting to see the shift that older voters seem to be supporting NDP now, and then the younger ones going to the Conservatives.
Well, I thought for both the NDP and the Conservative Party, a key part of this campaign was the degree to which attention was focused on social issues and social programs versus the economy. We just saw some data about that 18.
So, Mike, sorry, I got to interrupt you here. We've got to wrap, but we'll carry on that thought in just a moment.
We'll see him in a moment.
Yeah.
In the story.
Okay, so last election, the BC Conservatives didn't win a single seat and got less than 2% of the vote. This time around, opinion polls had them battling with the reigning NDP to form government.
Here's a look at the history of the party and how it's reemerged as a force in BC politics.
Exciting as we go around this process.
John Rustad and his BC Conservatives have emerged front and center on BC's political stage. 18 months ago, he'd just become leader of a party that won fewer than 2% of the vote in the previous election. Now, public opinion polls show his party vying to form government.
We're watching history unfold and talking about it in real time.
It's been nearly 100 years since BC had a Conservative government, when Simon Fraser Tolmie was premier from 1928 through 1933, documented in black and white in the hallowed halls of the BC legislature. Following some coalition wartime governments, the Tories' fortunes faded.
Between 1952 and 2023, the Conservative Party at BC was a hobby. It was a marginal, dormant factor in BC politics.
But the party's resurgence has been rapid. Rustad was kicked out of the BC Liberals in 2022 by Kevin Falcon after reposting a social media comment questioning the role of carbon dioxide in climate change. He assumed the leadership of the BC Conservatives in March 2023, its lone MLA, until last fall when Bruce Banman crossed the aisle from Falcon's newly renamed BC United, giving the Conservatives official party status, questions in the House, and an amplified voice. Other defections of MLAs followed through this past spring and summer, as polls showed the Conservatives surging past BC United, a party unable to gain traction under its rebrand from BC Liberals.
Over the past few months, it has been clear that the Conservatives had a different way of connecting with voters that was resonating significantly more loudly than what BC United was doing.
And in a stunning move, 6 weeks before the election, Falcon ended BC United, the official opposition's run. making room for a lone party on the centre-right to duel with the ruling NDP. A development seen as giving Rustad's party better odds of winning.
The thing that really sets us apart is the utter demise, the actual surrender of BC United. That's something we really haven't seen that I can think of ever in Canadian politics.
Pundits also point to the popularity of the federal Conservatives benefiting the BC party, as well as a global populist movement.
A BC political culture that has been rewritten by the forces of populism, just as we're seeing it happen at the federal level.
As dramatic as it's been, the changes to the political landscape reflect a pattern replayed every 35 years in BC.
Pretty compelling argument that what we're seeing is a continuation of a trend that has taken place in British Columbia, certainly over the last 75 or 80 years, and that is a rebranding, a reorganization of the free enterprise vote.
Former Social Credit Premier Bill Vander Zalm knows these cycles firsthand. He's the last elected Social Credit Premier, a right-of-centre party that essentially replaced the Conservatives back in 1952, only to be replaced itself as the free enterprise option by the BC Liberals 40 years later.
Not surprised. I expected something would happen, and it may be much more than what we think it to be. I think the time is now.
Whether the BC Conservatives break through and form government this time remains to be seen. Already, though, they've made history while rekindling the fortunes of the province's long dormant but once dominant party. Robert Buffum, CTV News.
Every major party is promising steps on the path to reconciliation in their platforms. CTV anchor Lauren Pullen is breaking this all down for us with Grand Chief Stuart Phillip, president of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs.
Thanks so much, Mi Jung, and thank you, Grand Chief, for taking the time to join us tonight.
Thank you.
You, of course, are a prominent First Nations leader. Your wife is an NDP incumbent running in this election, Joan Phillip. But you yourself have been advocating and fighting for Indigenous rights for decades. What do you see as the biggest issues facing First Nations in BC right now?
Well, to begin, I've been in this for 50 years now. I've seen many federal and provincial governments come and go, and have been involved in many elections. This particular election and the campaign has been absolutely bizarre. And generally speaking, we have absolutely no idea what a possible Rustad government would look like or what it might represent. Or with the EB government, we're looking for continuity, continued focus, and continue the work we've accomplished with the EB and Horgan government over the last several years.
I'll get your thoughts on a Rustad government in just a moment, but I want to zero in on what you were talking about with if NDP does in fact form government. How do you think the steps towards reconciliation have played out in BC, and what still needs to happen?
Well, I think that we've come a long ways. British Columbia is the only jurisdiction that actually legislated the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into law, and has proved to be a very solid, valuable platform to build all the progress in economic agreements with First Nations people. I find it strange that the Conservatives are promising things that are already in process.
And if John Rustad and the Conservatives were, in fact, to take power tonight, what would be your next step, your first address that you would like to see from them?
Well, again, that's, you know, you know, where on earth do you start with a set of values and notions that they have expressed over the last several weeks? We would hope that we would be able to sit down and engage a discussion that would lead to genuine reconciliation, as opposed to a lot of, you know, a lot of word salad.
Grand Chief Phillip, thank you so much for joining us tonight and for chatting with us on our program. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
From CTV News Vancouver, this is Election 2024 with me, Zheng Li.
Our Election 2024 coverage continues as we welcome viewers across the country on CTV News Channel. Just a half hour of voting left and then the counting begins. A record number of British Columbians, more than 1 million, cast their ballots in advance voting. NDP leader David Eby, Conservative leader John Rustad, and the Greens' Sonia Furstenau have spent the past month making promises. It's been a rather negative campaign, with the frontrunners taking aim at each other. CTV's Martin McMahon with more on this most unusual election.
Let's go get them. Here we go.
It's been a race pollsters have indicated will be incredibly tight. NDP leader David Eby spending his final day in the Vancouver Yaletown riding in what's expected to be a close contest, delivering a final barb to his Conservative rival John Rustad.
We understand that science is real, and we don't embrace conspiracy theories, and we support people with the big challenges that they're facing, because that's what this is all about.
Eby referencing a handful of Conservative candidates who flirted with fringe ideas, highlighted by Brent Chapman in Surrey South, who has been accused of Islamophobia and seemingly expressed doubt about mass shootings, including Sandy Hook. Rustad has distanced himself from Chapman's comments, though has had his own comments put under the microscope.
The so-called vaccine, the COVID mRNA shots. When I talked to Bonnie Henry about it, I started to realize that it wasn't so much about trying to get herd immunity or trying to stop the spread, but it was more around shaping opinion and control on the population.
And how could we forget the signs spotted outside Lululemon founder Chip Wilson's home, where the billionaire accused the NDP of being communist, before those signs were vandalized.
I'm on the side of the people who are trying to get by, or facing higher costs and struggling in different ways. That problem is not going to get solved with spray paint. The problem is getting solved with votes.
Now let's head to CTV's Penny Daflos in downtown Vancouver at the NDP election night headquarters. And Penny, you have a guest with you.
I do, Mijung. We've got the NDP's campaign director, Marie Delamatia. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a few questions, having spent a lot of time on the campaign bus, and I want to get some insight from you, because the ground game that the NDP has been playing, being able to reach out to voters directly, that seems to be a key strategy for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to get out there and talk to voters one-on-one, knock on doors, on phones, via text message, just to connect with them any way we can to make sure that we're identifying where our vote is and making sure they get out and vote on Election Day.
Key part of that is your volunteers, NDP supporters that I've encountered on the campaign trail, the supporters, the volunteers, they're just so incredibly dedicated. How important is it to kind of build up that team in advance of this 28-day marathon that we've had?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, really super important. The volunteers are everything to us in our campaigns. And after 2020, when it was a COVID election, and we were a little bit concerned that maybe people wouldn't come back to come into campaign offices again and to go out on doorsteps and knock on doors again. But really, we've seen a real big increase in folks wanting to come in and wanting to door knock, filling up campaign offices, getting out on the doorsteps and talking to voters about the issues that matter to them.
Now, you also managed John Horgan's campaign. David Eby.
I was on the bus with John.
You were on the bus, okay.
Yeah.
Very different campaign styles. They have that real personal touch, but I imagine that as leader, it was a bit of a different strategy with David Eby this time around. Give us a little bit of insight into his input and how the whole thing worked to be able to reach out to people.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're different guys. They're different. They have different strengths, and we play to those strengths when we're campaigning, making sure that we're making sure that people see the things that are really impactful about their commitment. David's kind of more a thoughtful, serious. Problem solver kind of leader, whereas John was kind of more this kind of like uncle that you want to chat with and talk to kind of guy, and I think those are different personalities, but they're different strengths, and we played to both of their strengths in the different campaigns.
Thank you so much, Marie. I really appreciate your time. There you go, Mijung, a little bit of insight into how the NDP has been able to connect with voters over a very intense 28-day campaign. A lot of energy that we saw on the campaign trail.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear the behind-the-scenes intel. Thanks, Penny. By far, the biggest battleground ridings are in Surrey. 10 seats are up for grabs there. CTV's Reagan Hasegawa is live in Surrey, where the NDP is hosting a watch party. Reagan.
Surrey is crucial in this election, Mi Jung. As you mentioned, we are in the riding of Surrey North this morning at the Dollywall Banquet Hall. We are expecting candidates to arrive here in the next half hour or so here in the Surrey NDP headquarters. As you mentioned, there are lots of seats up for grabs here. It is a battleground riding. We know that the NDP had 7 of 9 before dissolution. Now, this time around, there will be 10 ridings with a new one, Surrey Serpentine, which will be an interesting one to watch. We know Conservative candidate Linda Hepner, who is a former mayor of Surrey and was quite popular, will be running there, and she's running against NDP candidate Beltej Dillon. And he has quite a following as well. He was the first Mountie to wear a turban in the RCMP and really paved the way for police officers, Sikh police officers across the country to do so. So that will be an interesting one to watch. Then, of course, Suri Cloverdale, where the Conservative star candidate Eleanor Sturko will be running, and she will be running against NDP candidate Mike Starchuk, who is quite liked in that area, and the incumbent as well. And then, of course, I have to mention Surrey South, which has been dominating the headlines in the past few weeks. The Conservative candidate there, Brent Chapman, making headlines for controversial posts he made on social media, some of which appear to have issues with mass shootings, and saying that he wasn't sure if they had actually taken place. And then, of course, also posts offensive about the Muslim community, and a lot of people calling for him to resign. So a lot of battleground ridings to be watched here. We're expecting the room to fill up quite soon here, with a lot on the line here in Surrey. Mi Jung.
Yes, Surrey in the spotlight. Thank you, Reagan. Let's go back to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen, joined now with former Attorney General, lawyer, and judge Wally Opal.
Thanks so much, Mi Jung. And Mr. Opal, thank you so much for sharing your evening with us and being here tonight.
My pleasure.
Now, we know that one of the big concerns for a lot of people all across British Columbia is public safety. According to police reported numbers, crime is actually down. But many people in our province simply don't feel safe. How do you think we change that?
Yeah, the numbers are down, but people don't feel safe because they read about outstanding examples of random crime. And random crime is really unusual for us, and we've had some very significant, horrific examples of random crime, so people feel upset.
Yeah, we have those stranger attacks that just,
Yes.
you know, take over the spotlight and the headlines here, and do make people feel potentially unsafe
Yes.
in their own city.
Yes.
What kind of changes do we need to see to try and address that? How do we even begin?
It's important to remember that the province has a somewhat limited role to play in this, because the criminal law is federal legislation, bail laws are federal, and the policing, which is important, is municipal. So the municipal police boards and the municipal police forces are run locally. So the political people can't tell, the province can't tell how people should police. They can't interfere with policing. Having said that, there are other factors that are involved when it comes to crime and public safety, and that has to do with mental illness, addictions, and all of those things that are taking place on the streets. And that's where the province can get involved, and they did, particularly when they were dealing with addictions and public addictions and all that. So that's where the province can get involved.
And there are differing views, depending on who you ask, on how to really help people struggling with mental health. And of course, after the high-profile violent attacks that we have seen, there's been a push by both the Conservatives and the NDP for that involuntary care model. Is that the answer, or at least part of it?
That's a good question. Involuntary care has got two problems. One is it may not be effective if it's involuntary. Secondly, there may be a charter violation insofar as you're compelling someone to undergo treatment if they don't want to. But I think it's such a compelling issue that I think this is something that we need to go ahead with.
Sounds like it could be a very slippery slope, though.
I think so, but yeah.
And you spoke about the catch and release concerns. I know that a lot of people are very concerned about that, those violent offenders back on the streets and then reoffending again. Yeah. But you pointed to the federal government. The NDP and the Conservatives both say they're going to try and push the feds for more. Is there anything that we can do locally, or is it really out of our hands?
If it's important to remember one thing, that 75% of the people who are in custody in Canada are there because they didn't make bail. So they were denied bail. So, and a lot of those people are going to be found not guilty. So what do you tell somebody who's spent 1.5 years in jail waiting to go to trial, and then that person is acquitted? So sorry for taking up a year of your life. So the judges have a difficult time because they are obligated to release people if the Crown can't show that the person is going to be a danger to the public. So they have to show that. And if they can't, then they have to release the person. So that's a difficult thing. Public gets outraged. I don't blame them if someone's on bail and they've committed a crime. The thing is, it's difficult for judges and prosecutors and the police, who also release people, to predict human behavior. I know that's no real answer or no real comfort to those people who have been victims of crime from people who've been released.
Yeah, definitely an incredibly difficult problem with no easy solution. Wally Opal, thank you so much for taking the time.
My pleasure.
And sharing your insight with us.
Nafisa,
we're going to throw it over to you.
Thanks, Lauren. Again, public safety, top of mind for a lot of folks. Affordability and housing, though, also top of the list for what's important to voters. Again, I'm joined by Rupin Sioni from Environics Analytics. Let's take a deep dive into a Fraser Valley riding, Abbotsford West. So, Rupin, who lives here? What's important to them?
Well, this is a riding that has a lot of immigrants in it. About half the population is immigrants, and half the voters are from a segment called Canadian Mosaic, which is relatively young couples and small families living in this area. Now, the challenge they have is that their incomes are a little bit below average for BC, and they're feeling that squeeze again, like so many people are these days with affordability. They voted for the BC Liberals last time. Typically, this segment actually votes for the NDP. Now, if we look at some of the metrics on the riding here, you can see the average for BC is about 125,000. They're down at 116. Their shelter costs are well above in terms of share. Yes, in terms of the share of their income. They've also got kids, so high childcare costs in this riding. Housing values are a little bit below average, but we see that they're highly indebted. So again, struggling to make ends meet and find that housing that they can make ends meet with. One of the things, though, that's interesting is that they have a low belief in an active government in going in and intervening in the economy. So again, we'll see how they respond to what's on offer this time around.
Yeah, and these are the 11 categories of voters that we're looking at. You'll only see this right here on CTV, but here's what's going on in this riding. We don't have an incumbent in this riding because, well, he's right behind me in this studio, 8-term BC Liberal MLA Mike de Jong retiring. So without that strong incumbent, it could be a big issue like housing affordability that really influences how people vote tonight. Mi Jung, back to you.
All right, thanks, Nafisa. Another issue facing British Columbians is health care. Let's go to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen for more.
Thanks so much, Mi Jung. And joining us now to dive deeper into the state of healthcare in BC, we have Dr. Kathleen Ross, who is the former Canadian Medical Association and the former Doctors of BC Presidents, and current family physician with us now. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, Dr. Ross.
Oh, thanks for having me.
You can ask almost any British Columbian, and they'll tell you that there are major concerns with our healthcare system. We have jam-packed hospitals, ERs closing because there aren't enough physicians, long wait times for surgeries and procedures, and, of course, more than 700,000 people still without a family doctor. What is it like on the front lines right now for both physicians like yourself and for patients?
So there's no question at all that British Columbians are struggling for access, and I recognize this is not a problem unique in British Columbia. Having had the opportunity to cross the country, I know that we're facing a problem in many jurisdictions, but the lack of access is troubling. We get frequent phone calls at the office every day looking for contact. Can you take me? Can you take my patients on? And I do largely primary care obstetrics now. And it's not uncommon for you to be discharging moms and newborn babies to seek care in an urgent care center because we're not attaching them fast enough to family medicine or nurse practitioner.
And we know just how vital that connection can be for finding and catching any concerns early and get a diagnosis if there needs to be one. What are your biggest concerns overall when it comes to healthcare?
So it's all around access. I think we see that access certainly for the foundation of primary care. And you're right, that's the basis of every successful healthcare in the world. Every system that relies on primary care, supports primary care, has better continuity of care, earlier diagnosis, lower cost, fewer tests, and better patient satisfaction. For sure, we know that's the foundation. But we know that there's emergencies and urgent situations, and the wait times in our emergency rooms are long. In British Columbia, we saw more than 200 closures of our emergency departments by the end of the summer, and 72 in July alone. That's a staffing issue, and the long waits, unfortunately, relate to how many beds we have in the hospital, which is lower than other OECD nations. And it's hard for us to move people from the hospital into community care, because we have not supported home care well enough and not put resources into those areas. And then, of course, diagnostics. As our population ages and becomes more complex, these are chronic conditions that need investigations, that need follow-up, and those are falling through the cracks. And we heard both Mr. Opal and Grand Chief say we've got challenges with mental health and addictions, and we need to have a hard look at how we're supporting, not just in the critical stage, but those upstream supports. You know, mental health access for child and youth is so critical, and we need to move forward quickly.
All right, Dr. Ross, thank you so much for sharing your insight with us tonight. That's Dr. Kathleen Ross joining us, and Mi-Jung will send it back over to you with the panel.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. For those of you just joining us, veteran former cabinet ministers Mike de Jong of BC United and Judy Darcy, who represented New West for the NDP, will be with us throughout the night with their expert analysis. Mike, you were a Liberal for 3 decades. Does it pain you that the Liberal name is not on the ballot?
Not so much the name, but when you have been part of something, built something, a coalition. BC Liberal Party was a coalition, largely one of Gordon Campbell's making. It got elected in 1991. Gordon Wilson was the leader then. It evolved under Gordon Campbell and then Christy Clark. You can't possibly be part of something and contribute to something for that length of time and then not be impacted and feel some measure of nostalgia when you see it dismantled in the way that happened very suddenly. But you know, the history in this province is the free enterprise movement was the BC Social Credit Party, morphed into the BC Liberal Party. Tonight, we may be seeing the beginning of another metamorphosis. We'll see.
But if Kevin Falcon hadn't decided to change the name from Liberal to United, would we be talking about Kevin Falcon leading the coalition tonight instead of John Rustad?
Interesting question. If the name hadn't changed, if John Rustad had not been expelled from the then BC Liberal caucus, how would things have evolved differently? Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Right.
And Judy Darcy joins us. She's BC's first ever mental health and addictions minister and elected several times. Wanted to ask you your take on public safety has been a very big issue in this election, and decriminalization has figured quite prominently as well. It's an issue the NDP have backtracked or rolled back, along with things like the carbon tax. How much do you think those reversals will hurt the party tonight?
Well, decriminalization, there are a lot of misconceptions about what it is and what it isn't. And frankly, BC United and then the BC Conservatives have done their best to, I think, confuse voters about what it is and say that hard drugs have been legalized in the province of British Columbia, when that's absolutely not the case. It's still illegal to sell or produce illegal drugs in British Columbia. The change that was made was, and this was after the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police had come out favoring decriminalization, as had municipal leaders and many others across the country, was that individuals who were in possession of a small amount of drugs for personal consumption would not be charged criminally. So there were some challenges about public drug use, but the fine line that has to be walked is that the majority of people who are dying from toxic drugs are dying at home or inside alone. So, you know, it's a very fine line that the NDP's had to walk on it, because, you know, the NDP's been very focused on treatment and expanding recovery beds and access to low-cost or no-cost counseling, a lot more youth prevention programs. Most of that has been lost in the attacks that have come from the Conservatives on this. But harm reduction is still has to be one of the tools in the toolbox. It's one of many, but it's still a critical tool if we want to arrest this, you know, continuing number of people who are dying from toxic drugs. And they are people from every walk of life. They are people who live next door to us or people who live down the street.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Well, as we near the top of the clock, let's go to Nafisa Karim at the Power Board with a first look at what the CTV Decision Desk is projecting will happen tonight.
Mijung, the CTV election desk has been looking at polling data, riding history, candidates, and they crunched the numbers to come up with these projections. Now, remember, 47 is the number of seats you need to form a majority government, and here is what we are projecting. This is the 47, the line they need to cross. Tonight, both the NDP and BC Conservatives have the potential to form a majority. These are the ranges we're looking at. The NDP, anywhere from 35 to 60 seats. Conservatives, a minimum of 27 to a maximum of 52 seats. So again, either party could form a majority. Now, if they don't cross this line, the 47 number, we're in minority government territory. And that is when we could see some power plays from the BC Greens or Independents playing the role of kingmaker. Keep in mind, these ranges will shift as that atmospheric river of results comes in and your votes are counted. Again, though, this is the post they need to get past 47, and we'll see if anyone can get there tonight. Mijung?
All right, Nafisa, we know that affordable housing and real estate, of course, have been big ticket issues all throughout our region. Now, we do know also that one of the key battlegrounds in is the riding of Suri Cloverdale, where the two main candidates admit it will be a very tight race. CTV's Michelle Bernaro has more.
Your Conservative candidate.
Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko has been pounding the pavement for months.
Knocked on thousands of doors, yeah.
And her rival, the NDP's Mike Starchuk, has been doing the same.
It's going very well. The doors have become very receptive over this last few days.
Both candidates well aware of just how hard they'll have to fight if they want to take Suri Cloverdale.
It's extremely tight. I think this is really a tight race.
I think the race is going to be close. I think where it's going to be won is on the doorsteps.
And on the doorsteps, what both candidates say is first and foremost on the minds of voters is health care.
People who have trouble accessing health care or feel that they've received substandard care as a result of long waiting lists. And they're interested in talking to us about our plan to expand health care.
We promised a new hospital to come to Cloverdale along with the Regional Cancer Center. It's been under construction for the past year. So we're actually saying and doing the things that we said that we would be getting done.
This riding was long held by the Liberals until the last election when the NDP won it. Since then, the boundaries of this riding have been redrawn. Just how that shift in boundaries might affect the outcome on voting day remains to be seen, but both candidates say they've got a lot to offer voters.
We know what we've delivered. We know what we're delivering on.
Right now, the vehicle for change is the Conservative Party of BC, and I'm hearing from people that they're just interested in seeing a change.
Michelle Bernoro, CTV News, Surrey.
We know that affordable housing is another one of the top concerns for every single British Columbian. You have to have a roof over your head. And joining us now to talk more about that, we have Tom Davidoff with the UBC Sauder School of Business to break down what's really unfolding in BC. Thank you so much for taking the time tonight, Mr. Davidoff.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now, we know it is no secret that it isn't cheap to live here. We're the most expensive province to buy a home in, the most expensive cities to rent in, and affordability, though, has been an issue for quite a long time in BC. Can you give us a snapshot of where the situation sits right now?
Yes, our affordability is terrible. Price to income is really bad by global standards. Rent to income is less bad. Rents have been escalating recently quite dramatically, but the last year or so, not so much, and that may have to do with diminished immigration. So housing really costs have not escalated much in the last year after a really rotten last decade for affordability.
And there are, of course, some big ticket promises from all the parties on how to fix our affordability crisis. Let's start with the Conservatives and your thoughts on the Rustad rebate and speeding up approvals for building.
Right. So the Rustad rebate is money that comes back to you from taxes as something like 5% of your housing cost. The problem there is not clear if there's a benefit if you don't pay taxes, which a lot of people don't. And the other thing is the more you spend, the more you get back. But of course, rich people spend more on housing than poor people. And it's really the bottom of the income distribution where I think that redistribution of taxpayer money should go. Obviously, transferring money from taxpayers who tend to be rich to rich taxpayers doesn't do anything.
I need my prompt. And of course, we also know NDP did a pretty big ticket plan of changing those Airbnb rules. They also have some promises as well when it comes to making it easier to buy a home, increasing the percentage borrowed against base. What do you think about the NDP's plan for those first-time home buyers and overall?
Yeah, so generally speaking, I've been happy with the NDP's actions on the supply side. The big thing they've taken care of is municipalities used to be left on their own to do zoning, and the NDP, along with the federal Liberals and Conservatives, have recognized, no, you can't delegate land use 100% to municipalities. They bear all the costs of density, but only a tiny bit of the benefits. So a little bit of top-down pushing around was in order, and that was the famous Bills 44 through 47. As for the home ownership plan floated in this election, not my total favorite. Like the Rustad rebate, not tilted enough towards the lowest income households who need the most help.
And finally, the BC Greens are zeroing in on low income, on renter support and diversifying housing. Your take on their solutions?
Yeah, so I like that they do have a focus on transfers to low-income households. The problem there is there's a little bit too much hostility to investors in rental housing. They see things like pension funds and real estate investment trusts buying rental housing building from developers as a bad thing. I think most people who want to see affordability would like to see more rental housing, whoever the landlord is.
All right, Tom Davidoff, thank you so much for breaking this all down for us tonight. And we're going to send things over to Mijang.
Thank you, Lauren. One of the new ridings this year is Vancouver Yaletown, a hotly contested one of the battlegrounds we're watching tonight. Let's go live now to CTV's Ben Milger, who's in Vancouver Yaletown. Ben?
Jung, I'm sure today a lot of people in this area are talking about the weather, but over the past 6 weeks, public safety has been one of the primary points of conversation. It's something that all three candidates running in this riding told me they would focus on during this campaign. The riding stretches from Main Street to Burrard and False Creek to the inlet, so really comprising most of downtown. The NDP are represented here by Terry Young. He's a 30-year veteran of the Vancouver Police Department who retired recently to make his first foray into politics. For the Conservatives, Melissa DiGenova is a two-term Vancouver City Councillor and former Park Board Commissioner. She tells me John Rustad personally recruited her to run for his party in this riding. And for the Greens, Dana Lynn McKenzie is a lawyer who works at UBC in equity, diversity, and inclusion. Now, within this riding, there are a number of social media, public community safety groups on Facebook and WhatsApp. Oftentimes when there is a major violent incident or public safety incident in the downtown core, conversations in those groups tend to get quite political. So if anyone was able to tap into those groups, that could have really helped them drive voter turnout, which could be key in deciding who wins this riding. And ultimately, it seems like it's going to come down on who the voters of Vancouver Yaletown trust most on the issue of public safety. Mijang?
Okay, thank you, Ben.
Speaking of public safety, one of the issues the Conservatives have really hammered, and I think in some ways effectively, is this issue of public safety. And it seems as though they're really targeting these urban ridings. It's not as big an issue maybe in rural areas. How effective do you think that's going to present tonight?
I think at the end of the day, it's not going to be the vote-determining issue for most people. And I think that David Eby handled the issue exceptionally well when he pointed out that first John Rustad said that he would not enforce federal gun laws in British Columbia, meaning federal gun laws that prohibit the use of handguns or automatic weapons. So I think David Eby was successful in taking that issue away from him, because I think British Columbians are pretty concerned. It's one thing if you live in the country and you want to hunt. It's another thing to think that people should be allowed to have handguns and automatic weapons.
Okay, very quickly, Mike, Yaletown, are the Conservatives going to win in Yaletown?
I predict they will.
Okay, we'll see if that happens.
Heard it there first.
Okay, we're approaching the top of the hour. The voting places are about to close and the counting about to begin as we move forward, deciding who will form the next BC government. We have live reports throughout Metro Vancouver, in-depth analysis, and the fastest results just ahead. Election 2024 on CTV News continues right now.
A roller coaster season.
The political world is in such flux.
With unexpected twists and turns.
We'll be withdrawing our candidate nominations.
A political ride with high stakes.
It's the cost of living here.
It is expensive, and groceries and everything.
For all British Columbians.
Healthcare, it's a disaster.
Sometimes we don't feel safe. BC means bring your cash.
After months of pitches, promises, and razor-thin margins, tonight, BC voters have their say.
Moving forward, do things better.
Make this a better place.
Who will lead the way forward? We're about to find out. From CTV News Vancouver, this is Election 2024 with me, Zheng Li.
It has been an election campaign like none other. The once fringe Conservative Party of BC experienced a dramatic resurgence. Its popularity surpassed BC United and led Kevin Falcon to pull the plug on his party less than 2 months before the election. The three leaders campaigned on fixing British Columbians' major frustrations: the cost of living, high real estate prices, healthcare, crime, and social disorder. It's been a contentious election, defined by NDP leaks of comments made by Conservative leader John Rustad about the COVID-19 vaccine and climate action. Rustad has also been dealing with fallout from a series of controversial remarks by candidates that emerged on social media. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. The results, the reasons behind them, the reactions, and of course, the new government. You will see it all unfold live right here. We are also streaming on ctvnewsvancouver.ca. The first results are just minutes away. Here's how you'll see them. On the bottom of your screen, the standings of the parties and independents. That's who's leading and who's elected. And on the right side of your screen, we'll have results from all 93 ridings as we get them. We'll be cycling through them all throughout the night. Joining me in studio all evening is CTV's Legislative Bureau Chief Rob Buffum. Together, we're bringing you those results. Rob, what are you watching tonight?
Well, this is an exciting time. We've been waiting for a long time for this moment. We're going to find out very soon. We're going to be looking at those battlegrounds in the suburban areas around Vancouver. That's where tonight's election will be decided. There's 10 so-called battlegrounds in Surrey. There's 10 in the Fraser Valley. There's 4 in Richmond. 24 seats there. Whoever wins the bulk of those will come out tonight as the government.
Okay, thank you, Rob. And our election team is the best in the business, analyzing the vote totals with lightning speed. We won't know what the new legislature looks like for a little while yet, but the decision desk has calculated the range of seats each party can expect. And CTV News at 5 anchor Nafisa Karim has a look at that over at the Power Board.
Mijang, again, 6 new ridings this time around, 93 seats up for grabs. But the number I want you to remember is 47. The winner needs 47 seats for a majority government. Since someone needs to be the speaker, though, a workable majority is at least 48. Let's look at the seat projection ranges for tonight. We talk about first past the post. This is the post, 47. The range that we're predicting right now is a maximum of 60 seats for the NDP, a minimum of 35. Conservatives with a minimum of 27 seats to a maximum of 52. So both parties are able to reach a majority government tonight. But if we are in minority government territory, that's when we're going to start to see things get interesting with the Greens and Independents perhaps lending their support to whoever has the minority to bring them over the line. But of course, polls are closed. Your votes are being counted. We will see who gets over this line first, if anyone can. Mijang, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. After 7 years in power, the NDP carries the weight of voter frustration on the affordability crisis, house prices, healthcare, crime, and social disorder. CTV's Penny Daflos is at the NDP election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Penny.
Mijung, the wait is almost over, and if you think it's hard for us watching as the public to see what the result is going to be of this election, imagine what it must be like for the candidates, for their families and their supporters. Then you magnify all of that pressure and you think what the leaders are going through, including David Eby, who's in this hotel right now watching with his family. His sister has come to visit him from Ontario. She must be in there with the family as well, watching to see what these results are, waiting for those to trickle in. Of course, David Eby is a father of 3. You can see baby Gwendolyn there. She was born in June. So imagine David Eby has been balancing a newborn at home, a very intense 28 days on the campaign trail, a remarkable time in their family's history right now. And you can see this room is starting to fill up. It got a lot louder right at 8 o'clock. That's when they open the doors and let everybody come in. We're going to start seeing those results coming in very soon. And I can tell you the New Democrats I've talked to so far, they're feeling a little bit nervous.
Okay, thank you, Penny. And I believe we have results coming in already. We have electronic tabulating this time. For the first time, we've got Salmon Arm Shuswap. David Williams, the Conservative, leading by 191 votes. So first results coming in. This is a milestone when we see the results so quickly.
Yeah, well, Elections BC said they figured by 8:30 there would be 50% of the votes in and 98% of them by the end of the hour. There we go. Keele Giddens and Prince George there, lead of just a short number of ballots, but that's an early lead for the Conservatives.
Yeah, Abbotsford South, Mike, you're watching Abbotsford. Bruce Banman, the Conservative incumbent, you're not surprised that he's in the lead right now?
Not surprised. Would expect Bruce Banman to win. Probably a little closer than Bruce Banman and the Conservatives were anticipating at this point, very early returns.
So, yeah, you're expecting him to win that handily.
I am.
If the NDP can hang on to Abbotsford, Langley, what would that say to you?
Well, they'll have to regain Langley. They'll have to regain seats in Chilliwack. Again, we talked earlier this evening about Abbotsford West and Abbotsford Mission. Those are all in the Fraser Valley, key seats for the Conservatives and key indicators of whether the Conservatives are going to do well tonight.
Okay, so that will be really a bellwether or a signal of what's to come?
I think it is, particularly in that part of the province.
Well, it's been 46 years since a BC Conservative was elected. We may see one elected in a few moments, I suppose.
Very real possibility, and that would be a part of the province. You know, Prince George, Salmon Arm, those are areas of the province the Conservatives have to win. To be in this race, for us to be talking in an hour about the possibility of a Conservative government, those seats have to be blue.
And that riding that was being led there was Greg Kylo's old riding, a BC United MLA. So we've now got a Conservative sort of filling that void. I guess we would expect that in many spots.
We would expect it, but who's to say? We'll see if those early returns continue through the course of the evening.
Okay, and if you're just joining us right now, we are joined by veteran cabinet ministers Mike de Jong and Judy Darcy of the NDP. Judy, what's your gut telling you? Can the NDP hang on to a majority tonight?
My gut isn't telling me anything except that it's very, very close. I almost want to say it's going to be a long night, but of course it's not, because we have this new voting system, so we will know the results very quickly. But if the NDP were to win a third majority, as I mentioned earlier, that would be historic. That has never happened in the province of British Columbia. And you see worldwide, there's global inflation. There's a lot of frustration with the cost of living, not just in British Columbia, across the country and elsewhere. So the NDP government is dealing with those headwinds.
Second majority. First one wasn't a majority.
Forming government three times in a row. Okay, correction. Forming government 3 times in a row, it would still be a first. It would still be a first, and it would be historic.
Okay, well, John Rustad mounted a challenge that few, including him, saw coming just a few months ago. CTV's Michelle Bernaro is covering the Conservative campaign and joins us live. Michelle.
Yeah, you know, with the polls closed now, this room is filling up, and there's a lot of energy in this room. I've been talking to people. They're here from, you know, Surrey, Burnaby, Langley, Comox, all over the place. I've been asking them, you know, are you nervous tonight? Every single person I've talked to just said that they are excited about tonight. They believe that British Columbians are ready for change. Now, John Rustad himself, he is not here just yet. He is nearby, I'm told, watching the results from an area not far from here, although they weren't specific about exactly where he was. And not that long ago, I spoke with the Conservative candidate for Vancouver Little Mountain, John Cooper. Here's what he had to say. And we are here tonight now with John Cooper, the Conservative candidate for Vancouver Little Mountain. John, thanks for joining us tonight.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, so it's been a long campaign. How are you feeling about the Conservatives' campaign tonight?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, the polls have been rising on a pretty good trend back since about December. So, you know, there's some, you know, back and forth a little bit, but I think we're in good shape, and we'll see how it goes tonight.
Now, you're in a new riding. What's it like for a Conservative candidate to run in that riding, and what do you think your chances are?
Well, I think it's a tough riding. I knew when I took it, it would be a tough riding, but it's a new riding, and I'm hoping the folks in the resident in the region will know that, you know, I've served them on the park board for 11 years, so there's some name recognition, and the conservatory, which is in the center of the riding, is something that I saved back in 2009. So I'm hoping that gives me a little bit of a boost, and we'll just see. I hope there's a blue wave tonight, and if there is, I think I've got a shot.
All right, thanks so much for your time. We have been speaking with John Cooper, the Conservative candidate for Vancouver Little Mountain. And, you know, he talked about that blue wave. And, of course, everybody in this room here, the supporters of the Conservatives, are hoping that they will see a blue wave tonight, hoping that this will be a historic night for them. But, you know, the energy is definitely building in this room. And, you know, people believe that 7 years of the NDP, the people here believe that BC is ready for change. So we will soon find out as those numbers keep coming in. Mijung?
All right, thank you, Michelle. And the results are coming in fast and furious. I believe we have our first elected MLA. Let's go to Vancouver Hastings. No, not this one. But anyways, Nikki Sharma is ahead in Vancouver Hastings. No surprise there.
That seems like a safe bet. I don't think their riding's ever gone any way but orange.
In the year in 2001, when only 2 NDP MLAs were elected, that was one of them. That would be a shock if it did not return
that's
an
a survivor.
The Attorney General's looking good there, I guess.
And Nikki Sharma is a superb candidate.
Yeah, okay.
There we go, Mijung. We have
General.
the very first BC Conservative elected in 46 years.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, we've got British Columbia standings. I believe we're going to go. Well, we can declare that John Rustad has been re-elected in the Chaco Lake. So that's a milestone for
That is a milestone. It dates
the
back
first person elected tonight.
Was a BC Conservative, and it hasn't happened in 46 years in this province. John Rustad, no surprise, in the Chaco Lakes.
And the leader of the Conservative Party is the first Conservative elected in 57 years.
Yeah, and he says he was kind of a reluctant leader. Like, he never saw that he would be in this position.
I don't think John Rustad ever, from the decade or more that I worked with him, ever maneuvered to become a leader, and yet here he is on a very exciting night. And
okay,
now,
we've got another re-elected MLA, Bruce Banman, who was he the first to go over to the Conservatives, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he saw the writing on the wall.
Well, he is celebrating tonight, and we will learn probably in the next 45 minutes how many more of his colleagues are celebrating and which party is going to celebrate forming government.
Yeah. So what are you thinking right now, Judy?
It's such early day. It's such early minutes. I won't say hours. It's such early minutes. I think the ones we've seen so far are predictable. There aren't any surprises there. Time will tell as more results come in from battleground ridings.
Are we going to take a look at some of the suburban ridings? Port Moody, Burquitlam, Rick Glumac leading there for the NDP by a healthy margin, 900, almost 1,000 votes there.
And no surprise. I mean, he's been elected there previously, the incumbent. He is got a fairly healthy lead at this point.
Okay, back to Vancouver Hastings. Nikki Sharma leading again. But you know what? The lead is not huge, but it is only one ballot box reporting. So we should put that in context there.
Salmon Arm, Greg Kylo's old riding. Again, the Conservatives still with the lead. Only 7 voting areas reporting at this point, but still. Now, this is an interesting riding. This is one of those battlegrounds we've been watching closely. A lead for Michelle Molyneux of...
This is really interesting because this is an area, the NDP made a huge breakthrough, a significant breakthrough a couple of elections ago. And if they lose that...
okay, well, so we'll talk about Prince George Valemount. That's Shirley Bond's old riding, right?
Yeah, and close results there as well.
Yeah.
Nanaimo Lanceville, another one of those what could be very key ridings. Gwen O'Mahony, who was previously an NDP MLA in Chilliwack, switching sides. She won in a by-election and lost the subsequent year, but this is going to be a close one here.
So the Conservatives definitely needing to get some ridings, some wins on the island, and it looks like they're leading in Nanaimo right now.
Well, I'm not sure who is at the, and we'll see it in a few moments, I'm sure, at the Conservative Party headquarters. But they are probably, for the moment at least, feeling pretty good about what they see.
Okay, let's turn it over now to Nafisa Karim.
All right, we've been looking at the ranges in terms of the seat projections. Earlier, the margins were quite wide, but first I want to remind you, 47 is the number required for a majority government. Right around when the polls closed, we were predicting a seat range of 35 to 60 for the NDP. But look, it has narrowed between 37 and 54. And look at the Conservatives. We are now very close here with a range of 35 to 52. 10 minutes ago, that range was way down here, 27 to 52. And what we're seeing is changes in the predicted seats for the Greens and the Independents. So right now, within the first minutes of results coming in, the race is narrowing. It is getting tighter. We'll see who can get to the magic number of 47 if they do get there at all. Mi Jung.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. As she mentioned, the race is tightening up. Conservatives doing well. Let's take a look at Vancouver Point Grey. Of course, the riding of David Eby. Only a 35-vote lead right there. He is expected to win, I believe.
I think that's right. I'm sure Chip Wilson is one person who probably did not vote for David Eby tonight.
Do you think the Chip Wilson factor played a role at all, Judy?
Well, Chip Wilson, I think, did David Eby and the NDP a lot of favors. You know, a billionaire who has the most expensive house, I believe, in the province.
That's right.
Putting up huge billboards in front of his house.
Okay, we've got Port Moody, Burke Whitlam, NDP incumbent, still leading there. Of course, the Conservatives trying to make some inroads in these suburbs.
Well, we're going to watch Surrey, we're going to watch the suburbs, and Mi Jung, we're going to see whether that breakthrough happens. We've seen a few of the early returns out of Surrey that are very interesting. And of course, we've already identified what some of the key ridings there would be. And for the moment, at least, the Conservatives have something to celebrate.
How does it feel? It's the first time in 30 years you haven't been personally invested in these outcomes.
It's very exciting, isn't it? And to have the returns come in as quickly as they are, I think is great for the viewers and great for people that the 1.7 million British Columbians that got out there to vote can see the results of what they did.
Do you wish you were running this election?
Not at all. Not at all. It was, I was ready to leave. I was ready to leave. And I don't think people should hang on longer than, you know, there were wonderful people coming up behind me and, you know,
Two terms was good.
Two terms was good.
Okay, well, the BC Greens, you know, they tried to present themselves as an alternative to the NDP, and Conservatives hoping for a minority government. CTV's Yvonne Raymond is covering the Greens in Victoria.
Mi Jung, the room is a different place from the last time we spoke. I had in my notes here that dozens of people here are here, but I'm actually going to say that that's way too conservative. There are definitely upwards of 100 people. The speeches have begun and the watch party is very much on. Green leader Sonia Furstenau has moved to home to Victoria Beacon Hill. The riding has been an NDP stronghold for decades, and the party also has a new candidate in its other incumbent riding of Saanich North in the Islands. Furstenau has arrived to a standing ovation here at the party. She kept her speech brief, thanking folks for their support and saying she's worked hard to bring joy to politics.
In 2017, at the end of our campaign in Cowichan, I was interviewed on the day after, and I said that we campaigned with love in our hearts. And I went into this campaign absolutely determined to campaign with love in our hearts, because politics needs a whole lot more love.
are 68 Green candidates on the ballot this race. More than a dozen of them are expected to be here tonight, and I can tell you that word joy keeps coming up tonight in some of the early speeches. There's tons of smiles, lots of laughter here at the Green Party tonight so far.
Okay, thank you, Yvonne. These results are pretty interesting. It's a very tight race. We've got the Conservatives leading or elected in 46, the NDP leading or elected in 45. They're trailing. Judy, your reaction?
Well, I'm looking at Metro Vancouver, which is the area where most of the swing ridings are going to be, and the NDP is leading there compared to the Conservatives. It all depends which polls have come in. The NDP has always felt it was going to be really tight. I've always felt it was going to be very tight, and I think we're just going to see that continue to unfold until the results are all in.
It's kind of amazing how early we're seeing these results, though, because I know Elections BC said historically was 45 minutes after the polls closed, they'd start getting the first results out.
Okay, Lauren Dirksen has been re-elected in Caribou, Chilcotin. That's not a surprise. It's the gains they need, right?
It is the ridings they need to hold, the gains that they need, and what I think is really interesting is as we watch these returns. Here's another NDP.
Heavily favored in Vancouver West End.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
No surprises whatsoever.
Sorry, I interrupted you, Mike. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say as we watch these returns come in, and it's early days, it's early moments, but can the Conservatives pick up those seats in the suburbs that they need to stay in the race and to form government?
And we knew Adrian Dix was going to go back to Victoria. Absolutely. He's one of the safest NDP seats I think in the province.
If you think about Vancouver with the 12 seats there, the Conservatives would probably be happy to come out of tonight with 3 of those. So I would expect...
They'd be happy with that. They'd like to split Surrey, and they'd like to pick up seats east of Surrey.
They've probably got to pick up the bulk of the Fraser Valley if they want any chance of winning, I would think.
If the Conservatives are going to form government, they have to pick up all those Chilliwack, Langley, Abbotsford seats.
Ward Stormer's been re-elected. And Victoria Beacon Hill, look at that. Sonia Furstenau in the lead, but a very narrow lead, but early on.
Yeah, Tim Tillman, he actually ran quite a high-profile campaign. He had some interesting online ads. He's a gentleman who's blind and sort of had quite a clever, funny commercial involving that, but I don't think he's going to prevail there. But amazing to see.
Pretty strong NDP seat. So Sonia Furstenau, who I thought acquitted herself very well in the leaders' debate, has developed, I think, a very strong reputation, positive reputation in the House. Can she beat the incumbent Grace Laurie from the NDP? That, too, would be bad news for the NDP.
That would be it.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Surrey. St. Alexander is live in Suri Cloverdale at the campaign office of Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko. St.
It's been fascinating to watch the results come in. I've heard, it's like an early Christmas present, like, this is so hard, the reaction. The TV's just over there, and the reaction has been quite something else. Okay, so we have Bianca here, we have Deborah here. They are volunteers with the campaign. What are you thinking so far? We'll start with you.
I'm almost ready to have a heart attack.
What do you think? Are you feeling positive? What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling positive. Eleanor's an excellent candidate, and she's going to serve this riding very, very well.
We're going to talk about the weather today because it was crazy. I know you're volunteers. You were out there, and especially this riding when it's so close, you've got to make sure and get every vote out. So what was it like out today? What was the plan?
We were drenched. So we were out today. We had a log fall over the road and people clearing it away so we could keep going. But we were out there, so we were so determined to get the vote out today.
Okay, and what are you making the results so far, you guys? What are you guys seeing in terms of the speed of it all coming in?
It is so fast, but I am just so excited. I cannot believe that this is happening. We just came from nothing, and now we're neck and neck. So I'm really excited here.
Okay, we haven't heard yet about this riding, but we do know that Eleanor Sturko is watching privately. Her campaign manager is with her, and when she gets the results, she is going to come back here no matter what happens. We'll send it back to you.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, thank you, Sam. We've been chatting and watching all these results. Some really close races happening in many ridings.
In areas that we perhaps didn't expect to see close races
here.
Brent Chapman, who attracted his share of attention during the campaign and seems to be into an early lead in Surrey South.
Well, the Conservatives think he's going to win.
Well, at the moment, it looks like he will.
And that one is frankly...
Battlegrounds, Surrey, sorry to interrupt you, but another lead for the Conservatives at the moment. Early days, 6 out of 15 reporting.
That's pretty close.
Brian Tepper.
That's a pretty solid NDP riding, though, isn't it, Judy?
Yes, it has been. Not consistently, but mainly it has been solid NDP.
Trailing. Yeah, Rashna Singh was also trailing. We've got the Jag Group Brar trailing in Surrey Fleetwood. So right now the Conservatives are holding their own in these suburbs.
In the interior in Surrey, we've seen 4 ridings where they do have a lead. Jack Brar has been elected multiple times there.
In the areas that they need to be winning, the Conservatives are winning. In the areas where they need to pick up at the moment, they seem to be picking up seats.
Randy Neal, former broadcaster, leading in Powell River for the NDP.
Yeah, no, this is, it's obviously a start the Conservatives would be very pleasantly. I mean, North Surrey is an area where I think they would have conceded seats to the NDP, but Rachna Singh at the moment behind in that seat.
Jenny Sims behind, Singh behind. I mean, those are not the results. Those are not the results that I think people were expecting out of Surrey.
And I've not seen an independent who's winning yet. I saw Coralie Oakes was behind in her riding. No surprise there without the party behind them. The North Island's a seat the Conservatives have been very hopeful to win. The incumbent there for the NDP winning, though, and we've seen a flip now.
Okay, now NDP is ahead in Nanaimo.
This is going to keep going back and forth, and forth.
And now Jody Tour had some controversy. The NDP were trying to raise some issues about her credentials,
she
but
had
she's
a doctor
leading.
in front of her name.
She called herself doctor and gave the impression she was a medical doctor.
If you have a look at Kelowna Centre, you see the potential impact of an independent candidate, where the NDP may be in a position to win a seat they would never ordinarily
That's where the doctor, Hoomer, is running as an independent, formerly BC United, and Loyal Woodridge made
You presently see the Conservative candidate in second place behind.
Okay, Cowichan Valley, that's Sonia Furstenau's old riding, and the Conservatives are leading. Okay, let's throw it back to Nafisa Karim and Mario Canseco.
Well, here's an example of why we think that the Suri Cloverdale folks are very excited at the Conservative headquarters. Right now, BC-wide, Conservatives leading an elected 46 seats. The NDP are at 45. There's a lot of blue on this map, but let's take a look at what it looks like in Metro Vancouver. Some of these Surrey ridings, you can see south of the Fraser, there is a lot of blue. And what we're looking at here is a potential seat change for the NDP of losing 11 seats potentially in Metro Vancouver. Mario, what sticks out to you?
The key issue here is, of course, this is almost like being back in time in 2017. The numbers are there. It's going to be very close. It's essentially a tie. And what we have is the NDP not really holding on to all of those seats that were won under John Horgan in 2020. So they're down here. They're up in some other areas. Not really surprising to see the Greens had one. That is West Vancouver, but we should be checking how that goes in the next few moments. But it's certainly a change for the Conservatives. And the popular vote is roughly where it was when we last checked. So it's about half for the NDP, 43% for the Conservatives. We need to remember that the Conservatives ran in only 2 seats in Metro Vancouver back in 2020. So this is a significant change. The Greens had 7 independents. We thought they were going to be a little bit of a spoiler, not really happening at this stage.
All right, right now we can tell you that the House projection is a virtual tie. Both main parties are in a position where they could form a majority government. Again, this is the line 47. We have a projected maximum for the NDP at 52 and the Conservatives at a projected maximum of 51. So anyone is still in this. Mijang, back to you.
All right, thank you, Nafisa. We've heard the word statistical tie throughout this whole campaign, and it's becoming a reality tonight.
So here's an interesting question. In the scenario we see unfolding at the moment, Sonia Furstenau, or at least her party, may once again hold the balance of power. Who do they do the deal with?
Okay, we'll have to see.
Tough for them to side with the Conservatives.
Let's pick up on that in a moment. But first, let's go back to CTV's Penny Daflos at the NDP election night headquarters.
Meantime, the results are starting to come in, so we're starting to hear a lot of reaction from the folks here, including I've got with me Ravi Kalon. He's here to give us his reaction. CTV News Decision Desk already calling it for your cabinet colleagues, Nikki Sharma, Spencer Chandra Herbert, Adrian Dix. Your reaction so far to hearing those names?
That's great. I'm so happy. They've been such hardworking MLAs, ministers, There's a lot of noise happening behind me. People are happy. Results are coming in. This is partly the excitement that comes with elections, but also, the anxiety that comes with elections as well. And so looking forward to seeing more of my colleagues come across the line.
Now, you've been campaigning. Your ground game is really strong. I've seen you posting on social media. You've been engaging with voters. Tell me a little bit about what it's been like on the campaign trail.
Well, it's always fascinating to go to the electorate. You've got part of the population that's very engaged, that knows what's happening, and then you always get the odd person who is not really connected. I shared earlier that I had a person on the doorstep who thought they were going to vote for Kamala Harris in this election, and I thought they were Americans. I asked them if they were American. They said no, and I just said, well, I'm a New Democrat, and I hope you consider me as well. And she said, yeah, no problem, and we went about our way. So elections are funny, and as we know, a lot of people are paying attention, but there are some people that are not, and we're trying to engage with as many of them as we could throughout the election.
Thank you so much for your time, Ravi. We really appreciate it. There you go, a little bit of word on the street about what's been happening with the ground game that the NDP is so very well known for.
Okay, well, let's take a look at some of the Richmond ridings that are. Teresa Watt, also former United, turned to Conservative, has been re-elected in Richmond Bridgeport.
That's the one riding they had before, and they wanted to certainly hold on to that and pick up a few others.
This is a gain in Abbotsford West.
Wait, I know where that is.
You have a certain affinity.
And you were saying that Abbotsford is key.
No surprises here, but the margin of victory suggests to me that in the region, in the Fraser Valley, Central Fraser Valley East, the Conservatives are going to do very well.
Okay, Raj Chauhan, Speaker of the Legislature, re-elected in Burnaby, New Westminster. You're not surprised about that, Judy?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. He's served since 2005.
Yeah, and healthy margin there with only 8 ballot boxes. Okay, now we've got Lynn Block elected as the Conservative to represent West Vancouver Capilano. Karan Kirkpatrick was hoping as an independent she could secure the victory, but no such luck.
And there we go in Chilliwack. That is, we've seen an incumbent defeated by Heather Maas. She beat Dan Coulter, who was a minister. This is them reflipping the seat that was won by Coulter back in 2020.
Chilliwack returning to its free enterprise roots, if you will.
Okay. Now we've got some breaking news, so let's turn it back to Nafisa.
Mijang, the seat projections have changed. We now have a different color at the top of the board here. Conservatives right now with a maximum projection of 51 seats with a minimum of 42. And these two flipped spots just in the last minute. So the NDP now with a maximum of 50 seats. A minimum of 40. Let's look at the probability of first. It is 59% for the Conservatives, and the NDP has a 36%. What about a majority? Let's look at the Conservative numbers. The probability of them forming a majority, 39%, but 35% for the NDP. So it is still very, very close. These numbers are coming in very quickly, and this just switched just in the last minute. Back to you.
Yeah, plenty of drama. The numbers keep shifting. The projections keep shifting, but all seem to be favoring the Conservatives tonight.
Mijang, so far, as Judy said, in some of these ridings, the particular polls that are reporting in can play a big difference. So you do have to be cautious. But I would say, as of this point in the proceedings tonight, the Conservatives are probably ahead of where they thought they'd be, and a lot of other people thought they would be.
Okay, we've got Jordan Keeley.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Jordan Keeley win that. I'd heard that Dan Davies, one of the Fighting Five, as they called themselves, an independent there, had a good chance of winning. That's not come to pass, nor did it come to pass for Karan Kirkpatrick in West Vancouver.
Okay, the results keep Bowen Ma re-elected in North Vancouver. But let's go now to CTV's Kevin Chirac. He is following 4 key ridings in Richmond. Kevin?
Yes, Mijang, cheers just erupted a few seconds ago. We're here at the Teresa Watt headquarters. She is for Richmond Bridgeport, representing the BC Conservatives. Han Chan is also here, running for the BC Conservatives in the Richmond Centre riding. This is a very intriguing battleground, Richmond, because it was dominated by the BC Liberals for most of the 21st century. Then in 2020, NDP took 3 of 4 seats. Teresa Watt hung on to her 1 seat as a BC Liberal, but then she crossed over to the BC Conservatives just a few months ago. So the BC Conservatives really do believe that they can take that BC United vote. We could be in for a lot of change tonight. Meanwhile, the NDP is hoping to ride the wave from 2020 and carry that momentum. There's also a few intriguing independents, some former BC United members running in Richmond Steveston and Richmond Centre. So as the results come in, I imagine we may hear a cheer, at least a few more cheers tonight here at Teresa Watt headquarters. For now, though, we will send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Kevin. You heard Kevin say that they've been cheering in Richmond, that Teresa Watt has been elected, but they need to pick up those other Richmond seats if the Conservatives want to get a majority, if they want to win, right? How are you feeling right now, Judy, with this gap tightening?
I've said from the beginning, and I wasn't just saying it for the purposes of drama, I have always believed this was going to be very, very tight. I think the NDP has always believed it was going to be very, very close. And you know, I know from when I ran for office in New Westminster twice, one time I won every poll, but there was another time when 2 polls came in. They happened to be the only polls I lost, but what was showing up was that the NDP was trailing in New Westminster, where the NDP or the CCF have won every election for about 68 years. So
okay, we've got some breaking news from Vancouver Point Grey. NDP leader David Eby re-elected in Vancouver Point Grey.
And we've seen a few of these NDP candidates getting elected here now. Atlanta Popham on the island, re-elected, no big surprise there at all. Katrine Conroy's successor in the Kootenays also elected, so some NDP pickups and ridings you would expect to see the NDP do well. I guess what will be really telling is, as we've talked about, those ridings where, you know, they're the battleground ones. These Kootenay ridings, the South Island, we would expect Sheila Malcolmson in Nanaimo getting re-elected as well. No big surprise there, but it's these, as we talked about, if Teresa Watt can add a few neighbours in Richmond for the Conservatives, that would be a big deal.
Well, I think what's really surprising in a campaign where Rustad was largely on the defensive. Here's average
There's
submission.
a gain, actually.
And that is a significant gain.
You flagged that as the big one to watch.
That is a significant gain in a campaign where Rustad was constantly on the defensive. That the NDP ran technically a very sound campaign.
And here's another gain in Richmond Centre, Han Chen. We were talking about Richmond.
Yes.
And how critical that is.
And here we are in maybe not a neck-and-neck race that the Conservatives can actually win and form government.
And this happened even with an independent in the mix. Like Wendy Yuan was the independent, was a former United. So despite that, but okay, we've got Susie Chant.
That one was expected to be very, very close.
They'll be happy about that. I know David Eby was in North Vancouver yesterday telling where the leader was.
Yes.
Obviously, they were worried about that.
Ian Payton, another former BC Liberal, BC United with the Conservatives, apparently on his way to victory.
One of only 3 BC Uniteds welcomed into the fold. Gavin Dew there in Kelowna.
A former contestant for the leadership of the then BC Liberal Party, now apparently going to be an MLA in a Conservative caucus.
An NDP.
Notice I didn't say Conservative government yet. Conservative caucus.
Anne Kang has been re-elected in Burnaby Centre, a healthy lead, even with just 12 of the ballot boxes reporting.
There we go.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
Youngest city councillor in Nanaimo has emerged victorious there in a riding that was expected to be a battleground.
Okay.
Yeah. Because we were talking about how the Conservatives, if they are to win, they need to pick up some ridings.
And that was despite that was despite Andrew Weaver endorsing the Conservatives.
Yeah, the fact that the Nanaimos have gone NDP. Does that dampen your hopes a little bit?
Look, I don't think there's any question that the Conservative Party needs to make some breakthroughs on Vancouver Island. I don't think they're going to win a lot of seats there, but they have to make some breakthroughs in order to form government.
And we saw Stephanie Higginson leading last I looked in Ladysmith Oceanside, which would be a critical riding for them to win.
We've got Langley Abbotsford here. Harmon Bangu has won for the Conservatives. That's another gain in Langley Abbotsford.
Again, a return.
It's a return.
It's a return to the ordinary state of affairs in that part of the province.
What's ordinary? We don't know what's ordinary.
These are seats that the NDP, many of them took for the first time last time.
Yes, they did.
And we wanted to see if that was just a 2020 anomaly or was it going to be a trend? But it appears that they're going back to the Conservatives.
Well, you figure they flipped 16 seats last time, so a bunch of them are bound to come back.
Yeah, how many are coming back? That will be the tail of the tape tonight, I guess.
Yeah, and the Conservatives were hopeful that the high advance voting could indicate a desire for change. Sonia Furstenau actually trailing in Victoria Beacon Hill. I always think of Victoria Beacon Hill's Carol James riding, don't you?
Carol James held that seat from 2005, absolutely. It has been a strong NDP seat. But we've known that there was going to be a very, very strong challenge by Sonia Furstenau. A lot of people want to see her voice in the legislature and are voting for that reason, even though Grace Lohr has a lot of support in her constituency and has been a very good minister.
Well, we'll have to see what happens there. But certainly, as you mentioned earlier, if the Conservatives are to win tonight, they're probably going to have to take, I would think, 3 seats on the island.
It's pretty tough to form government. And by the way, if you're going to form a government, you'd like to have broad regional representation. So will it happen? We should know inside of the next 45 minutes.
Okay, so now it is 8:39 and elections. Okay, breaking news. We can declare that Sonia Furstenau has been defeated in Victoria Beacon Hill. It was a very close race. It was a political gamble. Grace Lohr has been elected in Victoria Beacon Hill. Let's go live now to CTV's Yvonne Raymond. Yvonne?
Certainly, Mijang, this will be disappointing news for Sonia Furstenau, who had high hopes coming into this riding that she could win it. She felt like she really brought a campaign of joy, of hope, and she worked very hard to door knock and canvass the community, trying to win voters over to the Green side. Obviously not enough here tonight. We haven't seen her. She's expected for a second speech around 8:35, so we could be seeing from her soon. I don't believe the room is fully aware that she has been defeated. The last update the room got was when she was down in the poll, and there was certainly some booing for that, but I don't believe that they're fully aware that she has been defeated yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Yvonne. And the lead that Grace Lohr had was substantial. It was 3,000 votes. Judy, what do you think happened with the Green support in this election? I mean, it's down 5%.
Well, Grace Lohr, I think, was an excellent constituency MLA, very strong support locally, a very strong minister. And I think people were also very, very worried about the possibility of Rustad and the Conservatives winning. And at the end, a lot of Green voters that I spoke to in various places were switching to the NDP in order to try and stop the Conservatives. And in this case, we're successful.
And that was something that David Eby was talking about in the last days of the campaign. He was in Squamish encouraging folks there if they had any concerns about a Conservative government. Oh, there we go. Rick Glumac has been re-elected in Port Moody.
No big surprise there. Back to the Greens, though, probably a bigger surprise that they couldn't field an entire slate of candidates across the province.
Yeah, they only had about 69, I think. Yeah.
Which surprised me, and it's something that they fought very hard to do in the last couple of elections. I think they benefited from it, and when they had to confirm that they didn't have candidates in every election, I think their brand suffered as a result of it.
Do you think about the fact?
But Mike, but they also focused a lot of their energy, almost all of their resources, on trying to elect Sonia Furstenau in Victoria Beacon Hill, and that certainly detracted from the energy and the resources they were able to put into recruitment across the province. Yeah,
that, maybe, but for younger voters, concern around the environment and the Green Party as a vehicle for articulating that concern is very real, and when they don't have that opportunity, I think it translates into a diminished number of votes for the Greens right across BC.
Not a surprise there. Tamara Davidson. Chris Sankey, of course, was the subject of some controversy earlier on with the allegations or thoughts that he had tweeted or promoted the idea that the COVID vaccine could contribute to something called VAIDS. And that riding, of course, was the one that had the highest percentage of NDP voters last time around.
Yeah, I think even if he hadn't said anything controversial, it would have been an NDP win. That's a strong NDP win.
It is a very strong NDP seat, for sure, and a high percentage of Indigenous people as well, and certainly First Nations leadership. We're actively engaged in this election, sometimes for the first time, saying that the Conservatives were a danger to reconciliation and to implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
But the NDP were relentless, consistent in pointing out these controversial comments from Brent Chapman and other candidates, even John Rustad himself. But it didn't seem to really stick with voters.
Well, the evidence suggests that you're bang on in terms of, you would think in a campaign where the leader of the party, Conservative Party, John Rustad, was constantly on the defensive, having to answer for these kinds of comments, never really got to talk about the stuff that free enterprisers want to talk about, which is the economy, which is job creation, which is a vision for the economic future of the province. He never really got there.
Despite that, they're still doing well.
He may be in a position to form a government.
Okay, let's turn it over now to CTV's Shannon Patterson, who is live in West Vancouver. Hi, Shannon.
I'm with Karan Kirkpatrick, independent candidate here in West Vancouver, Capilano. We have called the race for the Conservative in this riding. So, Karan, obviously this was not the result that you wanted.
It's not the result that I wanted, but I'm not completely surprised. I mean, we knew that it was going to be really an uphill battle here. So I just had such a great time, and with so many amazing people, even though I'm disappointed, I'm still happy right now, and I'm still really happy that we did this.
This election is extremely close right now. It looks like it's neck and neck. Does that surprise you?
It does surprise me, actually. I thought with all of the everything that's come out with the BC Conservative Party over the last few weeks, I'm actually disappointed that the outcome looks like it's going to be a strong Conservative result. It does make me wonder why people vote against something instead of for something, to the detriment, I think, of the province. And I'm very concerned about that. But I am certainly, it's not over yet, and we haven't called it yet, but it is, it's surprising to me where they're at neck and neck right now.
You were elected as a BC Liberal in 2020. Is it fair to say that you are hoping for an NDP victory tonight?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm hoping this might be 2017 again, and you've got some good Green candidates in there, and they may be able to, take the pointy bits off the NDP or the Conservative, regardless of who's in power. But either of those parties concerns me, certainly for a majority government, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But this is not the end of me or the end of us. So.
Thank you very much, Karan. That's Karan Kirkpatrick, defeated here in West Vancouver, Capilano. The Conservative has been elected here. That race has been called by CTV.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. A tough effort for all these independents who are running. I mean, they don't have the apparatus behind them, the party to help them. So a tough slog for them for sure.
Courageous for all of the candidates. We're going to talk a lot tonight about the winners and how they're going to celebrate and what their future looks like. Everyone that put their name on a ballot deserves respect from people, because it takes a lot of courage to do that.
It takes a lot of guts.
And a lot of people are going to be sad tonight.
It does. It's a huge responsibility, and it wears on you. It wears on your family. There are tremendous privileges that go with it, and the rewards are also enormous. But it's a tough. Campaigning is tough. You have to like it. You have to enjoy knocking on doors and asking people for their support.
Been reelected. At least his family's happy tonight. Right?
Well, sometimes families aren't happy, I asked Mike about that earlier. He wasn't so sure.
But yeah, to your point, kudos to everyone who puts their name in the hat and runs, because it's not easy.
There we go, Lisa Bear reelected.
That's an interesting result and a positive one for the NDP, because that historically can be a swing riding.
And he's the former mayor.
And the former mayor.
And a controversial and polarizing figure, I would add. But
okay. Well, let's go to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen, back again with former longtime Liberal MLA and Cabinet Minister Mary Polak.
Thanks so much, Mijang, and thanks for joining us again, Mary.
Thank you.
Now, we are seeing those results flying in incredibly quickly. Of course, we don't know the overall picture just yet. I want to get your take on that just in a moment. But first, as a former longtime Liberal, I wanted to get your thoughts on the, for lack of better terms, Unite the Right campaign, and if you think it was the right thing to do.
I think it was the right thing to do. I think certainly everybody would probably say it could have been done much better. As my colleague Mike DeYoung said early, woulda, shoulda, coulda. Here we are. And I think one thing we ought to remember is that given the position of the BC Conservatives, whether or not they form government, this already is an historic night for them. The bar for them was much lower than for the NDP. The NDP are trying to hold on to government, trying to not lose seats. And for the BC Conservatives, of course, they've just seen their first first MLA elected in, I think somebody said 46 years. This is an historic night for them already, whether or not they form a government.
Yeah, Mr. Rustad re-elected. And I wanted you to dive in for me on your thoughts on what we have seen in terms of the numbers and how they've rolled out so far.
It doesn't surprise me in terms of the ridings that we've seen so far and where they're going, in part because elections are often decided on what people feel about their own life, right? Pollsters, analysts, people who comment like myself, we tend to focus on issues. For the public, what that translates into is, how do I feel every day? Do I trust the services I'm going to get? Do I feel like if I go to an emergency room, I'm going to get seen? It's a much more practical thing for them than it is for those of us who analyze. And I think you're seeing some of that tonight.
Mm-hmm. And we know that life is just incredibly hard for so many British Columbians right now. Do you think that we could also potentially see this be a vote for change at the end of the day?
Well, the ballot question for the opposition is always time for a change, right? They might phrase it differently, but that's always what the ballot question is for them. I think for all that the NDP did well in this campaign, one of the things that they perhaps didn't do as well as they would have liked is they didn't really frame a ballot question for government. Their message changed frequently, and I think it was difficult for them to find a home in that ballot question other than, please don't vote for the Greens and please don't vote for the BC Conservatives. Beyond that, it was hard to discern a firm ballot question from them. And for opposition, that's always, as I say, it's always time for a change, even if it's worded differently.
Mary, thanks so much for your insight and for joining us tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Nafisa, we'll throw it over to you.
Thank you, Lauren. We've been talking about how close this race is. The last time we talked to you, this was the other way around. We had the Conservatives on top in terms of the number of seats leading and elected. It is now back up there with the NDP, leading and elected in 47 races. But this map tells a story, and we are going to zoom in on the Fraser Valley. Look at all of this blue. NDP took 7 out of 10 Fraser Valley ridings last time, but Mario, none of that is to be seen here.
It's a clean sweep at this stage. Part of what we're seeing is the usual voter paths that we saw in the Fraser Valley in the elections of 2005, 2009, 2013, and 2017 coming back. The 2020 election was a pandemic election. A lot of people were worried about getting out. They were happy with the leadership of John Horgan. They put that before ideology. This time around, the change is swift.
Let's look a little further west. We're going to take a look at Surrey. We're seeing a very similar story. Last time around, there was a lot more orange here, but now, right now, 7 seats leading and elected for the Conservatives at this point.
3 out of 10 for the NDP. It's definitely a drop when you look at the numbers from the last election. They're down 4 seats. The Conservatives saw 5. The Greens were not supposed to be a factor in Surrey, but this is definitely one of the areas that will decide the color of the government tonight.
All right, let's see what this means for our House projections. We're going to look at those ranges. Again, we have the NDP back on top in terms of the seat projections with a maximum of 50, a minimum of 43. But remember, not 10 minutes ago, these were flipped around. We have the Conservatives just over the majority line here with a maximum of 48, a minimum of 41. The Greens with a maximum of 2 and a minimum of 1 seat. But at this point, we need 47. And we have 13 ridings right now, separated by less than 2% of the votes. So this is still anyone's race. This is not called just yet. Mijang?
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. Yeah, NDP 47, Conservatives 44, Greens leading or elected in 2. This could be very interesting. 47 is just that bare majority, and 1 person has to be Speaker.
Think of the machinations when you've got to pick a speaker. Governing with a majority, a bare majority, becomes difficult in any circumstances. Ministers have other duties that they need to perform. They can't always be in the House. So the logistics around that. Now, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
And we've seen this flip around.
Let's see what's happening in West Vancouver Sea to Sky. This is one of the ridings where the Greens are leading or elected. very close. And
Absolutely.
he ran before, too, Jeremy.
And the Conservatives candidate, Yuri Fulmer, was sort of a star candidate for them. So if they lose that, they'll be quite disappointed.
Kelowna Centre, NDP leading.
Never before.
Yeah.
Never before. And there's that independent factor.
You were talking about that. Yeah.
So they are making an impact in some ridings.
Kelowna, Richmond Steveston, these are all seats that the NDP presently leads. Would not be leading but for that split.
But Loyal Woodbridge in Kelowna is also a prominent city councillor, a very effective city councillor, and has a strong local following.
No question, but he's benefiting from the presence of a free enterprise split vote.
Okay, let's go out, leave the studio for a moment and go back out to Penny Daflos, who is at election night headquarters for the NDP. The crowd definitely filling in there, Penny.
Yeah, Mi-Jung, it's a boisterous crowd here as they watch this seesaw back and forth. Some really tense moments earlier. People are getting a little bit more excited now. They've been really encouraged to see some very big name cabinet ministers re-elected. That's really improving morale here. As you can see, they're really enjoying seeing the results coming in right now, but some really tense faces, especially among NDP senior brass, waiting to see what happens here. The results now going in their favor, but they're not taking anything for granted considering what it looked like even 20 minutes ago. So real emotional roller coaster, shall we say, here at NDP headquarters right now.
Okay, thank you, Penny. What a night. Seesaw back and forth between the NDP and the Conservatives. We'll get to Michelle a little bit later. No, we are. Okay, we're going to go to Michelle Bernaro live at the Conservative headquarters. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there. Oh my goodness, what a nail biter it has been here tonight. You know, when the Conservative candidate, when one is elected, the cheers would just erupt in this room. Then they would see an NDP candidate elected and it would become much more subdued. So earlier on, certainly a lot of energy here, and now things have quieted down a little bit, but it's still a real nail biter. It feels a lot of nervous energy here now as people anxiously wait to find out what these final polls and results will bring to us. Mi-Jung?
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Does this remind you guys of 2017 and the nail biter that was?
2017, very much so, and the fact that the results of that election, the impact of that election, weren't felt until weeks later when every single ballot was counted. And by the way, anyone watching this program tonight that didn't get out to vote, here's the message.
Good point.
Every vote counts. And we are seeing evidence of that here tonight, folks. So remember that.
Well, and to that point,
message.
with advanced voting now, I mean, today's weather, I'm sure, discouraged some people from voting. So that'll probably reinforce the value of having this advanced voting.
My 96-year-old mother went voting today.
Despite the weather.
She thinks you're cute, by the way.
But advanced voting has become far and far really normalized in the province of British Columbia. And a lot of people are doing it for convenience.
Okay, let's see what's happening in Suri Cloverdale. Mike Starchuk pulling ahead there of Eleanor Sturcombe. Two incumbents running against each other. Jeremy Valeriot still ahead in West Vancouver Sea to Sky.
And this was one of the closest races in the last election.
It was 60 votes.
Well, look at that Yaletown. That might be a bit of a surprise. Terry Young leading Melissa de Genova.
Okay, that's a decent margin.
Yeah, so that will be a critical outcome there as well.
Mike, you thought Melissa would win there, but we still have time.
Well, we'll see. It's a close one.
Another Surrey riding with the Conservatives, and not a big surprise here. Trevor Halford, he's an incumbent. And
look at that. Former Mayor Linda Hepner ahead in Surrey Serpentine River. That's one of the new ridings. Baltej Singh Dillon was the first Mountie to wear a turban. That was about more than...
On duty, yeah.
About 30 years ago.
And that was the first stop for the NDP on this campaign was there, so they certainly value that one.
This is an interesting one. Gary Begg, a longtime MLA, a whip, a thankless job within any caucus. The caucus whip, but someone generally well regarded around the Legislative Assembly, but he's running behind here.
But look at how close that was, yeah.
This is a seesaw. Sorry, Cloverdale, another battleground.
Very small numbers out of Cloverdale.
Yeah, I think that might have been wrong, but okay, it was.
That's one vote. It's one vote.
It's not getting any closer than that.
Whoa, okay. Like Mike said, every vote.
Here. I mean, this could be anybody here in Saanich North and the Islands.
And that was Adam Olson's old riding.
That's right, and it's
and he would have been elected hands down.
Okay, so Kelly Green is hanging on to Richmond Steveston, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like she's starting to pull ahead there in Richmond.
Now, this would be an upset. Bob Deeth, people thought this might be close. I have to say he was part of a rock band called Rhymes with Orange.
And he wants the riding to be orange.
It is close, and it's part of that shift in Mission Abbotsford, Fraser Valley that we're seeing.
And Conservatives in the lead in Langley, Walnut Grove as well.
The Langley-Surrey border south of the Fraser seems to be returning to its free enterprise roots tonight anyway, so far.
Okay, let's turn it back to Nafisa Karim now.
Thanks, Mi-Jung. We are looking right now at Metro Vancouver ridings where the NDP are leading and elected in 29 seats right now, the Conservatives at 17. But the story of the night is the closest riding in the province right now, where the candidates are separated by just 9 votes right now. The Conservative candidate Zishan Walla with 5,099 votes, the NDP candidate Amna Shah at 5,990. So, Rupin, who lives in this riding?
This riding is very heavily populated by Canadian Mosaic, about 2/3 of the riding. Now remember, Canadian Mosaic are immigrant households, typically, mix of families and couples. They voted NDP last time pretty heavily, and that was so in this riding as well, as you just showed. A lot of things of concern for them. Their incomes, remember, the BC average is about $127,000, so quite a bit below that. Affordability is going to be an issue for them. They spend a lot of money on their shelter. Childcare costs are high. Food costs are above average. And yet they still have a high intent to buy in the housing market. So they're really trying to find a way to get in and make life affordable. They also drive a lot. They're in the suburbs. So, but you know, they do want to do the right thing and protect the environment. So they're trying to buy EVs as well. A lot of them are looking for a healthcare provider. So a lot of services are missing. They're also concerned about public safety.
Yeah.
So a lot of concerns here. We'll see where this shakes out, but certainly they're NDP voters. But of course, the Conservatives seem to be giving them a run for their money.
Well, and this is a new riding, too. It was created out of parts of Surrey Wally, Surrey Green Timbers, and Surrey Guildford. So, yes, safety there is going to be a very big issue for folks living in this riding. Again, though, this is just one riding of 13 in the province that are just separated by less than 2% of the vote. So it is still very close, but just an example of how close it is right now. The Metro Vancouver standings and then the British Columbia. You can see so much blue here, but still a lot of orange. But we'll be keeping a close eye on this for you. Mi-Jung?
All right, thank you, Nafisa. Let's take a look at what's happening in Suri Cloverdale. A little bit of a problem there. We saw the numbers, and we were all scratching our heads because they're having problems accessing the ballot boxes. What we've been told from Elections BC, as you can see, not very many votes counted in Suri Cloverdale. Apparently, there's an issue with the Elections BC officials' password. So we can't access. That's what happens when you go all digital, right?
In an election that might be determined by 1 or 2 ridings, someone better find that password in a hurry.
And we've been wondering what the glitches might be when you have an electronic system.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, something like a password. So hopefully they're going to get that sorted out, because that's the riding that so many people are waiting to see what's going on there. So. Bit of a glitch there, so hopefully they can resolve that soon. Let's go now to Reagan Hasagawa, who's joining us live in Surrey. Reagan?
Hi, Mi-Jung. A lot of nervous excitement in this room right now as people, party supporters, watch the screens flip between orange and blue. We've been hearing a lot of cheers as NDP candidates are elected, but as you've been reporting this evening, a lot of tight races in Surrey, which is interesting because there are a number of battleground ridings here that people are watching very closely. Of course, the new riding of Surrey Serpentine, one that people are keeping a close, keen eye on. That is where former Surrey Mayor Linda Hepner is running. She's running against the NDP candidate, Beltaj Dillon, who is known for being the first RCMP officer to wear a turban in the RCMP. And so that is one of the ridings we're watching tonight. Another one, Surrey South, where the Conservative candidate, Bruce Chapman, has had a lot of controversy for tweets he's made in the past. offensive, controversial posts on Facebook have come up over the last few weeks. And so a lot of nervous excitement watching people here, a lot of crossed arms as the races flip back and forth. But it is a full house tonight at this point. It's people really hope to see another orange wave here like we saw 4 years ago.
All right, thank you, Reagan. We did see some of the results coming in now from Suri Cloverdale, so I think that they're resolving some of those problems. Let's go now live to Suri Cloverdale for CTV's Sinjin Alexander. Hi, Sinjin.
It's fantastic to see. Yeah, this is probably one of the funnest places to watch this election results come in, because it's like watching a hockey game. There's been a lot of quite amusing reactions. One of the best reactions has been from Tony Hanks, not Tom Hanks, right?
No.
Not like the money as well.
That's
Tony
right.
Hanks.
No money, but...
So what are you making about this? We just found out that the reason that it's taking so long is there's a problem with the password. That's
password. Okay.
So that's what it is. And so tell me what's been like for you tonight, anyway.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Very nerve-wracking.
You said it was like Christmas earlier, and now?
Well, now it's just more nerve-wracking. Yeah, I'm very nervous.
So you were out today, of course, getting the vote out,
Yes,
right? How
yes.
was that? Was that like? Tell me about the weather and how
Very
you
wet. I went with my husband, so I did the driving this time. I said, and yeah, so it was very wet, but.
What are you making these results so far that you're seeing?
I just keep coming back to nerve-wracking. I so want a change in government, and yeah, it would be like Christmas if the Conservatives won.
Okay, because what we're seeing here is everyone's watching so carefully those really, really tight ridings. And one thing we did hear from the NDP when we were with them is they were concerned about these ridings all throughout Surrey. They weren't taking anything for granted, so they knew this was tight. Elle apparently is having trouble with her phone, Elle Sturco. We've been trying to keep her updated. She is watching privately, and she will be coming here, we're told, when she finds out the full results. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Sinjin. Let's throw it back now to Nafisa Karim.
Mijung, we have some updated seat projections right now. Again, the number required for majority is 47. We're going to show you exactly what that means in terms of the projections. This is the line here. It is still very narrow. NDP with a maximum of 50 seats projected, a minimum of 44. But look at where the Conservatives are, right on the line at 47 with a minimum of 41. Here's a difference maker. Here are the Greens with a maximum of 2 seats and a minimum of 1 seat. Let's look at the probability of first. Right now, we have the NDP with a 78% of that happening. The Conservatives at 20%. So again, there is still a chance here. Both could still get there. You need to get to 47 tonight. There are so many ridings that are close. 3 of them, in fact, are within 1%. So for the Conservatives to get there, they're going to need to take those very close ridings. Mijung.
All right, thank you, Nafisa. Let's look at those close races. Thankfully, the password glitch has been resolved. We're getting some numbers in from Suri Cloverdale. Mike Starchuk still in the lead.
Yep, firefighter there. Oh, and this is another critical battleground fight here. Coquitlam Finn Donnelly's old riding. Jody Wickens, who won there in a by-election previously, is leading again.
Look at the NDP are leading in Vancouver Langara. That was Michael Lee of the Liberals, United, I should say.
Strong MLA and another leadership contender at one point, and Langara loss would be a blow for the Conservatives.
Right, we saw the independent factor in Kelowna.
Again.
Maple Ridge East, Bob Deeth still losing at the moment there. Dan Ashton's old riding here, Amelia Boltby with a lead, but not a big lead.
Courtney Comox has the Conservatives leading there.
Shades of 2017, perhaps.
Shades of 2017.
Yeah,
we didn't know the results of that one till after a recount.
Okay, Conservatives leading in Surrey Centre.
By several votes here. Jenny Sims, again, small margins, but for Jenny Sims to be at this stage behind by 300 votes is surprising.
Yeah, are you surprised by that, Judy?
Yes, I am. Yes.
What do you think happened there?
I don't know. I'm not close enough to the ground in Surrey to know.
That's a surprise. One Conservative leading at the moment on the island, the new Langford Malahat riding.
A Conservative
is leading. Yeah, and that would be a surprise, I think. I mean, that's part of John Horgan's old riding. So
that, you know, overall, the strength of the Conservative vote across the province, I think, is going to surprise a lot of people based on not just the polls, but the nature of the campaign itself.
I'm looking at our internal tracker here. The tally has Conservatives at 46, NDP at 45, and the Greens at 2. Imagine if the Greens made a deal with the NDP. When did that happen?
Gee, I can't imagine that. I can't imagine a scenario where that would happen. Although the difference today is I think in 2017 it was almost a foregone conclusion that the Greens were going to do a deal with the NDP and change the government. I don't think that's a given today. I don't think that is necessarily a given. It may happen that way, but I don't think it's a given.
Do you think that what happened when that was dissolved in 2020, might leave them once bitten, twice shy?
I think there's a bitter taste, and they may rue the day that that happened the way it did.
Shame on you, fool me twice, shame on you.
But I mean, Sonia Furstenau was attacking John Rustad for turning the province back to the 1950s.
I guess I'm not a strange bedfellow. That's not the term you're supposed to use anymore. But politics can bring people together in strange circumstances, parties together in the most unusual of circumstances. And we may see that unfolding right here before our eyes.
Okay, so in Suri Cloverdale, now we see Eleanor Sturko pulling ahead, but her lead's only 288 votes. She's leading.
She is leading.
That's what she's leading by 288 votes. That's flipped. It was Mike Starchuk. So they all thought that was going to be a very close race.
Yeah, and that and Serpent.
Okay, let's go now to Victoria and let's listen in to Sonia Furstenau.
Well, it's not just my voice I lost tonight. Just my voice I lost tonight. It has been such an honor to be an MLA. It's not the outcome that we'd hoped for in Victoria Beacon Hill tonight, but I'm so proud of the campaign that we ran. We knew we were up against a steep hill. We were trying something bold and new. But the challenge was a little more than we could do. I'm so heartened by the support that we got. I'm so heartened. We knocked on 14,000 doors. We attended every debate. We put forward a vision for this province and for this riding that I was very excited about, a vision centered on the well-being of people and communities, on nature, and on our public institutions. I want to start by thanking the best campaign manager I've ever had, Kadani Pitt Chambers. Kadani had an incredibly challenging task to run a campaign where the candidate was almost never there. They have been phenomenal, strategic, ambitious, hardworking, and built a team that really was community building at its very best. Kadani, thank you so much. The extraordinary team at the Fort Street office were just incredible, really. It was always such a joy to walk into the Fort Street office and to really experience the happiness and joy and love that was building. Darius was always at the door. Ronnie and Peter and Beatrice leading the way. It has been the kind of campaign that I am so proud of. So it does appear that the Greens are still going to play a pretty pivotal role in the BC legislature. It's a strange time in politics when, during an atmospheric river, people come out and vote for a party that's denying the reality of climate change. But hey, this is where we're at. I am so excited for Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill. This is incredible. This is a passing of the torch, and I am going to be there to mentor and guide and lead in any way that I can. There's so many thank yous to give, and it's so important to me to thank everybody. We do not get here alone. We are never alone. We're as the representatives and the elected people, there's always a team behind us. But first and foremost, to everybody who volunteered, who donated, who came and showed up, who gave us your support, thank you so much. None of this happens without you. To Maureen Balsillie, Adam Olson, and Molly McKay, the three people that led this campaign, a huge thank you to all three of you. Adam, I don't know where you are. To the party staff, Ripon, Kylie, Billy, Alex, Viet, Kurt, Andrew, Ting, Seganet, Julie, Shane, Shelby, Stefan, Julia, Shar, Amo, Cher, Meredith, and Sky. You're a phenomenal team, and you made it all fun. We landed at Joy, which is where we were supposed to be the whole time. Thank you. To my constituency staff in Cowichan Valley, Teresa, Julie, Laura, Trisha, Aaron and Mariana, Cole, and Maeve. That office was a place of service. We did such good work. We made so many incredible things happen in Cowichan Valley. I'm so proud to have been part of your team, so proud to have worked with you on behalf of the people of Cowichan for 7 years. Thank you. We call the caucus, we've called the caucus the Kick-Ass Women and Adam. The caucus team, Jojo, Laura, Emily, Rose, Katie. I love you so much.
So we've just been listening to an emotional Sonia Furstenau. We reported earlier she lost her seat, Victoria Beacon Hill, to the NDP, but she was congratulating Rob Botterill, who is in Saanich North Islands, and Jeremy Valeriot in West Vancouver Sea to Sky. We haven't declared them elected, but they are both leading in those two ridings, so the Greens could still have two representatives.
This is a tough night for Sonia Furstenau. Personally, she campaigned as leader of the Green Party. It's a big province, and with pretty limited resources, she got out there. She put herself in a position by relocating and fighting in a different riding that she also had to spend a lot of time in and around Victoria, the James Bay area, where she was defeated tonight. But I think she'll be missed in the Legislative Assembly. As I say, she grew into a fairly respected parliamentarian.
And she had a good showing in the debate, Judy.
She did have a good showing in the debate, no question about that. You know, I was really surprised that she chose to run in Victoria Beacon Hill. And we can see from the results that she would have had a much better chance in one of the ridings surrounding, closer to where she lived previously, but she chose to run against Grace Lohr.
Well, we've seen that Cammie Lockwood, who is the Green candidate there, was leading most recently, but Bijan, you wanted, I think, to note there was a result.
There's a couple of gains.
Well, and Nathan Cullen, the minister, was defeated in his riding. So
Bulkley Valley Stikine is huge, and what it signals to me is that divide between the resource-dependent communities in British Columbia and the urban centres has become even sharper.
And I wonder if those proposals to the Land Act that were later pulled back by Nathan Cullen, if that was part of the issue as to maybe why people in that area were...
May well have contributed, but I think there's an even larger issue there in terms of the state of the forest sector in British Columbia today, and how that part of rural British Columbia is not particularly enamored of the direction the province is going in right now.
Okay, so for a deeper dive into some of the issues we're seeing evolving tonight, let's go to CTV's Nafisa Kareem.
Mijung, we heard Sonia Furstenau say that tonight is about the passing of the torch. So let's look at the two seats where the Greens are either leading or elected at this point. You mentioned Jeremy Valeriot in West Vancouver, Sea to Sky, and we also have Rob Botterill in Saanich North and the Island. So what do we know about these two candidates, Mario, and could we see a passing of the torch to one of these two?
Well, Jeremy Valeriot came very close to winning this seat back in 2020. He's right now ahead by 600 votes, significantly larger lead for Rob Botterill. My advice to both of them, you might get a phone call from somebody named John or David in the next couple of hours. Stay close to your phones.
Yeah, and the reason why they're going to get that phone call possibly in the next couple of hours is because it is just so close. We have so many tight races right now that we are watching. This is not over yet, but I want to take a look at what the seat projections are right now, because we've seen them go back and forth all evening at this point. It's so close. Right now, we have the NDP projected for a maximum of 50 seats, the Conservatives at 47, the Green at 2 right now. So again, this could come down to the last reports of the night. So don't anybody go anywhere. Mijung?
Absolutely. Stay right here on CTV. Just in case you're just joining us, let's go now to CTV's Michelle Bernoro. She's joined by a familiar face, Linda Hepner, the Conservative candidate in Surrey Serpentine River.
Yeah, thank you for joining us tonight. Your race still has not been decided. How are you feeling right now?
I'm pretty optimistic. We're very close.
And what do you think is going to make the difference here for you?
Well, today was a weird day for an election. I had a flood in my riding, and there were, the torrential downpour took a few people away. But I'm really glad to see we've crossed over what I think is a tough threshold.
Yeah, what has it been like for you being here tonight? I mean, we have seen cheers go up, and then we've seen it very subdued. Those numbers, it has been a nail biter all evening. What has it felt like for you?
Exactly the same, because it keeps going back and forth. But I'm very hopeful. We've only got a couple of polls left in my riding, but I wanted to see my colleagues win too. The Surrey team that I've been working with.
Did you think it would be this close?
Yes, I did indeed think it would be exactly that, this close.
Okay, all right. Well, we have been speaking with Linda Hepner, the Conservative candidate for Surrey Serpentine. Back to you, Mijung.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Let's go right to Ben Milger, braving the rain in Vancouver Yaletown.
Yeah, it is still coming down pretty hard out here. The polls behind me have closed. 16 of 19 polls in Yaletown reporting. Right now, Terry Young of the NDP is leading Melissa DiGenova by about 917 votes. That is changing a little bit over time as more and more results come in. He's been inching closer to 1,000. Both of those candidates made public safety priorities in their campaign. Terry Young, a retired Vancouver police officer with 30 years experience, says he knows the streets of the downtown core. Melissa DiGenova, a two-term city councillor who also prioritized public safety when she was at Vancouver City Hall. They actually have campaign offices just a couple of blocks apart from each other, and they've both been campaigning every single day here in the riding. It has been difficult at times for them to campaign because, of course, candidates like to go door to door, but with all the residential towers around here, that has been a problem for them. They say they were trying to coordinate with strata councils so that they could get access to the buildings and that they could get access to knock on people's doors. At those doorsteps, they heard people had varying concerns from affordability, access to health care, but both of those candidates told me the conversation frequently came back to the issue of public safety, and hopefully in just a short time we will know which one of those two the voters in Yaletown trust on that issue the most. Mijang?
Yeah, you mentioned Terry Young as leading in Vancouver Yaletown, but it is still very close. Thank you very much, Ben. Let's go back to CTV's Penny Daflos, who's at the election night headquarters for the NDP in downtown Vancouver. Penny.
Mijang, I'm here with Jobs and Economic Development Minister Brenda Bailey. South Granville is your new riding this time. It's been quite an emotional roller coaster here tonight. How are you feeling right now?
You know, it really has been that. There's a lot of tension in the room. I'm so privileged that the folks of South Granville selected me to be their MLA in this new riding, so I'm very excited about that, and I'm also feeling very hopeful about the outcome for tonight.
A lot of your cabinet colleagues, we've already declared that they've been re-elected. A lot of people we've already interviewed tonight, a lot of very familiar names. How does it feel waiting to see if the big prize is still up for grabs?
Yeah, there's a lot of tension in the room, but there's been some really, really positive outcomes already. I was so happy to see Grace Lohr win in Beacon Hill. She's been an incredible contributor around the cabinet table. You know, when you've had the opportunity to be at cabinet, you know what people bring. And when you see someone like Grace Lohr's seat in risk, it's heartbreaking to watch. So I'm just so happy to see her bring it across the line. She's such a major contributor in our party.
Thank you, Brett. I know you want to get back to watching the results with your supporters and your colleagues, so you can cut the tension with a knife in here, Mijang. Everybody's just anxiously watching as these results flip back and forth. Everybody's waiting to see how this is all going to pan out.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Penny. We just heard from Brenda Bailey. She wanted to run in Vancouver, Granville South, because she thought it would be a safer riding, and it turned out to be the right decision. Let's talk about Ladysmith, Oceanside, a big riding here. Stephanie Higginson has been elected for the NDP. And what makes this interesting is Adam Walker, the incumbent there.
Yeah, he was formerly an NDP MLA. He was removed from the party. We're not sure of the exact reasons, but he ran as an independent, and we thought he might be a spoiler. It didn't come to pass. Stephanie Higginson, former school board association trustee, prevailed. So that's a big win for the NDP tonight, I think.
It is.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, we are seeing independents have an impact on certain races, but none of them have been elected yet.
And the interesting thing is the Fighting Five, I think, as they call themselves, the BC Uniteds, who were not welcomed into the Conservative fold or chose not to. None of them won so far, and I don't think any of them have. You wouldn't expect in the North for them to spoil a riding, so to speak, but none of them have had the same impact.
Well, I thought somebody like Mike Bernier might have a shot as an independent, you know, longtime MLA for that riding. He wasn't accepted by the BC Conservatives, but he was also targeted by the Conservatives because he was the education minister that introduced SOGI.
That's right.
And they went after him big time in quite a vicious campaign locally. So independents have an uphill battle to climb at the best of times. But this was, you know, this was not pretty.
I will say, having spoken to Mike a bunch of times, he was always so transparent and straight up with the media. And I spoke to him the other day. He talked about the challenges his opponent had, a very aggressive campaign against him.
Yes, that's right.
Very difficult as an independent. Vicky Huntington, we had Wally Opal in here earlier today. Of course, the two of them are well acquainted with one another. Vicky Huntington having defeated Wally as an independent. But it's very unusual. Yeah. It's very difficult, and it usually involves some kind of a local issue that people crystallize around in favor of the independent.
Okay, so NDP leading or elected in 46, Conservatives 45, Greens 2, still so close. Let's check in with the Tri-Cities. CTV's Ben Nesbitt is standing by there live with an update. Ben?
A healthy mixture of cheers and boos here at the NDP's Tri-Cities Watch Party, as several races look like they're going to come down to the wire, including Coquitlam, Burke Mountain, Jody Wickens looking to avenge a very small loss in 2017 up against Stephen Frolick of the Conservatives. That right now is a very, very tight race. We're also expecting the arrival of longtime Port Coquitlam MLA Mike Farnworth, who's also served, of course, as the Deputy Premier. So we're waiting both of their arrivals, and we're hoping to speak with both of them at some point tonight as we watch all these close races play out.
All right, thank you, Ben. Any surprises tonight in some of the ridings? There were some interesting results.
Well, Surrey seems on the surface like a surprise, and it is a setback for the NDP, but Surrey has always been a battleground. And, you know, it was critical to the NDP being able to form government in 2017. But prior to that, Surrey's gone back and forth and back and forth. And it's, you know, it's a rapidly growing city, huge pressure on public services, on healthcare, on schools. The NDP has been trying to meet that challenge, but certainly there's been a lot of frustration amongst folks throughout Surrey about...
It's gone back and forth over the years, and there is this wonderful phenomenon, not just in Surrey, but in other parts of British Columbia, a segment of the population, South Asian population, who love politics, and they get involved, and they're very passionate, and there's no, they support different candidates and different parties, but they are engaged. And we've seen that in Surrey, the parties in different elections. It does flip back and forth. We're seeing that again.
Suri Cloverdale, Eleanor Sturko now pulling ahead. Still close. But Jeannie Sims is still trailing, and she has been trailing all night.
Hanging in there, but still 400 votes behind.
Interesting. This is the first riding I've seen gone orange with the lead at this point. I saw that Gary Begg was still not leading in his riding. This is not a surprise, I guess, to see the NDP candidate in Bruce Ralston's old riding leading there. I mean, he had close to 70% of the vote.
You know, between there and Harry Bain's old riding in Newton, those are staunch, stalwart NDP ridings, and if they fall, the NDP's got bigger problems.
But look at Surrey Centre. She is only, Amna Shah is only leading by 15 votes. To your point, Mike, that every voter should get out there, right?
We are, and you know, we talked earlier.
Tonight, these are extremely tight.
These are such close races. I expect we're now getting into the territory where, as we watch these come in,
this is a change from earlier, where Rich was leading. And that is a change as well.
And now NDP, this is like we were talking about, this is part of John Horgan's old riding.
This is subsumed a portion of his old riding, yes.
But look how tight that is.
That's a surprise to see the former RCMP.
Well,
and we've got almost all the ballot boxes reporting that when they're only 100 votes.
Courtney Comox wants it, and Brennan Day, this is perhaps third time lucky for him.
Some people are very persistent. You got to hand it to them.
Yeah, you know, perseverance can pay off.
Perseverance. 2017, it was Courtney Comox that we had to wait and see the results, and that took, I think, 10 days for an official recount. Yeah. And then after that, there was the issue of negotiations between the Green Party and the BC Liberals and the BC NDP.
So here's something to think about, though, because we've talked about the possibility of the deal. Maybe there's no deal. Because parties that have engaged in long-term deals with other parties to form government haven't fared that well. The Greens lost seats in the next election. The federal NDP has suffered because of the deal they did with Mr. Trudeau. Maybe the two Green, if there are two Greens, say, yeah, well, you try and form a government, and we'll see how it goes.
Vote by vote,
and
hard
like
to imagine.
Vote by vote. Each motion.
If I were a minority partner, that's what I would do. I'd extract everything I could on each individual piece of legislation.
And hard to imagine Sonia Furstenau not counseling that as well after what she's been through.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see if they're listening to you, Mike.
Well, and there is a long history, federally especially, of not forming coalitions or even confidence and supply agreements. In fact, we got Medicare when Tommy Douglas was the federal NDP leader without the NDP forming government.
Well,
okay, we got some more data coming in right now on this nail-biter of an election. Let's turn it over to CTV's Nafisa Kareem.
Yeah, Mijung, we have so many close ridings. This is the number we are looking for. 47 seats required for a majority, but this is just one riding that we're going to look at that could be the difference between a majority and a minority government. We are talking about the riding of Richmond Steveston right now. There's really only a lead of 647 votes here, with the NDP leading right now. 19 out of 21 ballot boxes counted, so still so incredibly close. Ruben, who lives in this riding?
Nafisa, this is a really interesting one because knowing the breakdown tells you a lot in this riding. Because last time around, these top two segments, the affluent families and the big city burbs, which are multicultural, affluent suburbs, both voted by half a point for the BC Liberals. Okay, the other segments on the grid that was here voted for the NDP so heavily. They're smaller, but they voted so heavily for the NDP that the NDP actually took the riding. Now, it's razor thin this time around. So let's look at what some of the issues are here. It's a high income riding. So actually, affordability isn't so much of an issue. You know, that with those high incomes, they can afford the food costs and shelter costs. What we do see is that these are astronomically high housing values, about 50% or more higher than the BC average, but it's still a high intent to buy in the market. So, you know, from that perspective, getting housing is important. They drive a lot. They have a high intention to buy EVs. They have high ecological lifestyle. So I hope, like, what you're seeing here is a bit of a conflict between environment and social consciousness, active government, but yet confidence in big business. So when you see that conflict coming up, you're seeing it in the vote where it's that teeter-totter between the NDP and the Liberals and all these different forces going on in the riding with the voters in this riding.
And that is the story of the evening, because we've seen it go back and forth between the NDP and the Conservatives right now in terms of the projections. And just to give you a sense, Jung, of how close it is, there are 6 ridings right now where the lead is less than 1%, so it is still too close to call. Back to you.
Yeah, it is quite the nail-biter of a night. And some surprises, too, ridings that we didn't think would be close or extremely close, but many of the races are pretty tense. There's a lot of tense people right now watching these election results. Let's go to CTV's Craig Krause, who's following the ridings in Langley. Craig?
Residents in the heart of Langley spent the day casting their ballot for who will lead this new riding of Langley-Willowbrook. There are 3 candidates, the Greens' Patrina Arneson, the Conservatives' Jody Tur, and the NDP incumbent Andrew Mercier. Political commentator Mike McDonald believes this is a 2-horse race between...
Well, that's interesting, isn't it?
So we've got Jody Tur in the lead in Langley-Willowbrook.
We talked about that being one of the battleground, seats, whether or not Andrew Mercier, the incumbent there, could stop that firewall of a blue wave crashing through. And so far, Surrey has been the recipient of a bit of a blue wave. I know it's not done yet, but...
Breakthrough in Surrey, a tidal wave east of Surrey for the blue. That's the Fraser Valley, Langley East seems to have returned to its free enterprise roots tonight. And that's one of the reasons we've got a close race here.
But the island has certainly been a bastion again of orange.
The opposite, and the NDP bastion on the island remains intact.
It remains solid, absolutely, and the Vancouver area remains solid. Burnaby, New Westminster. I do have to mention New Westminster, which has gone NDP or CCF every election but one for 68 years. And Jennifer Whiteside, who was re-elected there, which is wonderful. She's been a very strong MLA and strong minister. But yeah, I said from our opening at 6 p.m. it was going to be a nail-biter, and it is turning out to be exactly that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I have a healthy heart. I'm very glad I have a healthy heart.
I'm glad you do, too, because you don't want to go to an emergency room around here.
Oh, that was low.
Okay, let's take a look at the close races again. Surrey City Centre, NDP leading. But look at this, 8 votes.
And that is surprising. I mean, that's Bruce Ralston's old riding, which had the second highest percentage of NDP votes last time around. This has been flipped now from earlier in the evening.
Yeah, we've got Christina Lowen of the Conservatives only leading by 117.
But look at what would happen if Michael Hoomer, the Independent, was not there.
Okay, yeah,
Like you talked about that earlier, that would be decisive.
Although, Kelowna, for the NDP to be in play in a... Remember, this is the bastion Bennetville, right?
It is, absolutely.
So NDPers are going to look at that and say, look, we're in the race.
But Gary Beck's still trailing in Surrey-Guildford, we just saw there.
220 votes. Not a far cry from 2017 numbers, I guess.
But Brendan Day's been hanging on to the lead throughout the whole evening, and
Bob Dee's still in the game,
but trailing. You said this is also a traditional battleground, Coquitlam Brook Mountain. Yeah. But Jody is
Jody
leading.
Wickens won it in a by-election. Then she lost it in the general election, and then won it to a BC Liberal.
It was like a 6-month term that she...
It was very short.
It was a very short period of time.
It was less than a year.
She's
it was
at
less
it
than a
again
year, and then
leading.
Finn Donnelly won it, and yeah, she's holding her own.
Okay, let's go back out now to Suri Cloverdale, where CTV's St. John Alexander is standing by live. St. John?
So what were you going to be asking?
We're going to chat, you and I. We're on right now.
Yeah.
So we are, yeah. So this is Catherine Carrito, and we were just chatting, and you caught us watching the results come in because we are fixated here. One thing we did notice, we're in a Conservative riding right now, if you will, the Conservative campaign office, and when they heard that Sonia Furstenau had lost, they were actually upset by this because you actually like her. You're a Conservative, but you like her. What was your reaction?
I like her as a person. I think she has a nice balance. I think she might be a politician before her time.
What do you mean by that?
You know, eventually we do have to start looking at environmental, but that can't be the only platform.
Right.
There are so many other things to worry
People
about.
might be surprised hearing that from you, a Conservative.
Yeah, I do care about the environment, but we need to get our fiscal, situation under control. Same with, the crime and the drugs are completely out of control. I don't feel safe taking my dog to a dog park.
Look at the results that are coming in. They keep changing. They keep going back and forth. It's been like watching a hockey game here. People screaming and then chewing their nails and watching. What's it been like for you?
It's a nail biter. I've been helping Eleanor. She's also a personal friend of mine, and I've been out campaigning with her, and it's a nail biter. And her results are coming in late, and I'm kind of hoping that she's going to turn it over to the majority.
It's funny because I can't imagine what it's like for her right now, right? She's over there. She's just quietly watching by herself.
Yes.
The results. Why do you think the Conservatives are doing as the polls didn't really say they're doing this well, but why do you think they're doing so well?
Basically, they're a middle right party, and with United leaving, we don't have a choice. I mean, I've never voted NDP in my life, and there's no other option.
Okay. Elle, what are you thinking? Is she going to win?
She is amazing, and I hope she wins, and I hope she gets a job, a ministry job.
Okay, all
Yes.
right. You can imagine what it's like for us watching these results coming in so slowly. Imagine now, all of you, what it must be like for the candidate who is very close to us watching tonight.
Fingers crossed. Go well.
Okay, thank you, St. John. A lot of tension in those campaign election night rooms. Is it bringing back memories?
Oh,
Not for you in New West. Come on.
No, not in New Westminster, but I was there I was there in 2017 when, and I went in 2013.
In 94, and I mean 1994, not 1894.
I'm glad you clarified that.
When I ran for the first time, it was 41 votes.
And you beat Grace McCarthy.
Yes,
and you were, what, 29 years old?
I had hair and I was younger. Yes.
Okay, we're going to look at some of the ridings that involved the independents who were united.
Tom Shapitka, and people felt like he had a good chance just because he's very well known in the community, a popular person there, but he did not prevail.
And in Kootenay Rockies, we have Pete Davis for the Conservatives elected there. Dan Davies, there was also hope for him that maybe he could pull off a victory in Peace River North, but that is not to be the case. He was defeated.
Yeah.
Jordan Keeley taking
And Mike
that
Bernier
riding.
in Peace River South, who we may see next, he told me on the phone a couple days ago he thought a 60 to 70% vote turnout for Davies would occur. It didn't, obviously, but here's Mike Bernier.
Larry Neufeld winning that handily by 4,500. Big margin there. Coralie Oakes also going down to defeat. In Prince George, North Caribou, Sheldon Clare of the Conservatives taking that one.
It's interesting, David Eby did not go to Prince George once. I guess he just knew that it was going to be a waste of time.
Waste of gas?
You know, which is interesting because in an election where I think the NDP was hoping to make some gains and thought they were in a position to do so, Prince George, several decades ago, was an NDP stronghold. It changed Shirley Bond, Pat Bell, Mike Morris. But that, I mean, in political terms, that's a fairly recent phenomenon, and I thought the NDP might think, but again, the divide between rural British Columbia and urban British Columbia and how that's revealed, I mean, that map that they're going to put up in a moment shows most of BC geographically being blue.
Do you think that tonight's results, as they are at the moment, indicate BC is farther to the right than many people thought?
Well, I think clearly the vote totals for the Conservative Party, despite the attack, despite the negativity, suggests that British Columbians saw something. I guess we have to use this term as well. The brand. The brand, the Conservative brand, clearly is very strong and probably stronger than a lot of people gave it credit for.
Okay, let's go now to Richmond. 4 ridings in play there. CTV's Kevin Chirac is there. And Kevin, bring us up to speed in Richmond.
Well, a very successful day for the BC Conservatives here in Richmond. They take at least 3 of 4 seats. We're still waiting on Richmond Steveston, but Han Chan takes Richmond Centre. As a BC Conservative, your first time running in the provincial election. Just what's your reaction? How do you feel?
First, I want to be I'm quite thankful because I have such a good team, such a big team of volunteers. They were with me in the past 1.5 to 2 months, and these 2 days it was stormy, it was rainy, and they were so willing to come out with me for at least 12 hours today, just to do door knock with me again. So that's why I'm quite thankful for that. And again, I think the supporters or the voters in Richmond Centre, they want some changes. That is the reason they're willing to come out, even early voting, and I think Richmond Centre is one of the highest advanced voting turnouts in all of Richmond. That shows us that people want some changes.
A historic day for the BC Conservatives across the province, but particularly in Richmond, which has mostly been dominated by the BC Liberals, and then we saw the NDP have 3 seats in the 2020 election. Did you expect this good of a turnout for voters to come out in support of the BC Conservatives?
Frankly, no. I think it will be a very tight race because just 2 days before the poll, the research or the poll numbers shows that I'm neck to neck with the NDP. We're talking about what, 45 versus 45%. So, but it actually motivates me and my team. We know we need to work hard to gain the votes. We need to ask every voters to come out to vote. The stormy weather, I thought is going to stop people from coming out, but it seems like people are still willing to come out because they want some changes.
And I know you're feeling good right now, but what about the rest of your colleagues across the province? It's such a tight race. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think we have a strong team this time. I'm not sure if we're forming a government, but if we do, we hope we can bring some changes. And if we don't, we will be the strongest opposition ever.
Han, thank you so much, and again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That's Han Chan, the new representative for Richmond Centre. Things are going down to the wire here, and there is a lot of excitement here at headquarters for Teresa Watt. And Han Chan, we'll throw it back to you.
Okay, some familiar faces and some new faces going to Victoria. Thank you, Kevin. Let's turn it over to CTV's Nafisa Kareem.
All right, Mi-Jung, the magic number is 47. As you can see in the leading and elected, no one is there yet. NDP at 46, Conservatives at 45. So there is still a path to victory. And what needs to happen for the Conservatives to get there is they need 3 very close ridings. And we're going to take a look at a couple of them. First one, Wanda-Fuka-Malahat. The NDP are in the lead by just 43 votes. Let's take a look at Surrey City Centre, another tight race. The NDP lead here is just 34 votes. And then in Vancouver itself, we're going to take a look at a very demographically interesting riding, Vancouver-Langara. The lead here for the NDP candidate is 314. So, Rupin, if they want to make a government here, the Conservatives need to flip these 3 seats. What is going on demographically in this riding that could make that possible?
Well, Vancouver-Langara is interesting because you've got a population like Canadian Mosaic, which we've spoken about before. They're trying to make a go of it. Incomes are a little bit lower with them and in the riding as a whole. But housing costs are extremely high. Like the average housing value in this riding is about $2 million. So with below average incomes, very high housing costs, people wanting to get into the market, and a high number of renters, that's a bit of a challenge. Now, the other thing that you see here, in this riding, you see a high degree of environmentalism going on. And when you look at their values, they believe in a role for government and for big business. So again, there's that tension happening here. It shows up in the way that they voted last time, where the BC Liberals were very close with a segment that is typically voting for the NDPs. So again, that kind of helps explain why the results are so close. We'll see who takes it over the top.
Yeah, right now the lead is 318 votes. Still, though, no one has crossed the magic line of 47 right now. Way too many ridings too close to call again. There are about 5 or 6 ridings where the lead right now is less than 1%. So anyone can take this. Mi-Jung?
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. So, Judy, the fact of the matter is the NDP has, it looks like they have lost 10 seats. At dissolution, they had 56. Was their campaign strategy a very negative strategy? Did it backfire?
I don't think we know that yet. And I think, I still believe it's really important for voters to know about some of the extreme views in the BC Conservative Party. Whichever way this goes, a number of those people who are deny that COVID, that there should have been COVID mandates, who don't believe that residential schools were a tragedy and harm perpetrated on Indigenous people, who have really strongly homophobic views and racist views, they're still going to be part of that caucus. If they're part of a government, that's even more serious, but they will be part of that caucus. And I think it's important for voters to know that going forward, no matter what the outcome is. There are some really serious challenges here with views that I think are more extreme than the mainstream in British Columbia.
And I've been waiting to ask Mike this, my zinger. This is such a close race, and I'm wondering, we know the immense popularity of the federal Conservatives. Pierre Poilievre did endorse Danielle Smith during the advanced voting stages 3 days before the election there. Do you think it would have made any difference? I suspect it might have. If he'd come out and endorsed John Rustad and the Conservatives, we might have seen a difference in this outcome, do you think? Maybe.
The way things changed in BC so quickly in the month of August and through September, I think Pierre Poilievre, as the most popular politician in Canada right now, probably made the right decision to let this unfold, to watch. I think he did say when he was here that, in his view, BC would benefit from a Conservative government.
But he stopped short of it, and I sent his press secretary a note yesterday, and he's usually very quick to get back to me. I said, is Mr. Poilievre going to endorse the Conservatives? Dead air, radio silence.
Well, the brand apparently is very strong, and we're seeing that here tonight. David Eby may yet cling to power. We don't know that. He may have one or two seats that allow him to do that. But tonight makes it clear that there is a significant portion of the population in British Columbia that are unhappy with the direction that this province is heading in. And Mr. Eby, if he does cling to power, is going to have to take that into account if he continues to govern.
And full disclosure for the viewers who are just tuning in, Mike de Jong, veteran BC Liberal / United Cabinet Minister, is hoping to run federally for the Conservatives in which riding?
Abbotsford South Langley.
Okay, but you don't have the nomination sealed yet.
I do not.
You don't have Pierre Poilievre endorsing you yet?
I do not.
Well, we'll see what happens, but it is interesting that, yes, he endorsed Danielle Smith, but he hasn't endorsed John Rustad.
Yeah, the federal factor, I think people will discuss, particularly in the context of this close result. I think at a minimum we can say that the Conservative brand is very strong. It's strong here in British Columbia. It's certainly strong nationally at the moment. And that's why we're probably going to be here a little later than we thought we would be.
But we might have been done earlier if he had spoken out, don't you think?
Hindsight.
But there was also the battle. The NDP did not want on the ballot for it to say just Conservative. The NDP was fighting to have it BC Conservative. They lost that battle. I don't know if that would have made a difference.
I suppose another question that begs is to what extent a national NDP party, I won't ask Judy to comment on this, but the federal NDP have had their share of difficulties. To what extent was that a factor in this election? Because the NDP is the only party, I believe, where you're a member of both. You are a member of the provincial NDP and the federal NDP. I don't know that it was as much of a factor here, but some people could make that argument.
So we should actually point out, as you see these results coming in, you'll see that there's only 2 ballot boxes remaining that have not been reported yet. And so there is a delay in getting some of these results because we've been told from Elections BC that the last 2 ballot boxes are getting extra validation. just to be extremely sure. And that's what's holding us up. We thought that the results would be all in by 9 p.m., but what time is it now? It's 9:52.
And I remember asking you, what are we going to do? If the results are in at 8:45, what are we going to talk about for the next 2.5 hours?
So clearly
We're
there's
finding
still,
plenty to talk about.
double checking the last 2 ballot boxes.
And with 2 ballot boxes left, any margin below 350, 400 probably is still in play.
And my understanding is a recount happens if it's 100 or less ballots. So this may not be decided by the end of tonight, I suppose.
Well, just on that, the district electoral officer can request a judicial recount if there's either a tie or a difference of 1 out of 500 votes, or a candidate can request one if it's under 100.
Okay. So well, as they sort out the final 2 ballot boxes, we'll wait as those results come in. Let's turn it over now to CTV's Lauren Pullen.
All right, guys, we're back in action. A lot to talk about. I want to get your take. This is Andrew Reeve and Mike McKinnon joining us now for another look at how everything has unfolded tonight. My colleague Sinjin said it was like a hockey game. How do you feel about that analogy, Mike?
Well, I mean, the folks over there, especially, it's like scoreboard watching, right? If you're in the war room, if you're a candidate, we were talking to Wally Opal about it. I'm sure Mike and Judy have felt this. Like it's tough in your stomach. It really is.
Yeah, I can only imagine the conversations going back on there in the guest room. What's your take on what's unfolded?
This has been a pretty crazy night. Mike and I have been over in your situation room over there, poring over the numbers. And it's really something that, we all said this was going to be close, but the stress and the knots in our stomach, it's quite wild. And someone better put on another pot of coffee.
No idea that it was going to be this close. Now, you guys both have party insights for us. And have you been talking to any of the candidates? Have they said anything to you, Andrew?
Me.
We'll go to you first, yeah, and then we'll ask Mike.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw with the independents, total blowout. We were thinking perhaps there'd be a bit of a shift there, but the really interesting thing is how much those independents made the difference. I mean, you're looking at Kevin Acton right there, who that should have been a fairly safe conservative pickup, but because he ran and he's got thousands of votes, that's putting things back on the board for the NDP. So they're certainly playing a significant role, and we're hearing from folks that are both happy and upset about that, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, most definitely. Any insider insight for us, Mike? Have you been chatting with anyone?
Not a lot of conversations. I think that if you know someone who lost tonight, it's you want to give them some space. If you know somebody who won, all their friends are texting them anyways and saying great job. And I think regardless of your partisan stripe, I'm a partisan, but I'm going to make a nonpartisan comment that regardless, there's some really good people who lose their jobs in every election, and that's the case tonight too.
It's either the greatest night or the worst night. And Andrew, just take me through your thoughts on, for lack of a better terminology, the Unite the Right plan and how that's unfolded tonight.
Yeah, it's been very interesting to see some of the ridings that we thought were perhaps maybe going to be decided by those federal Liberal voters who were deciding which way to go. A lot of those are the ones that we're now going, where did the numbers really fall on that? So I think there's going to be a very interesting election debrief that the BC Conservatives and the BC NDP are going to do. I no longer have a horse in this race, so I'm going to be very interested to get my hands on those numbers and see for myself.
And Mike, we saw near the tail end of the race there, EB speak out to those Green voters and say, we need you, we need that support. How vital has that possibly turned out to be now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks that way. Like, it was a really, the strength of the Conservative Party in this election and the pitch that David made was that for a lot of the vast majority of Green voters, there's a lot of shared values with New Democrats. And so it actually made it easier to make that pitch to them to say, you and I agree that you don't want to wake up on Sunday with a Conservative government. Still remains to be seen tonight, obviously, but that pitch was a lot easier in this campaign. And then, breaking down the numbers, did it make a difference of a couple hundred votes in a few key ridings? It very well could have.
And as you mentioned, obviously it's very difficult for anyone who doesn't win tonight. Were you guys able to listen in to Sonia Furstenau's speech and your reaction to her thoughts there? That's obviously a very difficult one for her and for the Green Party.
Yeah, I've known Sonia for many years, as well as Adam Olsen, the two former now Green MLAs, and they were an incredibly valuable addition to the legislature. Obviously, I was with a different party, but having their voices was really important. It meant a lot that they were there. They were often focusing on democracy, focusing on these really high-level issues that so often get forgotten in the political nitty-gritty. When we're dealing with this, they're talking about stuff like freedom of information, transparency, democracy. That's a real loss to not have Sonia or Adam in the legislature, but it looks like we may have two new Greens, possibly. I know they haven't been called yet, but two interesting new characters that will be taking their seats in the legislature.
Yeah, possible passing of the torch. Any feedback from you, Mike?
Sonia, I do agree with Andrew's assessment for the most part that that Sonia Furstenau contributed a lot to the debate in BC. It was always going to be really challenging, and I think some people will question, why she chose to run in Victoria and to run against a progressive cabinet minister and someone who shares a lot of values with Sonia, to actually try and challenge them and defeat them in that seat. I understand there's a lot of people will be disappointed with that loss tonight.
And I know we're still watching and waiting, and this really is coming down to the wire, but have there been any big surprises for either of you tonight? I'll start with you, Andrew.
Yeah, a few actually. Mike and I, again, we've been sort of going back, watching all the coverage. I'll sort of pivot first to you because you have a bit of a connection.
I feel like we're doing the hallway banter like we used to at the legislature. I think folks watching some of the really close Surrey races, as the Mike and Judy and everyone on the desk has talked about, like there's a lot of things that happen in Surrey politics and with the growth of Surrey and the challenges that any government has to keep up with the infrastructure that's required there. It's really challenging, and I would question, as a partisan, of course, would question whether John Rustad has the answers to those things, with a lot of questionable plans as to whether his platform can keep up with that infrastructure. But for folks in Surrey, as we've seen in election after election, there's a lot of unpredictability there, and the final count is not in some of those ridings. But I would say at the end of the night, some disappointing and perhaps some surprises coming the New Democrats' way.
And one of the ridings that Mike and I were kind of taken aback by is Cowichan Valley, of just how tight that race is between two relatively unknown candidates as well. Neither is an incumbent, and obviously the Conservatives are a new party. So what's going on there is that back and forth is really quite interesting.
Well, I want to thank you both for bringing that legislative hallway banter to our CTV studios this election night. Mike, Andrew, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Lauren.
Mijung, we'll throw it back to you in the panel.
All right, thank you very much, Lauren. Let's take a look at the two the ridings that could turn green. We have two, let's see, we're going to start with West Vancouver Sea to Sky. Jeremy Valeria, this is a riding he came 60 votes shy of winning 4 years ago. And Rob Botterill also leading in Saanich North Islands. That, of course, is Adam Olson's old riding.
And a real three-way race there, as many people predicted. Two lawyers and a city councillor, Sarah Riddell.
He's got a healthy lead there. Yeah, a healthy lead for Rob Botterill. Jeremy Valeria, that was Jordan Sturdy's, as a Liberal, he was elected there.
Jordan Sturdy sat in that seat for a number of terms. Came very close last time, won by a slim margin, won nonetheless. So I don't think anyone is hugely surprised by the shift, but it will ensure, if it holds, that the Green Party has, along with Saanich South, a presence in the Legislative Assembly, and perhaps a very significant presence in the Assembly.
And that riding, West Vancouver Sea to Sky, has part of West Vancouver, but it goes into Squamish, Whistler, and of course in Squamish you've got the wood fiber LNG project. So Valeria is opposed to that. So they want to raise that LNG controversy.
Interesting to think about how that will play out.
This is an upset.
This is an upset, and again, why the Conservative Party of British Columbia is in this race.
Judy, what's your take on that? Pam Alexis going down to defeat.
And another upset
and
here
another
as well.
One.
Yeah, Dan Coulter. What do you think it counts? I mean, that is traditional right-of-centre territory.
It is traditional Conservative territory, BC Liberal. This one is a surprise. I did not see that coming. I'm not sure that the NDP saw that one coming. I can't explain that one.
It'll be interesting to hear what Nathan Cullen has to say when he gets around to, for any candidate that's defeated, it's a difficult experience. It'll be interesting, though, to hear his explanation for what happened there, because he was viewed as a pretty solid NDP candidate.
Okay, we've got some breaking news now on Saanich North and the Islands. CTV is declaring Rob Botterill elected by at least 1,200 votes, with only 2 more ballot boxes, but a healthy enough lead that we can declare him the winner.
They are cheering at the Hummingbird Pub on Galliano Island, so raise your pints at the Hummingbird.
Well, Adam Olsen was a strong MLA there.
He was absolutely.
And he was very popular.
And he would have been, it would not have been close if Adam Olsen had run again. I think you see a significant increase in the NDP vote there from the last couple of elections, and that has very much to do with a lot of Greens switching to the NDP, but obviously not enough to change the fact that the Greens have held that for a couple of
So
terms.
Sea to Sky becomes extra important. I mean, if they win that, they have official party status. If they do not, then they do not get that funding or that time in question.
And people may not understand this, but official party status means funding. A party gets funding, they can hire some staff, they can hire some researchers, and even in opposition, and particularly in opposition, that can be pretty instrumental in terms
And I must mention on that score, Mike, that when the NDP was reduced to 2 seats in 2001, the BC Liberals, who formed government in a landslide, were not prepared to give them party status, but the NDP changed the rules so that you had to, if you had 2 seats, you could get funding and have official party status.
And think of the difference it made this year when Bruce Banman crossed the floor to allow question period.
That's
we'll
right.
all remember that very fiery first
That's
question
right.
period where Soji was raised, and I think the grassroots of that party really got ignited.
And I think that's about improving our democracy.
All right, let's turn it back now to CTV's Nafisa Kareem.
Mijung, the story of tonight is that it is just down to the wire, too close to call. We need to get to 47. Both of the major parties have a path to get there right now. NDP leading and elected in 46 seats. Conservatives at 45. The Greens right now leading and elected in 2. Let's look at what it looked like before. And this is the story of this election. Where were all of these BC United votes going to go? This is teal. Let's look at what it looks like in terms of that power grid we showed you. Again, these are the regions broken up across the province. These teal seats are mostly blue now. Let's see what it looks like right now. You see there's a lot more blue here. A lot of those were orange and now they're blue. Mario, walk us through what we're seeing tonight.
Well, a couple of places where this makes a lot of sense. In Surrey, there's only 3 right now which are orange, and none of them are final at this particular stage. North of the Fraser, we see the NDP dominating, as was expected. Very complicated issue, particularly in the Fraser Valley, because they lost a lot of the seats they won during the pandemic election.
We are going to look at vote efficiency right now. So this is taking the percentage of the popular vote, how that translates into seats, and what it means in terms of the percentage of the seats. So right now, the NDP is getting a lot of bang for their buck, with 45% of the vote translating to 46 seats projected, and at 49% there. So the Greens here are losing out in terms of the percentage of the vote and what it means for seats.
It would be very different under a different system, of course. The Greens will be getting 8% of the seats. They're getting 2% of the seats. But right now, we still have the party that is leading in the voting percentages, leading in the seat count. Not the situation we had in 1996 when the BC Liberals got more votes but fewer seats. Number 1 song in Canada at the time was Ironic by Alanis Morissette. So we're not going to have that tonight.
What I do want to point out, though, is, Mario, these percentages look a little familiar.
Well, yeah, 44,
this
41.
This is your poll.
It's the poll we conducted. It's very close, a little bit high on the Greens to my liking. Others and independents were an important issue. They're at 3%, which is exactly where we thought they were going to go. A lot of those independent votes didn't actually materialize. But again, we started with a statistical tie. We're finishing the night with a statistical tie.
It's almost a coin flip when you look at the minimum and maximum ranges here for the seat projections. This line here here is a majority. Right now, we have a maximum number of seats projected for the NDP at 49, a minimum of 43. But look where the Conservatives are, 48 to 42. Greens right now leading an elected in 2. So they are a factor. If it is a minority, as you said, those Green MLAs are going to get a phone call tonight if no one crosses this line. And Mi Jung, again, there are 5 races where the lead is less than 1%. So right now, no one is over this line. It is still too close to call. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Nafisa. Let's go to election night headquarters for the BC Conservatives. That's where CTV's Michelle Bernaro is standing by.
Yeah, you know, earlier on, there was a lot of excitement in this room. There was a lot of cheers every time they'd see another Conservative candidate win a riding, but it feels a little more subdued now. It feels like a lot of nervous energy because this has, of course, become such a nail-biter, and we haven't seen a lot of movement in the numbers over the last while, and people are just hanging on, waiting, watching, trying to figure out who is going to come out on top. And you know, people here saying they thought it would be close, but they didn't necessarily think it was going to be this close tonight. Now, we haven't seen Conservative leader John Rustad yet. We were told earlier on that he was watching the results come in from somewhere nearby. So, you know, as soon as we get some of those final numbers, we do definitely expect to see him. But however you look at the final results tonight, I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is that clearly in British Columbia, many people agreed with the Conservatives and that they wanted a change. So definitely we are seeing that in some of the numbers tonight. But the final outcome, of course, still very much up in the air. Mi Jung?
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. The tension, anxiety building across the province, I'm sure. Like, we did not think that it would be past 10 and we wouldn't have all the votes counted.
Nor did we think we'd be sitting here wondering who is going to be premier and who is going to form government. And as we have discussed, it may well be that David Eby can cling to power. That is not certain at this point, and none of us, I think, really thought that would be the situation at 10 o'clock at night.
And I do wonder, when we get the total number of people who voted, if the voter turnout is low, how many people will be remorseful that they didn't vote, and what it says about, you know, the importance of voting, even if the weather is shoddy. And people probably will prioritize advance voting more than they already have.
But, you know, around the world, there has been a rise of right-wing populism, center-right governments, very much as a result of frustration of regular folks with the cost of living and, you know, some of the economic problems in the aftermath of the pandemic. So it's not surprising. I mean, this is going to be determined by 1 or 2 seats, no question about it. The results are still so close that there are bound to be a number of recounts. But
this sends a message to the NDP.
Well, it certainly says the NDP has a lot of work to do, no question, that no vote, no constituency can be taken for granted. I think the NDP was predicting a very close vote. And there are a lot of people who thought that that was just something they were repeating over and over again in order to try and get voters out to the polls. But they have always believed this would be a very tight race.
I don't want to foreclose on the possibility that 3 weeks from now, Premier John Rustad is being sworn into. That is still a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Very much alive at this point, given how close some of those ridings are.
One riding apart.
But if it doesn't happen, and David Eby is reconfirmed as the premier, this means much more than that, in my view. It is a message to the NDP and to Premier Eby that a sizable percentage of the population in British Columbia is unhappy with where this province is headed right now. And if he wants to preserve the prospect of re-election at some point in the future, he has to take that into account.
And we knew that about 48% of the population weren't happy with the direction of things, but we also knew that the NDP were certainly trying to raise doubts about the quality of their opponents being a legitimate government, and those
trying to brand them as risky, too extremist. But clearly, the popular vote, about 43.5% of the population, doesn't see it that way. I mean, the NDP right now, the popular vote is at about 44.6, so they're only 1 point apart.
So I just want to point out on the popular vote that with the exception of the COVID election in 2020, when the NDP got about 47-48% of the vote, the NDP has not broken 43% in the popular vote since the days of David Barrett. And so we just need to remember that votes in British Columbia are always very, very tight. They are generally in the 40s, you know, and in this case, we had a united right, because the BC United collapsed into the Conservative Party. So the NDP has, of course, done better when the right side of the political spectrum is divided. They were not divided this time, but still 44% is tops what's happened in, I think, about 40 years.
Okay, we're going to just hit pause on that for a second, and we're going to go to one of the most well-known NDP cabinet ministers to be re-elected. Let's go to CTV's Penny Daflos at election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver.
Hi, Mijung. Yeah, I have a very familiar face tonight here. Adrian Dix has won re-election in his riding. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you. It's a great night in Vancouver, Renfrew.
Very stressful night for your party, however. Tell me a little bit about this seesaw back and forth. It's a nail-biter. How are you feeling right now?
Well, we've had this experience before in 2017. The results were different, and everyone involved in your headquarters, your election headquarters, knows that. The results are coming in much quicker this time. They were dragged out over really a day last time, but this was the exact result. It was very close in popular vote, very close in seats, and we were still waiting at the end of the night to see the final result. So we fortunately have that lived experience. I'm not sure we wanted it repeated in exactly the same way, but you know, I think people know this. They've been following BC politics. They're always close. In 2013 and 09 and 05, we lost by 4%, which is a 2-point swing. They were all close elections. We won in 96 and 91 in close elections and lost lots of close elections before that. So tonight's result, which is 45% of the popular vote, is really an historic vote for the NDP in many ways. You know, in this time when incumbent parties and governments are losing around the world, in the UK, in France, in trouble in the US, there's an anti-incumbent mood out there. Premier Eby has put together a result in terms of popular vote for the NDP that's really the third best in the 90-year history of the CCF NDP.
The NDP's ground game is always very strong. I was out with David Eby on a number of trips on the bus, on the plane, on the ferry. Really good reaction, but there was also a lot of concerns from people. How important was it for you as a veteran campaigner to be able to engage with people's concerns and be able to talk them through some of the things they may be unhappy with your government about?
It's the best thing to do. First of all, the job of an MLA is to represent people, and at the end of a campaign, having met thousands of them in your community and in others at the door, talking to them one-on-one, you're in a much stronger position to represent them. And this is, people will remember this, it was only 4 years ago in an election in a pandemic in October 2020, where there was really not that door-to-door counseling, where we mostly talk to people on the phone, harder to reach on the phone these days. So all of that is very positive, and I think we'll be in a very good position to represent them in the legislature. But we'll see, you know, tonight, at this point, there's nothing to be said. There's no campaign, there's no policy discussion, there's no debate. We're just counting the votes, and the will of the people will be seen in those votes tonight. And so that's what we're all waiting for. And really, all of the power is in the hands of that tonight. And then after we see what it is, we'll have to deal with it.
Thank you so much for your time, Adrian Dix, veteran campaigner of many campaigns, Adrian Dix, on how things are going here tonight.
Okay, thank you, Penny. And we're going to talk about another high-profile cabinet minister. Let's go to Ben Nesbitt, covering the Tri-Cities for us tonight.
Joining me now is the winner of the Port Coquitlam riding, Mike Farnworth of the BCNTP. Mike, almost 33 years to the day when you won your first seat as MLA. Another successful win here tonight. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, it's a real honor to be the MLA for the community that I've grown up in. I've called home since basically I was 9 years old. So, yeah, it's pretty special.
I guess to the overall race, you know, we're seeing a very tight race here tonight. It looks like it's going to come down to the wire. How are you feeling and about how things are going?
Well, it's a very tight race. The polls were saying it was going to be very close. You know, you had a lot of different pollsters showing it was going to be close, and it is close. but it's still, you know, I think gather another 10% of the vote has still got to come in yet. For a lot of ridings that are very close, thin margins. So we're just going to have to wait and see, but I'm always an optimist.
Heading into your 8th term now, any idea how many more you have in you here?
Hey, I just take it one day at a time. I'm just savoring the night. It's very special, though.
Absolutely, you've earned it. We'll see how everything plays out, but congratulations. Mike Farnworth, winner of Port Coquitlam. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you, Ben. And we're talking about the longest serving MLA in the legislature. That is you, isn't it? Or was?
And Mike Farnworth is about to break that. In about a year and 3 or 2 years from now, he will become, in modern day, there was a gentleman in the 1920s, 30s who served for 39 years. And they named a beer after him. So Mike Farnworth has something to shoot for.
You didn't stick around long enough for that.
I got a draft.
This is Molson? This is...
No, man from the Kootenays got a beer. And if for the folks at Swan's Pub in Victoria, they can buy the beer there. So Farnworth may get a beer named after him if he can hang in there for the full 4 years.
But Mike, if you're elected an MP, can you combine your provincial service and your federal service?
It's not like pension plans, Judy.
Okay, so we're still, okay, Mike Farnworth, yeah, he won by about 3,600 votes. No surprise there.
No surprise there.
No surprise. And look, all kidding aside, a pretty impressive track record. Local representation. Mike Farnworth and I have disagreed on many things, but he served as House Leader while I served as House Leader for the better part of 12 or 15 years. And when they use that term, honorable member, he is an honorable member. And it's reflected in the longevity of his service.
Okay, that's a nice tribute. Thank you, Mike. Okay, let's go now to CTV's Nafisa Karim at the Power Board.
Mi Jung, this is the number required for a majority, 47, and we have a change in the House projections. We started off the evening with the NDP on top, then the Conservatives were on top, but right now, it's a tie. The range is identical, a maximum of 48 seats, so just one over the majority line with a minimum of 43. This is truly anyone's election. Let's look at the probability of a win right now. The NDP have a 61% chance of winning. The Conservatives have a 39% chance of winning. In terms of the probability of forming a majority right now, the NDP have an edge over the Conservatives, but it is still too close to call. We've got quite a few ridings where the lead is basically under 1%. If this holds up, these ranges, look at the Greens over here with the 2 seats leading and elected. They could be key in terms of helping a party that isn't over the line yet get over the line. Sonia Furstenau said in her speech that the Greens will play a pretty pivotal role in the legislature. And it could be that those MLAs here are going to be getting a call tonight because they need to get someone over the line. Again, that line is 47. Mi Jung.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. Interesting that we talked about the Greens leading or elected in 2, but their popular vote, their percentage of support is only 8%. It was 15% in 2020. So that Greens support overall has dropped a lot. I mean, that's partly because they didn't run a full slate.
They didn't run a full slate, and at some point, when we're analyzing this in detail, we'll ask ourselves and determine to what degree did that impact results? Because in a riding where the Greens might have scored 3, 4, or 5%, they may have taken part of that from the NDP, they may have taken part of that from the Conservatives, but it may have impacted the absence of a Green candidate may well have impacted the outcome in that riding.
And especially when these races are also close.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I believe, the lowest total they've had in the past 4 elections. You know, and speaking with Sonia Furstenau, a few weeks before the deadline for candidates, she was confident. She said they had 7 candidates shy of the 93 and thought they'd fill all of them, but they fell so short because they were unable to get the 75 people's signatures in those ridings where they wanted people. You have a minimum number of signatures you need, and they couldn't achieve that. So I don't know what that says about a lack of support for the Green Party province-wide, but it doesn't say good things.
Well, you were talking, Judy, we were talking about how people are struggling with the cost of living.
Yes.
And perhaps that has made those issues more, urgent for them as opposed to environmental issues.
the environment has featured much lower on the priority list, according to all the polling. That's absolutely true.
And that is generally a reflection of deteriorating economic circumstances for families. It generally is.
But it is a bit ironic that we're dealing with another atmospheric river on election day, and that environmental concerns are not higher, top of mind, or at least higher up in importance for people. I think if Sonia, I think Sonia contributed a great deal to the legislature. I have a lot of respect for her. Work closely with her on.
Let's talk about, we just saw Vernon Lumby.
I think that's an interesting riding, Vernon Lumby, because the independent former BC United candidate, Kevin Acton, 5-time mayor of Lumby, he pulled, I don't see the number now, but he pulled certainly more than enough votes. If they had not split the vote there, the incumbent NDP candidate would not have won. So that's an example of, that's the best example I've seen so far tonight of an independent altering the course of a riding.
Yeah, and that's and that phenomenon when we're dealing with a one-seat difference.
If Kevin Acton had not split the vote there, the Conservatives would have won that seat.
Yeah, I mean, that's that kind of an analysis is going to take place for the next number of weeks, to see what the impact was. But look,
but this is democracy.
It is. I was just
going to say,
you're
giving more options to people. We can't just have two parties.
It is a democracy, and you can never criticize an individual who decides to put their name on the ballot. Here it is.
And Dennis Giesbrecht, he came from Kamloops to make way for Peter Millibar, so he was sort of parachuted in. I think that might have been less than agreeable to everybody there, obviously. But look at that difference.
She's only leading by 379.
Yes, votes. But there's only two ballot boxes left to go.
It'll be tough to overcome that. It'll be tough. So here's Penticton, and this another riding where there was an independent candidate that, in this case, the Conservative candidate has managed to overcome so far this evening. But again, in the absence of that independent candidate, wouldn't have been close. Yeah.
What's your phrase? Woulda, shoulda, coulda?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Yeah, we're still at 46 NDP leading or elected, Conservatives 45, Greens 2. And we were talking about, boy, should Sonia have run in Saanich, North Island? Because that's just strong Green support there.
It is, or in one of the neighboring ridings when her riding was reconfigured, and but she would have had a stronger vote there. I was really surprised that she chose to run in Victoria Beacon Hill against a strong woman, definitely strongly progressive, and they would have agreed on 95% of the issues, Sonia and the incumbent, Grace Lohr. But she made a choice to run there, and her voice will be missed.
If she had run in her own riding to start with, although there was a lot of thought that it was not going to be an easy one to win, I think based on the results we saw earlier, she actually would have had a better chance.
I think she would have.
If she'd stayed in Cowichan Valley.
It was a big surprise that she decided to contest Victoria Beacon Hill.
Now, traditionally, there was always talk that the NDP vote or popular vote was more efficient. Like they could have a lower popular vote and win more ridings. But now we're seeing that number is kind of even on both camps.
In fact, you can make the argument that the Conservatives have got more mileage out of their votes than the NDP. They're below the NDP on the popular vote, within a seat on the seat count. So at this point, at least, looks like the Conservatives have squeezed pretty good efficiency out of every vote.
The thing I'm looking forward to is whenever this all gets decided, question period's going to be crazy. It's going to be a very animated affair with probably at least 40 members from each of these parties with very disparate points of view, and many of them not afraid to speak their mind.
And we're going to be back to a situation that we were in minority government between 2017 and 2020, where you had to look around and count who was in the House before you even went to the washroom, and where, you couldn't get leaves of absence, where people showed up sick because the government could have fallen, right? And that certainly, it makes for a lot of pressure all round.
Attendance will be high.
But again, in that period, the NDP did not win a majority, but with the support of the Green Party, it was a productive period in the legislature of British Columbia, and some really important work got done. So, who knows? I don't think the phone call will happen tonight. There's been talk about, is there a phone call to the Green Party tonight? I don't think it's going to happen that way exactly. But,
Okay, let's look at Suri Cloverdale right now. Eleanor Sturko still leading.
With just the lead has widened, and just with 2 ballot boxes remaining. So, I mean, this has been one of those.
That'll be a tough
battlegrounds.
lead to overcome for Starchuk with 2 ballot boxes.
Yeah, with only 2 left, you find that 668, it's hard to flip that.
Do you know what? Absolutely. And to Judy's point, the 2 jobs you would not want in the coming parliament are to be the government house leader or the government whip. Because the pressure is going to be, whichever party forms government, you are not going to want to be one of those 2 people responsible for making sure you got bums in the seats for votes.
And what about by-elections? I mean, if somebody for personal or health reasons has to step down, I mean, we could have a by-election that triggers a new government.
Yeah, it's when a government is hanging on the edge the way it looks like the next government will be, all kinds of things come into play.
I'm surprised to see Yuri Fulmer. He was one of the star candidates for the Conservatives. I mean, Valerian, as we've spoken about, had just lost by 60 votes last time, so he was, well regarded to do well. But
yeah, and Valerian's ahead by 700.
Yeah, and I mean, as I say, the Conservatives felt very positively about Yuri Fulmer as the candidate, the chancellor, I think, of Capilano College, and a well-known business person and philanthropist. So they'll be surprised, I think.
So to your point, you said that when the NDP were supported by the Greens, they got a lot done. Can it be? It can be quite productive, you think, when we have such
it can be productive. It can be productive. Whether that is with a confidence and supply agreement, which is in place federally and was in place in British Columbia for 3.5 years, or whether it's issue by issue. But certainly it can be productive. And there was some really good work that was done in that 3.5 years. And we may be dealing with that again. We don't know yet. Yeah, we just don't know yet.
Judy will probably, I think, agree with this. We talk about this in the context of empowering the 2 independents. It empowers every member of the government caucus who now, whether they're in cabinet or sitting as a private member, are in a position to say to the Premier, wait a minute, I don't agree with that. In fact, I don't agree with it, and I'm not going to support it. Every single member of the Legislative Assembly, particularly on the government side, and on the opposition side as well, has an enhanced measure of influence in a parliament this close.
And
although I suspect that would be a bigger challenge if the Conservatives were to form government, because we have, there's quite a spectrum there. There are people who were right of center, and then there are people who are extreme right, and they're going to have a hard time being contained. John Rustad was not willing to rein them in during the election.
I think what is true is on the Conservative side, you've got a lot more new people, and it is a coalition that is still forming itself. And it arrives at this point after only 2 months of having brought together BC United, BC Liberals, and BC Conservatives.
Well, I'm curious to get your take on, I mean, it wasn't a merger, but that shocking August 28th moment when Kevin Falcon, a day after handing out
only August 28th.
Yeah, 7 weeks ago, a day after handing out tinfoil hats, made this announcement that they were merging. It's hard not to wonder if there had been a few strategic decisions about candidates. I know Brian Breguet came under fire in Vancouver-Langara, a seat that got flipped. Jamie Stein was the BC United candidate there and was not welcomed into the fold. There's a few instances like that where if there'd been a different negotiation, I think we might have had again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But it's funny how quickly it transfolded.
But it wasn't a negotiation, it was a capitulation. Really, it was. Yeah. Kevin Falcon was clear. Anything goes in order to stop the NDP.
Dramatic, though, when you think about in the span of 2 months, we went from a situation, 2 parties, 2 center-right parties running tonight, and we're all at home having a glass of Pinot Noir. It's over. NDP is re-elected, and it is in fact that decision, whatever you call it, capitulation, amalgamation, that has created a situation in which we cannot say at 10:30 on election night who's going to form government.
What do you think Kevin Falcon's doing right now?
I was just going to ask. Where is Kevin?
Well, speaking at Gordon Campbell's party.
Speaking of Pinot Noir, I don't know.
We heard that there is a united watch party, and hopefully they're watching CTV
with Gordon Campbell speaking.
Maybe Kevin Falcon's there.
I don't know.
Well, that's going to be interesting. And interesting to think about, as you were talking about earlier, those dynamics of, say, a Brent Chapman being in the caucus.
Mm-hmm.
It would appear that Eleanor Sturkell's gamble to, or she may have been told she couldn't run in Surrey South, but going to Cloverdale, they kept not only Surrey South, but flip Suri Cloverdale.
But, Judy has said, to that point, Judy has said, that's a good example. Some of these relationships, internal relationships, will have to evolve. And we'll have to...
Evolve is a carefully chosen word,
well,
Mike.
you use the word, but politics is about bringing people together. And this is a group that has come together, in many cases, in fairly short order. So either as government, and having the weight and burden of responsibility on their shoulders, or as an opposition, that will have to happen quickly.
So let's look at, say, for example, their approaches to housing, and that's very different. John Rustad talks about unleashing the private potential.
The private sector. Government should get out of the way and let the private sector do it.
And whereas David Eby and Ravi Kahlon, they've been very intent on creating more housing and letting more governments and nonprofits be involved. So that could be an interesting search for a compromise.
Well, I'm not sure you're going to see a great deal of compromise between an NDP approach and a Conservative approach. How two Green Party members try to thread that needle will be interesting. The challenge for either party on something like housing is everyone talks about affordable housing and making housing more affordable. Are you going to see a year under either approach where the $900,000 condo in Port Coquitlam is now worth $800,000 absent a recession? So how people measure that question, what is the deliverable on making housing more affordable, is going to be a challenge for either party.
And when you talk about housing, interesting phenomenon this election was the first time that I've seen the younger demographic, 18 to 34s or the 35s to 50, somewhere in that, those people who were either trying to buy their first home or paying for a mortgage were supporting the Conservatives.
Because they're frustrated. Yeah.
Trying to get into the market.
They are frustrated. I have a son who's 40 years old, 400 square foot condo, apartment that he rents, $1,850, which he can only do with the support of his parents, which is, so there, of course there's frustration. And this is a problem that has festered for a very, very long time. It's a problem that's plaguing not just British Columbia, the entire country, and North America. We're hearing about it a lot in the American elections. So I think for Rustad to say government should simply get out of the way and let the private sector do it has not proven to work. And Rustad is also saying that he would get rid of rent controls, which is going to make things even worse for...
Well, I think in fairness, he did say he would not change rent controls. But...
Okay, well, maybe he flip-flopped on that one, because certainly he and several of his candidates were saying we need to get rid of rent as recently as a few days ago. Some of his candidates were saying that because that was too hard on landlords. And
well, maybe what we can say without devolving into an argument on here is, from the results we've seen tonight, the people of British Columbia are split.
Clearly divided.
On which approach is the best approach. Mm-hmm. And that seems clear from the results tonight.
Okay, let's go now to CTV's Reagan Hasegawa. She's live in Surrey, where the NDP is hosting a watch party. I'm sure there's a lot of nervous people there, Reagan.
Mijung, it has been a real nail-biter here in Surrey, and a prime example of why every vote counts. Only 2 of the 10 ridings in Surrey have been declared by the CTV News Desk. And joining me now is a winner of the Surrey-Newton riding. This is Jessie Sunner. Good evening. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling? It's been a really tight night.
Yeah, it's been a very tight night, but I'm so proud and honored and humbled, honestly, that the residents of Surrey-Newton have chosen me to represent them in Victoria, and I look forward to fighting for them and making sure that they're represented in Victoria, and that we're making sure we're fighting on the issues that matter to British Columbians, like healthcare, like housing, affordability, and making sure education, and making sure that all these things are moving forward.
What were some of the biggest issues you heard from your constituents? Because I heard you were door knocking literally up until the point you showed up here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been door knocking since pre-writ, and a big issue is healthcare. And working with the Hospital Employees Union, I know how important healthcare is and how important it is to invest in healthcare, and that's what I'm committed to doing with the BC NDP, and making sure we're pushing that forward to make sure that all residents get healthcare when and where they need it.
In the last election, the NDP had 7 of 9 seats. Tonight, it's just too close to call in so many of the ridings. Why do you feel that is?
I think it's just too close to call. We can't really say anything at this point, but I will just say that I'm really proud that Surrey Newton has chosen me to represent them, and we'll move forward and make sure we're fighting for Surrey.
How do you feel about the tone of the campaign in Surrey?
It's been a great campaign. I've had great feedback at the doors, and I just want to continue to make sure that we're fighting for Surrey and making sure Surrey has a voice at the table and that we're not being left behind.
Well, congratulations again. Yes, Surrey very close at this point. Again, only 2 of the 10 ridings have been declared by the CTV decision desk. There is a lot of nervous excitement in this room, a lot of people watching the screens, watching our show, anxiously waiting to see what happens to the future of one of BC's fastest growing cities. John.
Okay, thank you very much, Reagan. And CTV's Penny Daflos is at the NDP election night headquarters in downtown Vancouver. Penny, maybe a lot of people weren't expecting the results not to be in by this time.
Absolutely. This is not exactly, everybody knew it was going to be a tight race, but they didn't expect it to be this tight. And to talk a little bit about how the campaign has gone, I'm going to bring in a very familiar face to our CTV viewers, Binder Sudjan, former Legislative Bureau Chief for CTV News in Victoria, now in David Eby's office, in the Premier's office as a press secretary. Binder, you worked really closely with David Eby throughout this campaign. Tell us a little bit about this work ethic, because we saw a lot of campaign stops, but that's not where the campaigning ended for him.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there were 32 media availabilities. There were 29 days of campaigning. So on days he was going up multiple times. But there were times when he actually did stuff as Premier as well and showed up at different places. So, you know, I was curious about how many hours we had spent on the bus as I got off the bus for the first time, for the last time today. And I asked our bus driver, Rob, like, how many hours have you logged? And he said he himself logged 240 hours. And that's not including the time with some other drivers as well, not including the time that we spent on airplanes or attending other events. And I think that really speaks to the work ethic of David Eby, which is that every hour, every minute that he is working in his workday, he believes in showing up for British Columbians and looking to see how he can make British Columbians' lives better. And I think that's been a key theme and a key thing that we've seen in this campaign.
I mentioned it earlier, but those of us who were on the bus, we heard the same talking points again and again, and I know it can be repetitious for the media, but how important is repetition in terms of being able to get that message out to the public? Because it seems that, especially these days, you can't just say something once and expect it to break through.
Yeah, totally. And you know, there's a lot of noise out in the world, right? And people don't always tune in every single day to every single newscast or podcast or radio show. And I think really making sure that people were understanding the values that the NDP stands for, which is making sure that we are there for people, knowing that people are struggling at that time, and seeing how we could bring people together. I mean, that's something that David talked about endlessly, right? But also when you have, you know, maybe people who aren't as forthcoming with the media in terms of media availabilities, David by far did the most. It's also, I think, important to talk about who the other people are as well. And I think David did a really good job with that in terms of the contrast and really what's at stake in this election. We all knew that it was going to be very close. It is very close. I'm sure my dad is up way past his bedtime watching the results. But, you know, this is what we knew coming in, and that is why we worked very hard to get the messaging across. David talked endlessly about his values and the values of the party.
This is a bit of an unusual campaign in that this was the only bus this time around. Traditionally, there are a lot of buses. Just tell us really briefly what the logistics were like to try to hit that many communities, get the volunteers up, be able to make those points. It sounds like there was a lot of logistical planning.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, we went to like 47 different ridings over the 28-day campaign. And so there are a lot of people involved in terms of like where you go and who you visit, but also when you have multiple stops in a day, that's a lot of coordinating in terms of time. And not to mention, so that's just the tour, but the campaign comes down to all the wonderful volunteers that we have. Today they were getting soaked head to toe, trying to get the vote out, and they've been doing it for so long, so really kudos to the volunteers.
So there you have it. Thank you so much, Binder. Really complicated to be able to get these campaigns underway, and even now that we see candidates doing podcasts as well as traditional radio interviews, as well as traditional television, the social media, at the end of the day, a lot of it really does come down to that traditional campaigning, to meet with people one-on-one, to be able to do that, even though it's a lot of work and it doesn't come cheap. So there you have it, Rob. Your predecessor at the legislature giving us a little insight behind the scenes.
Good to see Binder there on what is obviously a very close night where people are on pins and needles. Thank you, Penny. Penny Daphlos from the NDP headquarters tonight. We're going to go to Victoria, where Yvonne Raymond is with the Greens on a night where they are clinging to 2 seats, although their leader, who had a very good debate performance, did not win tonight, ending Sonia Furstenau's political career perhaps in BC. Yvonne, what's the mood like there, and how are things going?
Hi, Rob. Certainly, things are picking up. A huge loss for Sonia Furstenau's riding, but I'm now joined by Rob Botterill, who is now the MLA-elect for Saanich North and the Islands, a retired lawyer. You are a Pender Island resident and now MLA-elect. How does it feel?
Oh, it's so exciting to have the honor to be the MLA for Saanich North and the Islands. You know, the constituents in our riding I've knocked on thousands of doors, and they're just an amazing constituents, and I'm really looking forward to working for them.
It's looking like your party is going to hold the balance of power. Is there a party that you can foresee yourself working better or worse off with? What are your thoughts around the position that we're in tonight?
Well, really, tonight's a night for celebration in the case of my riding, and you know, I'm really feeling for Sonia and her disappointing loss. But the path forward will have to be charted over the next few days, working with you know, Sonia and Adam, very inspiring, a lot of experience. So I see the next few weeks being pretty busy.
What is going to be your first step now as MLA-elect?
Well, my first step early next week will be to tour the Gulf Islands that are in my riding and thank my supporters for all of their hard work in the islands, and then spend some time on the peninsula doing the same thing. We've got an amazing group of volunteers, and you know, the other thing I just mentioned briefly is I just want to congratulate the other candidates I ran against. We have a democracy that really works with a diversity of voices, and that's what it's all about.
Rob Botterill, MLA-elect for Saanich North and the Islands. Your party is making history tonight. Congratulations.
Great, thank you.
And CTV's Michelle Bernaro is covering the Conservative campaign, and she joins us from East Vancouver. Michelle?
Yeah, so, you know, we said before that the mood felt a little bit subdued here. It still feels that way. Right now, though, we are with Hanley. He is the Burnaby South Metrotown Conservative candidate in this election. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I know you didn't win your seat, but it was your first time running. What is your takeaway from having run?
I think, first of all, to be able to see that many support, that was a very, very heartfelt, kind of very meaningful. And lots of constituents, the residents in Burnaby South shared the great concerns with me and what the real problem is. That made me realize what's really going on in reality. So that was a very, very good learning experience, yeah, regardless of winning or losing, yeah.
Do you think there was a particular reason that voters there didn't elect you? Did you hear something that made you think, okay, maybe that's not going to happen this time?
Nothing particularly, yeah, that I can think about at this time, yeah.
Okay. You know, it's late. It's like 11:15. We're still here. How do you feel overall about what's going on tonight and what's playing out with the Conservatives and the NDP?
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, the way I see it is pretty neck to neck. We didn't think we could go this far because last year we started at, 3-4% on polling, and NDP started at 50%, and we came this close, I think, because a lot of people want the change. A lot of people are looking for that very the common sense change. That's why I feel pretty good that we awake the people that in need of changes.
Yeah, you feel that despite whatever the final outcome is here tonight, that BC has indicated, at least some people in BC have indicated that they would like to see change.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm pretty happy that I could be part of it. I could be the one to influence, regardless of winning or losing. It was a very meaningful the run for me. Yeah.
Would you run again?
Well, if because I do see, first time running, I do see a lot of people are cheering for me, supporting for me, and giving me lots of courage. So yeah, if there's a chance, and if people are wanting me to learn run, I don't see why not. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We have been speaking with Hanley, the Burnaby South Metrotown candidate for the Conservatives. He did lose, but he's optimistic nonetheless. Mijang?
Okay, thank you very much, Michelle. We just heard the candidate who lost in Burnaby, and that means that Paul Choi, the NDP, won there, and he's the first Korean Canadian to be elected to the legislature. Okay, let's go to CTV anchor Lauren Pullen, back again with former longtime Liberal MLA and Cabinet Minister Mary Polak.
Thanks so much, Mijang, and thanks again, Mary, for staying up late with us. I appreciate it.
No, I'm up watching just like everybody else.
Did you ever expect, like we knew the polls said that this was going to be incredibly close, but did you ever expect 10:47 p.m. at night we'd be sitting in the position we are sitting in now with how tight it is?
I kind of thought we might. And, you know, the part that's interesting to me is there is a day after, right? There is a day after the campaign. And I think it's going to look really different for the two leaders. And here's where they're at. David Eby, whether or not he forms government, he is going to be looking over his shoulder, right? Because they have come down from where they were. And that is never a good thing for a premier, especially when, you know, there's lots of talk that people were encouraging him to call an election earlier. So even if they form government, he'll be looking over his shoulder. In contrast, John Rustad, whether or not they form government, he has taken them to places that they never thought they would be. So he's going to be sitting in a very firm place in terms of his leadership in his party.
Yeah, we've definitely seen history unfold right before our eyes. Some of my colleagues in the newsroom were saying that back in 2017, we were on the air until 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for all to be said and done here. Can I get your take as a former longtime Liberal? You have a pretty unique perspective. What are these moments like for the people still watching and waiting right now?
There's always a bit of disbelief when you expect that you were going to win and you've lost. When you're waiting and it's, you know, a couple of hundred votes here and there, you know, you question yourself. You think, gosh, could I have been on the phone a little longer? Could I have been out knocking on a few more doors? You know, people forget how important one vote is, but it truly is. They all add up. And it'll be interesting to see what the final turnout numbers are and what the proportion is in terms of the advanced voting and whether or not the weather played a role in this election. But it is such a tense time, and my heart goes out to everyone who has put their name on the ballot. I know it sounds cliche, but especially in our day and age with such prevalent social media, for a person to put themselves out there in public life, it is just such an exposing thing to do for yourself that I have a high regard for all of them that would be willing to do that.
Oh, incredibly vulnerable and an incredibly tense night, like you said, for everyone involved. Mary, thanks so much for your insight.
No, you're welcome.
Nafisa, we'll throw it back to you at the power board.
You know, Mary said it, that every vote counts, and we are actually going to look at a riding where that is absolutely true. This is the closest riding in the province, the southern tip of Vancouver Island. Wanda Fuka-Malahat, take a look at the lead here. The NDP candidate has a 26-vote lead. There is still one ballot box to be counted here. So we're going to take a demographic deep dive into what could be at play. Rupin Sioni with Environics Analytics joins me now. So Rupin, what is happening in this riding?
Well, Nafisa, I'm looking at the patterns of who lives there and comparing them to how they voted provincially on a broader level to try to get some clues as to why we might be seeing such a change. Last time when we look at the redistributed votes, this is a new riding.
Yeah.
The NDP handily took the riding, would have handily taken the riding last time around. They would have gotten almost half the votes. And look at that Green share at 36. pretty high. But what you just showed is that the Conservatives really are really taking this time around a big share of the votes. They're just neck and neck with the NDP, and the Greens are way behind. So what could have happened? What do the voter segments tell us about what's happening here? If you look at this board here, the top 4 segments are roughly equal in size. They're roughly a quarter of the voters. I'm going to focus in on a couple. The suburban nesters, for one, are an older segment that you see around the riding. They're middle income and concerned about things like health care and their retirement funds and affordability and all those things that we've been talking a lot about tonight.
Yeah.
But they didn't tend to vote Green in the numbers that you see here. So I'm hypothesizing here that a chunk of those Green votes from this particular segment could have gone to the Conservatives this time, because 40% of their vote last time would have gone to the Greens. Similarly, with the other segment that we want to look at is the aging heartland.
Oh, that's up here in the north of the riding.
That's right, and they voted 50% for the Greens last time. They are very much Conservative voters in the rest of the province. So the numbers kind of line up with where we're at if you redistribute some of these votes. So I think some of the Green vote here might have gone to the Conservatives. I'm just guessing at the moment here, based on who the voters are.
But it's so close. You can see there are 26 votes. That is 1 ballot box remaining uncounted again. This is the closest riding in BC. Right now, we have the NDP leading and elected in 46 ridings, the Conservatives at 45, and the Green in 2. And right now, there are 5 ridings where the lead is under 1%. So right now, it could come down to that very last ballot box. Mijang, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Nafisa. And we are just hearing from Elections BC about the delay. We were expecting all of the votes to be counted earlier in the evening, but we're hearing that they may be continuing till midnight, possibly 1, and they might stop until then. We're not getting a clear, definitive answer, so we will continue to be in touch with Elections BC. But at this point, they're saying they'll keep counting till 12, possibly 1 a.m. and call it a night, maybe. So it's not 100%. So we're going to stay on top of this ever-changing situation and try to just give you the results as soon as we get them.
And apparently we'll stay with it until 12 or 1. That's as long as it takes, I believe.
Yeah, Mike, Judy, are you guys okay to stick around past your bedtime?
I've got my mix.
Okay, you guys are troopers. Okay, good to hear. Okay, CTV Sinjin Alexander is live in the riding of Suri Cloverdale at the campaign office of Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko.
So you're telling me 1 or midnight tonight, so there's some Halloween candy over here that we're all been eyeing that's going quickly, some chocolate, so I guess we're gonna have to eat some of that if we're gonna go that late. Yes, we knew this was gonna be dramatic. We didn't think it'd be quite this dramatic here. We knew it would be tight, and then of course the machines don't work. So watching it here has been something else. You can imagine today when those results came in earlier this evening, the supporters here were absolutely thrilled, calling it like Christmas, and then a lull, and then back, and it was like watching a hockey game. They did not take anything for granted here in this riding. The weather, they could not let it get in the way. They've been out. We told they actually bought some 20 ponchos for their volunteers today so they could go out, and 20 of them we're told were out until 8 o'clock, right to the finish, because they know how close this is. We have yet to see Miss El Sturko yet. We know she's very close. She is watching the results, and of course I can't imagine what it's like for her. I'm sure our panel will be able to talk to it more persuasively than I can, what it's like waiting for results to come in. But she too, obviously, biting her nails as well.
Yeah, a lot of people biting their nails.
It's a nail biter tonight.
Yeah, so the Elections BC still trying to count the votes at 18. We're still stuck at the 18 out of 20.
It's those last two ballots they need to verify, I think.
And something else occurred to me as we were now looking at this 46-45. We've talked about the impact of having to select a speaker. But the party that wants to govern has to do 2 things. They have to appoint a speaker, and they have to appoint a chair of the committee of the whole. So they have to take 2 people out of their caucus who aren't available to vote. So with numbers like this, you can end up with a hung parliament. Because at any given time, you've got a speaker in the chair, and you've got a chair of a committee that meets outside of the main parliament who is not available to vote. So the government's ability to pass legislation in those circumstances becomes very, very difficult.
So the Lieutenant Governor may be sitting on pins and needles right now.
There may be a third call.
Or will we see policies come more into the center because you are taking into consideration, will you get the support of the opposition?
I think the real issue here is that there are a lot of shared values between the Greens and the NDP. Certainly there are issues on which they've disagreed, but there are a lot of shared values on healthcare, on housing, on the environment, on a wide range of issues. And, you know, the NDP and the Greens were able to make it work for 3.5 years for the betterment of British Columbians. And it's more than possible that that can happen again. We won't know until the final votes are counted, and we don't know when that will be. But certainly, you know, there is a basis there of shared values, far more than there is between the Conservatives, who contain, you know, where there's a lot of extremists in that caucus. Not all of them, not all, but certainly a significant number. A lot more shared values with the Greens than between the NDP and the Conservatives.
But as you were saying, it's still really tight. If the NDP hangs on to 46 and they have to lose 2, the Greens have 2, then that gives them 46 to the Conservatives 45. And people are absent for various reasons,
I don't think David Eby voted today thinking that he was going to be having a conversation later tonight about trying to cut a deal to survive with the Green Party. I just don't think many members of the NDP thought that was in the cards.
What do you think tonight's results, I mean, we're obviously just speculating here, but what do they mean for each leader? I assume they're both safe, but I mean, in some ways this was, I was going to ask you, Peter MacKay talked about a federal election where the Conservatives failed to beat Trudeau, and he said it was like missing on an empty net, open net. In some senses, this was an election, given the past 7 years and people's woes with the state of healthcare or housing, where the Conservatives in some ways ought to have won. Is John Rustad's position safe? Okay. Or is this seen as a great success?
I think both leaders may, in this situation, the parties may be reluctant to do anything. I think heading into this, John Rustad, had the Conservative Party not performed well, there may have been within that sort of newly reconfigured free enterprise movement some notion that, hey, we should find someone to lead us into the future. He might yet become the premier. The question on the NDP side is what happened and how much of the responsibility for what happened rests with our leader.
Is that going through your mind, Judy?
It's not, and I don't think it will be going through NDP members' minds either. We talked a little bit earlier about brand confusion, and I think it's important to come back to that. I know people who knocked on doors for the NDP and had voters say to them, oh, they didn't think the election was happening yet, and they were confusing who they were voting against, and they definitely didn't want Justin Trudeau to win. So they were, they were considering voting Conservative in New Westminster, where the Conservatives do not do very well. And I think that phenomenon existed, and Mike and I have talked about that, existed in many places across the province. John Rustad was not a known and established figure, brand new party. But Conservative has a certain meaning in 2024, and it's very much about,
Okay, so we've got some breaking news. Sorry, Judy. In Richmond, Richmond Queensboro, it's a pickup for the Conservatives with Steve Cooner, a lawyer, beating the NDP incumbent Aman Singh. That's pretty huge for the Conservatives.
And a return to the Conservative Free Enterprise side for a seat that another former journalist used to hold, Jazz Johal.
Yeah, and that was that's always been a close race there, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, and there was a lot of concern in the community about the safe drug consumption site that was being proposed, and then David
It was not being proposed by either the government or the health authority. It was a motion that was a motion brought forward by the city, and the health authority had always said Richmond is a place where the overdose rate is actually very, very low. I think one of the lowest community in the province. And so, but it was made into a much bigger controversy than the actual reality. A lot of fear-mongering about that one.
To that point, the Conservatives did have a release at one point during the campaign where they said...
Okay, let's go. Sorry, Rob. Let's go to the Conservative headquarters right now. John Rustad about to speak.
Wow, what a night. Thank you guys for being out tonight. How does it feel now to have Conservative Party rockin' British Columbia? It's no question this has been a historic night. This has been a night where we have seen the political landscape in British Columbia change forever. And that's all because of you, because of the work that you guys have done and your support. So I just want to start by saying thank you to everybody who's been part of this Conservative Party in British Columbia. When I was first asked to consider taking on the leadership of the Conservative Party, I did question. I said, wait a second here. This party is at 2% in the polls. It hasn't elected anybody in almost 50 years. It hasn't formed a government in almost 100 years. But I looked at it, and in particular, I started going around the province, just jumping in my car, driving around with my chief of staff, and we would go and start meeting with a few people. And we'd have a couple of people in here, maybe 4 people over there, maybe a dozen people in another community. And everywhere we went, we heard the same thing. People were hungry for common sense change in British Columbia. And that momentum kept growing. Every time we went to another location, we came back to the location, we'd have more. We'd have double, triple, quadruple the numbers that would come out. People from all across the province saying, you know what? I actually think we've got a shot to do something here. And that belief kept growing. That belief right around this province kept building to the point today now where we now have the strongest Conservative Party that this province has seen in 100 years. And the beauty of this is a grassroots movement. This is just people, that the salt of the earth, the hardworking, everyday people in this province that have stepped up to the plate and said, yes, we can do things different. We can envision a province that can bring hope and prosperity for people across the province. That is what we've been trying to do as a party. That's what we have brought forward. And that, quite frankly, is why we're seeing us still neck and neck with the NDP. And we have not given up this fight yet. We are going to keep pushing hard. And I believe strongly that this is what happens when you stand on values. This is what happens when you stand on principles. You put it out there, you say, this is their vision. This is what we can do for a province. This is where we can see our youth being able to build a future. And that is where I think we have gotten our strength. And I tell you something, we are so close right now. There is just a couple of seats that are just within 20, 30 votes that could very easily flip for us. There's still votes yet to be counted. And I am optimistic that the people in this province are hungry for that change. And I can tell you something, what we have seen to date, because of the work that we've been doing, because of the pressure that we're putting on this government, think about it. They flipped on the carbon tax. They flipped on decriminalization. They flipped on involuntary care. They flipped on a whole bunch of things because they could see the damage that was being done. But I bet you this, and I'll say this right now, that if we have the unfortunate situation of David Eby being in a minority government, he will not do a single thing that he has promised. And that is something I'm almost guaranteed. And as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, if we're in that situation, we are going to make it as difficult as possible for this NDP to do any more destruction of this province. We are going to continue this fight. We are going to continue this fight over the next days, over the next weeks, over the next months. If we have that honor of forming government, I can tell you something, we still are not going to give up. We're going to fight every single day to try to make sure that we do everything we can to improve the lives of people in this province. People are counting on us. People are counting on the hope on the opportunity, on the vision of what can be a British Columbia, a prosperous British Columbia, not one, quite frankly, that is in a welfare state that it is today. That is what we are going to continue to fight on as the Conservative Party of British Columbia, certainly now and over the years to come. And I can tell you something else. If we're in that situation of the NDP forming a minority government, we will look at every single opportunity from day one to bring them down at the very first opportunity and get back to the polls. This is too important for the people in this province. It's too important to not give or to give up. It's too important to not keep fighting. People, the one thing I've heard and that really gave me strength throughout this entire campaign is the people coming up and saying that we were giving them hope. We were giving them hope to be able to stay in this province and build a future. And to me, that's what has really struck to my heart. That is what has driven me, and I know that's what's driven our candidates, that hope that we can actually do something big and bright and better in this province. So we're going to continue that, and I want to just say this to all of our candidates who stepped up to the plate and who ran. Thank you. You took a chance on us, you put your name forward, you gave us your time, your energy, and you did us proud right across this province. And we have now elected already the largest number of Conservatives in BC's history. But I tell you something, the candidates didn't do it alone. It was the volunteers that helped to make it work. And everywhere I went around the province connecting with the campaigns, the volunteers came out, they were part of it, they just did an incredible job. And I can't thank the volunteers enough that took part in this campaign. You have really done this proud, you've done our province proud. Most importantly though, you have done this party and you've done our hope, just spreading that hope for people. So thank you so much to our volunteers. I tell you, without it, we would not have been able to do anything that we've done here today. You know, from day one, when I was kicked out of my former party, for daring to stand up for my riding and the values that I believe should be that we should fight for in this province, there's a person who really stood with me and helped me all the way along, and that was my Chief of Staff, Azim Jawani. He is somebody who has been working behind the scenes tirelessly and has done a tremendous amount. Thank you so much to Azim. And I have to laugh because in August of 2022, after I found myself as an independent, I sat down and Azim said, hey, we've got to meet with Angelo. We've got to meet with Angelo Isadora, who is the one of the well, he was the campaign manager for us in this campaign, but he's one of the executive directors of the Conservative Party. And he said, let's have a conversation with them about what they're doing with the Conservative Party. And that's where I got to really know and understand the work that Angelo had done, along with Connor Gibson, the other executive director. And I tell you something, those guys, along with the team that was part of the Conservative Party, all the volunteers at the time, because we had no money, we had nothing at the time, and so they just did an incredible job building up something that could actually be used in this province. So, you know, taking a party from absolutely nothing with no money and putting us in this situation today has been a remarkable job, and it's the people that were behind it, that working at the party, that just, you know, a huge thank you to them. They have done such a remarkable job to bring life into the Conservative Party of British Columbia. And I could tell you all the stories that went on, but it would take way too long. The stuff that happened behind the scenes as the party grew, all the growing pains and stuff. And it took a very strong president to make sure that they hold the ship going in the right direction to keep things happening. So, Asia, thank you so much for the work that you did. Tremendous amount of work by that good lady. The whole team has been just remarkable to work with, and I want to take a second just to thank the team in my riding, in Chaco Lakes. I only got to spend one day, or even half a day, I should say, during the campaign in my riding, and they fought very hard to make sure that we won that riding. And so just a huge thank you to Nathan Giddy and the whole team up in the Chaco Lakes for the work that they did. And last, I want to call my wife up here. Kim, come up and join me on the stage. Kim has been an incredible rock for me, supporting me the whole way through. And a matter of fact, I wouldn't be doing this here if Kim hadn't actually talked me into this. She really did an incredible thing. She pushed hard. She said, you know what? If you're not going to stand up and do this, who will? And she pushed hard to say, it's time, we need to do this. We need as a family to do this sacrifice, to do this work. And I'm very proud of Kim and the work that she's done and the support. It's been absolutely incredible. So Kim, I love you, sweetie. Thank you so much for everything. So all I can say is this: we are going to carry on this fight. We are going to fight every single day here. This election is not over. We have an opportunity still to form government in the Colorados of British Columbia and bring common sense change to British Columbia. So thank you once again, and I tell you something, I really look forward to the work ahead. We will make sure that the Conservative Party carries forward in this province as the next dynasty to be able to provide good government for British Columbia. And whether we have to wait a few more years to do it, it doesn't matter. We are going to carry on with this one way or the other. And my hope is that sometime next week, we're going to be in a different situation. And that's only because of you guys. So let's carry on. Let's carry on with the fight, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we've just been listening to BC Conservative leader John Rustad thanking his supporters and talking about it's been a historic night, and indeed it has been a historic night. This is the most Conservative candidates ever elected to the BC legislature. I mean, he had at dissolution, there was 8 Conservative, 20 United. Now he's bumped, they're leading and elected in 45. This is a big night for the Conservatives.
This has to be characterized, whatever the final outcome is, a very successful night, I think. I mean, it's hard to argue that a party that went from no seats to somewhere in the 40s, if not forming government, and that's a legitimate point he's making, that this race is not over yet. It's far from over, probably.
But he did mention that if the NDP form government, that they are going to do all they can to perhaps bring down the government at any opportunity.
It's one of the unfortunate things about it, as exciting as it is for a cliffhanger election like this, we don't get closure on election night. What are we accustomed to seeing? The victor comes out and makes a victory speech, and the party leader that has been unsuccessful, or party leaders, can come out, concede, congratulate the winner, and it kind of legitimizes the process. Clearly an emotional John Rustad, who, and I think Rob is right, this is a historic night for the Conservative Party of British Columbia, for him quite an achievement. But what was the message in that speech? Well, we don't know, because we don't know if it's going to be Premier Eby or Premier Rustad. So a lot of unanswered questions about where we go from here.
How do you think the NDP, I mean, at this point, given that it's going to be such a close outcome, at the moment, they're 11 seats shy of where they were last time, and there's 6 more at play. So, you know, a disappointing night?
Well, me just go back to Rustad, because I think some of what he said was a little bit premature, and I think Mike is maybe echoing that in some way. People just voted, and we haven't even tallied all the votes yet, but we've just been through a very close election, outcome uncertain, and he's saying he'll go to an election as soon as he possibly can. I don't think people voted for that. This is a very close race, a very, very close race. That says to me, people want cooperation. They don't want to see continuing confrontation, and they sure don't want to go to another election right away. And you know, his message, I think, was not a good one, quite a disturbing one. And I would just go back to the fact that there are a lot of values in common between the NDP and the Greens, a lot of shared values. John Rustad was kicked out of the BC United because he was a climate change denier. So, you know, just one of several issues, but an enormous issue that shows there's a lot of common ground between the NDP and the Greens. And the NDP has a history of cooperating and putting the people's interest first and getting the job done.
And I should mention, we are waiting to hear from David Eby. We are told he will be making a speech momentarily, so we'll go to that as soon as we see David Eby going to the podium. So, Mike, what are you thinking right now? You said there's no closure, but he was still pretty combative, and he's still coming out swinging against David Eby. He talked about David Eby flipping on the carbon tax, on decriminalization, involuntary treatment. Do you think the fact that Eby did backtrack on those issues, that helped the Conservatives?
Maybe. What I heard is the continuation of the campaign. And I suppose that's maybe a natural phenomenon when you've got a hung parliament, as apparently we are very close to having. I think with the greatest respect, I detect a lot of an element of disbelief on the part of NDPers who are saying, I can't believe we find ourselves in this position tonight. You know, John Rustad is pointing out that if he is the leader of the opposition, he is going to be a leader of the opposition with a strong caucus, and he is going to use that to try and frustrate some of the things that he disagrees with. Well, that's what we expect of a leader of the opposition. Our dilemma tonight is we don't know who the leader of the opposition is going to be, because we don't know who the premier is going to be. And that means this debate, this acrimony, is likely to continue until we have some resolution, and maybe not at all.
And one of the challenges we're hearing from Elections BC is that generally, I think the mail-in ballots that get delivered on the final day, so today, postmarked today, they get voted or counted a week from now. Generally, that's not a lot of votes, but there's a large number.
Our future lies in the hands of Canada Post. Perish the thought.
Okay, let's take a look at some of these close races. Still unresolved, but hey, we're almost at 24 ballot boxes in Wandafeuca,
Just
Malahad.
a 25 vote lead
NDP.
there, wow.
Oh, this is still a very tight lead. Only 41 votes for Amna Shah, the NDP candidate in the
Gary
lead.
Begg, former RCMP. This would be an upset. I think it would have to be characterized as such. I think he was probably vulnerable for the picking, but still a surprise.
And Kelowna Centre also very close. 2 ballot boxes left, but 147 vote lead for the Conservative candidate. So that could change with 2 more ballot
less
boxes.
than 100 vote difference means a recount.
Any one of these has the potential to change. We talked about mail-in ballots, and I don't know what the volume is, and none of it may change.
Okay, we're going to go to NDP election night headquarters right now. NDP leader David Eby. There, it's got to be disappointing for him, knowing that at dissolution, he had 56 seats. Now he's leading or elected in 46, and we had 6 new ridings created with the redistribution.
Well, you see it in the body language, I think. I mean,
on his face, it's a brave smile. I think John Rustad seemed,
and even in the, we obviously are not in the room, but I think a lot of the members of the NDP anticipated much earlier than this evening having a pretty big celebration, and it looks to me to be a room that is
more subdued. David Eby looks a little subdued, whereas John Rustad, I thought was more animated than I had seen him.
He seemed genuinely very
excited.
He was emotional, he was happy, he was excited. Yeah, I think that's right.
There's David Eby's wife, Dr. Kaylee Lynch.
Is that Nikki Sharma? No? Yes, it is.
Looks like Nikki Sharma, yeah.
Attorney General.
So good to see you. It's been a night, hey? Been a night. It's so good to be with you here on the territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. This has been a very, very hard-fought campaign, and we knew that every vote would matter, and that has certainly been the case. And it looks like we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer. Now, we don't know what the final count's going to be in the province, but what we do know is that there was a clear majority for the progressive values that are. And I take a lot of comfort from that. I take a lot of comfort from that. There was also another message in this narrowest of margins. That's we got to do better. And that was our commitment to British Columbians. We got to do better, and we will do better. We will do better. We'll support people at the cost of daily life. We'll support them with affordable housing and better health care and a strong and prosperous economy and safe communities. We're going to do that work. Let me tell you, I know that you deserve, that British Columbians deserve, that our whole province deserves a premier that's going to bring us together, not drive us apart. And I promise to be that premier, to bring British Columbia. Because despite all of our differences in this amazing place we call home, we have so many shared values. We love this amazing place, British Columbia. I need to thank, just looking out in this room, I see people who put so much effort in. You worked so hard. You are the smallest selection of the team that ran this campaign. And I am so grateful to all of you. It was incredible. It was incredible. The campaign team led by Marie Delamattia, thank you. You were awesome. To every candidate that put their name forward for election, almost every candidate. I'm going to leave one off my thank you list. But to almost every candidate that put their name forward for election, thank you for putting your name forward from all the parties. And when you put your name forward for election, you're putting forward a vision for the province, and you're putting yourself out there. And it's a time when you and your families and others may be targeted on social media. And I want to say thank you for putting your name forward to make our province a better place, even if you ran with no. Now, we disagree on many things, John Rustad and I, there's no question. But I will absolutely acknowledge that he spoke to the frustrations of a lot of British Columbians. Frustrations about the costs of daily life, frustrations about crime and public safety, and we can agree on these things. We need to support people with the costs of daily life. We need to make life more affordable for British Columbians. And we need to make communities safe for everybody. And we will do these things. And I also tonight spoke with Sonia Furstenau. And I congratulated her on running a strong campaign, on her contributions to this province in the 2017 Parliament. And since then, she ran a strong and principled campaign, and I'm grateful for that. And there are many values that we share in common with the Green Party. And I am committed to working with them on our common and shared values. There's a specific group of people, though, that I really need to thank and appreciate here tonight. And that is, of course, my family. Nothing's impossible, absolutely.
Only can get better.
My beautiful and amazing wife, Dr. Kaylee Lynch. I'll tell you, I wouldn't be up here without Kaylee. Every single day she makes this possible. It is a shared project we are doing together, and Kaylee, I love you so much. Thank you for everything. To our amazing kids, they were so excited, they were so dressed up, they were in their best clothes. Ezra was like, Dad, why did we get dressed up? They wanted to be here with you, they are sound asleep. To Ezra and Iva and baby Gwen, we're doing this for you and for all of your friends, all of the children of the province. We're doing this for a strong future for our province. I know that a lot of British Columbians, they work away from their kids and they have to be away from home. And I feel that too. You know, every time I'm away from you, I miss you so much. And I know you're giving something up so that other kids can have more too. And I'm so appreciative of the sacrifice that you're making unknowingly. And I love you so much. So, oh, thanks. So the campaign is over, but the work has just begun, hasn't it? I recommit myself. I know we all recommit ourselves to working for British Columbians every single day. That will be our sole focus, is getting things done for British Columbians who are struggling out there, making sure they have. Making sure that this is a province where you don't just get by, where you get ahead, where you can find a good home for yourself and your family, where you can get a job that pays you a wage, that helps you support the people that you love, in strong and safe communities with a strong economy, leading the way not just in Canada, but in North America, to a clean economy, ensuring that we're doing it in partnership with Indigenous people. We're fighting hate and racism and division and conspiracy. We're gonna do it together. Thank you, my friends. We couldn't have done it without you, and it's not even done. So let's keep fighting for people. That's all we're gonna do. Here we go.
Okay, you've just been listening to BC NDP leader David Eby, thanking everyone who got him to this place, but obviously disappointed with the results of tonight. He was hoping for a clear majority, but he did acknowledge that John Rustad was tapping into the frustrations that people are feeling about the cost of living. He said he's already spoken to Sonia Furstenau. Wonder how that conversation went. Let's talk about, I was just thinking 2017, when the Liberals actually won more seats, but the NDP and the Greens went to the Lieutenant Governor and said, we can form government. If, say, the Conservatives have 46 and the NDP 45, but they join up with the Greens, could we see a repeat of 2017?
History could come full circle. David Eby said several things. First of all, I think it was good of him to acknowledge opponents and the role that they play. in the democratic process. He talked about the popular vote, which is a slightly different situation than existed in 2017. In this case, the NDP has won the popular vote. And so in terms of the conversations that may flow, I think we also heard him issue the first bid in the Great Green Party support auction, which is how do we try to attract that? I don't think it will be as easy this time as it was last time, for reasons that members of the Green Party are probably pretty well equipped to explain.
Well, what's interesting is I asked Sonia Furstenau at one point, would you agree to join with either party if the opportunity arose? And she said she wouldn't rule that out. It's hard to imagine a party that is a Green Party would agree to join with a party that's campaigned on axing the tax, carbon tax. But what are your thoughts?
It is hard to imagine. And yes, in 2017, the NDP was a more logical choice, but it didn't happen overnight. And there was a lot of work that was happening in the grassroots of the Green Party, speaking to the leadership of the Green Party and saying, of course, if there's a choice, you're going to go with the NDP, not with the Liberals, because we have far more in common there. And I think that was the message we heard from David Eby tonight as well, that there are a lot of shared values. I thought it was a very gracious speech. I think all through the campaign, David Eby has recognized the frustrations that people have experienced. Almost every speech he's given has said, we know there's a lot of work still to do. We want to keep going and get the job done, and he repeated that tonight. So I thought he set a very good tone, and I certainly understand why John Rustad was enthusiastic, but his was a confrontational tone. This was a conciliatory tone, and I think British Columbians, when the dust settles, are going to want people to try and work together and make government work. We don't know what that looks like yet, but I think they're going to want to make government work. And just in terms of setting, historical, history here, 44.5% of the popular vote is higher than the NDP has had in the popular vote any time since David Barrett back in 1983, except for the COVID election. And they achieved that without the right being divided, as it often has been. So I know popular vote does not necessarily translate into seats. Sometimes it goes with the NDP, sometimes it goes with the opposition, the other, the party on the right. But there is a high watermark here too. Certainly in a tough election, and David Eby has always said this was going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, because you do hear candidates say that all the time because they want to get their supporters out, but it really was.
There is nobody I spoke to in the central campaign from day one who didn't say this is going to be down to the wire.
It couldn't be closer than it is right now.
No, and they absolutely believed that, and they said we're gonna fight this as if we're the underdog, because winning a third term has not happened for the New Democratic Party in British Columbia ever before.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it happens here. It may well, but it sounds like it's going to be in the wee hours tomorrow before we find out for certain.
Well, and then, with that races that close, there could well be recounts. Under 100 votes, a candidate can request a recount.
Recounts and mail-in ballots.
Yeah, we have several ridings where it's very, very close, like 100 or less.
That's right.
Okay, let's go to CTV's Lauren Pullen now with more on everything that's transpired tonight.
It has been something else, and we are joined with Andrew Reeve, who is the BC United Press Secretary and Deputy Communications Director. Thanks so much for staying up late with us, sticking around here tonight.
Anytime, Lauren.
And you, unfortunately, for you, no longer have a horse in this race anymore, but it gives you an incredibly unique perspective on all of this. We just heard from John Rustad, and then we heard from David Eby. Unconventional to hear from them tonight, but it's been an unconventional night and an unconventional campaign. Your take on both of them?
Absolutely, yeah. We're late into the night now, and we still don't have an answer. But what we saw from the two leaders tonight was quite interesting. John Rustad had a very defiant, jubilant tone, almost seemed like a victory speech, saying we'll wait and see. He pledged that he would be able to take down an NDP minority. I'm a little skeptical about that claim, given what we know of the political leanings of the Greens, who may actually control the balance of power this election. What we heard from EB was a much more humble EB. He already, as Mike DeYoung pointed out, already beginning that outreach to the Green Party about what they can do. So it'll be very interesting if the Greens do end up doing similar to 2017, holding that balance of power. What are the bargaining chips that they're going to put on the table? In 2017, I think they made a big mistake not going all in on proportional representation. That's their biggest thing. You know, if we were under that system today, the Greens would have elected 7 MLAs under the current math right now. That could change, obviously, as votes continue to come in. But that would be a much different situation for them. So if something like that is what they're putting on the table, it'll be very interesting. But these are 2 new characters, Jeremy Valeriot and Rob Botterill. Unknowns on the political sphere. So I guess we'll have to see what they want to get out of the NDP.
And do you think that Sonia's already going to take him aside and tell her take on all of it?
I know Sonia very well. I'm sure she's already thinking about this. The wheels are already turning. She's a hard worker. She never stops working. I'm sure she's already talking to her folks about what this game looks like.
All right, and walk us through what happens next if we don't get that decision by tonight, which it's really looking like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, well, it sounds like Elections BC is still counting some of the ballots for now. I know Mi Jung said they maybe 1 o'clock, maybe they're going to, still unknown. But as we continue to go through the night, those election results and some of the ballots that haven't been counted are going to come in. Still have to factor in the mail-in ballots. We really don't know where this is going to end up. So, yeah, over the next few days, that might be the conversations that we're having, and those numbers could change that you're seeing on the screen right now.
It is anyone's ball game indeed. All right, Meej, we'll throw it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Yes, of course, it's 11:36 p.m. We still don't have a clear winner in election 2024. Let's go now to CTV's Nafisa Karim.
Mi Jung, Lauren said it is anyone's ball game, and we'll show you how this is actually playing out. This is the percentage here with the popular votes. This lines up, Mario, with what you predicted going into this election. But so few votes in play could actually change things specifically. Let's look at right now where we are in terms of the leading and elected. NDP at 46, not yet at the magic number of 47. Conservatives at 45. So how can they turn this around? We're going to take a specific riding that shows you why your votes really matter. This is the riding of Surrey Guildford. Right now, we have a 102 vote lead for the Conservatives. For a path to an NDP majority, they need to flip this riding. And they won this handily last time, Mario.
This was one of the easiest wins back in 2020. There's 1 box remaining, 102 votes. This could actually mean a different seat. It gets the NDP to the 47 mark, but they're not the only ones who are able to get to the 47 mark.
That's right. So who else could get there? The Conservatives, and all they need is 66 votes between 2 ridings. The first one is also in Surrey. Surrey City Centre, the NDP have a lead of just 41 votes. And then we're going to take it to the closest riding in the province right now. We've talked about it before. The southern tip of Vancouver Island, Wandawuka-Malahat. 26 vote lead. There is still 1 ballot box remaining in this riding. So still, there is a path to majority for both of those parties. So John Rustad said, you know, we are going to continue this fight. And David Eby said, let's get this done. It could happen for both of them, Mario.
We still have to wait a little bit longer. We're counting votes. We got to figure out what happens with those mail-in ballots. But ultimately, this is why everybody's vote matters. You know, there's a difference of 26. The difference in the totals for the 2 parties is 20,000 people. You could fit them in an ice rink.
In an ice rink, a very small ice rink.
Yeah, a tiny one. Not the one where the Canucks play.
All right, back to you, Mi Jung.
Okay, thank you, Nafisa. And I believe, are we going to St. John Alexander in Suri Cloverdale? Well, maybe not. Okay, well, let's keep talking. We're still waiting. We are. Okay. Yes, let's go now to St. John Alexander, live at the campaign office for the Conservative candidate Eleanor Sturko in Suri Cloverdale.
You know what's interesting is early on this evening, the campaign manager said to me, St. John, things will happen quickly tonight. We'll find out by 8:30 tonight, or it will go on until midnight. He's standing over there. He's absolutely right. And here we all are. This room was full before. There were about 6 people left, 6 supporters, although they are convinced they are the best 6 supporters are just over there. We were hoping that Elle would come out, but we just can't figure out, or they can't figure out exactly what's going on. We have a makeshift stage ready for her to speak. That is, we've moved away there was a riser there because we needed it before with all the people here that's since been taken away. So what they want to know, what Elle Circle wants to know is, well, she wants to declare for sure. They are confident, but they're not taking anything for granted. It's interesting, this new system, there's a lot of frustration. Everybody thought this new system that was going to have results so quickly. Well, what's going on here tonight? They want to know.
Go off
Back to you guys.
Because the mail-in ballots. All right, thank you, Sinjin. So we still have the factor of the mail-in ballots. So even what we have been told is that any mail-in ballots that have arrived, they will count them. But if it's postmarked today, they haven't arrived yet. They could come in a couple days. So that could make a difference in some of these ridings that are so close.
There could be thousands of these ballots, it sounds like, and there are probably a handful of these ridings that are within the margin of what could be a difference maker.
Okay, let's go now to CTV's Penny Daflos in downtown Vancouver. She's at the NDP election night headquarters. What a wild night this has been, Penny.
Boy, has it ever, Mijang, and I have to tell you, I have seen David Eby speak dozens of times from that very first time 23 months ago in Little Mountain when he gave his first address as premier to now. I have never seen him so subdued. He has always had an energy and an optimism about him that has really driven him forward, and tonight we saw a very different side of David Eby, a humbled side of him, and subdued is just the only word that I can think of hearing him speak there tonight. But I think it was hard for folks to see at home. The mood in the room, even though Eby himself seemed a little bit deflated, definitely disappointed, his supporters were cheering him on, smiles throughout the crowd that seemed to buoy him a little bit, especially towards the end of his remarks there. Really loud cheers for him, high fives as he left the room. His supporters are not deterred. They still believe in his message. They still believe in his vision. And even though it's a really uncertain path ahead, he had the full support of the people in this room. He has the full support of his cabinet ministers who are just waiting to see exactly how this is all going to play out. So while the man himself, we've seen a different side of David Eby tonight, a subdued one, his supporters are still very much behind him, Mijang.
Okay, thank you very much, Penny. Yeah, definitely a more subdued David Eby in the room, but also exhausting to be campaigning for 28 days. You guys know how exhausting it is.
It's a good point, Mijang, especially for the leaders. This is a big province, and they travel around, and frequently they don't get home, and crowd after crowd, speech after speech, being on for the media, for the leaders in particular, the candidates to be sure, but they're generally sleeping in their own beds at night, which is not something the leaders always get to do. So yes, subdued, I think somewhat disappointing for the NDP, but fatigue very much a factor at this stage of the game.
And not the outcome he was hoping for, not a clear outcome.
No, and you know, we were talking about that conversation that's going to take place, it looks like, and 3 things may come back to haunt the NDP when they sit down with the Greens. In the last go-round that I was pretty closely involved with, Green Party wanted a commitment to oppose Site C, Trans Mountain Pipeline, and LNG. NDP backed out of all 3 of those commitments. And I wonder if the Green Party will be prepared to take the NDP at their word this time.
So a loss of trust after that last go-round.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to CTV's Michelle Bernardo. She's covering the Conservative campaign, and she joins us live from their election night headquarters. Michelle, how's the mood there?
Yeah, well, you know what? There was a lot of cheering and clapping going on not too long ago when John Rustad addressed the supporters here. The room is starting to clear out now, though, as you can see. He's talked to the supporters, and it's been a long night for sure. Well, we got some cheering going on there. Sporadically here and there. But, you know, what they heard from him tonight was just basically that, you know, we are still in this fight. We haven't given up. But if we form a minority, or if we are the opposition, if we don't win tonight, we are going to hold the NDP accountable. What he kept saying is that he's going to basically make it impossible for them to do anything. So not a concession speech by any means, just wait and see what happens here, and a reminder he just was rallying the troops and reminding them of how historic tonight is, regardless of the outcome. And he told them, about how the political landscape in BC has been dramatically changed by this election. So no idea how long this is going to go on, but I think that people are starting to leave after hearing from him. We'll see what happens next. Mi-jung?
Thank you, Michelle. Let's go to CTV's Reagan Hasegawa right now, who's live in Surrey. Hi, Reagan.
Mi-jung, a lot of disappointment in the air here at the Surrey NDP headquarters. We just had a series of NDP candidates from the Surrey ridings up on the stage in behind me speaking. They didn't concede necessarily, but the tone of their speeches felt very much that way. A lot of disappointment about how things have gone this evening. They say that they have heard what voters had to say, and they're not necessarily willing to give up. They are waiting to see what the official results of those ridings are. But yes, about 8 of 10 Surrey ridings, still too close to call at this point. And it really hammers the message home that we say at every election, that every single vote counts. And it sounds like that's something that the NDP did not take for granted in this election. We've been hearing a lot from the different campaign teams that have been here tonight. They came in soaking wet clothes directly from door knocking, quickly changed here to join the party, and they said they felt like they really gave it their all. And Surrey, of course, is the fastest growing city in all of British Columbia, and a lot of the fate of this election was decided in this jurisdiction tonight. So very interesting to hear from people like longtime MLA Ginny Sims. She says she is disappointed but still waiting to see what happens. And yes, so the room is really clearing out here. They've asked us if we're planning on leaving. They're taking signs down, and they're going to head home tonight and wait to see what the official results are. Mi-jung.
Okay, thank you very much, Reagan. The Premier, David Eby, NDP leader, he was saying he wants to be the Premier who's going to bring the province together, not drive them apart. Do you think that the province is more polarized now?
It is definitely more polarized. I don't think there's any question about that. It's not that there was not polarization with BC United or BC Liberals before that, but we do have people in the Conservative caucus that are, quite extreme right, and just repeated comments and opinions being expressed that are homophobic, that are Islamophobic, that are, climate change deniers, COVID vaccine deniers, a long list of things. That's, I think that's going to make for a pretty fractious time in the legislature. But I think, there is a possibility, if there's goodwill on both sides, and John Rustad is going to have to bring some of his folks in line for that to happen. But I think the best chance here is that where there are shared values, which is between the BC NDP and the Greens, that there is some kind of cooperation. What that looks like, we don't know. There are many ways that that can happen, but I cannot see Sonia Furstenau or Green Party members or the two MLAs, Green MLAs, aligning themselves with climate change deniers. It's impossible for me to envision that.
I'm not sure I agree with the Judy's characterization of the polarization. Judy mentioned a little while ago Dave Barrett. Now that was polarization. Politics in many ways are a lot milder than they were in the days of Barrett and Bennett. Where I do think we see division now to a greater extent, is an urban-rural split. Back in those days, the NDP won seats in the rural areas, the Socreds won seats in the rural areas, and they both won seats in the urban areas. You look at that map, and the vast majority of the geography is blue, and the urban centers are orange. That is a division that is very real. I don't think politics are necessarily any more polarized. When Dave Barrett was getting thrown out of the legislature and Bill Bennett was doing his thing, man, that was rock'em sock'em politics in those days.
Judy said John Rustad's going to have to bring some of his more extremist candidates in line. Do you agree?
I think we started the night with a comment. I made the comment that the Conservative Party, as we now see it present itself tonight in its elected form, is a it is a new group of people comprised of Conservatives, comprised of BC United, comprised of former BC Liberals, bringing those people together and trying to mold them into a free enterprise party a la the BC Liberals, a la the BC Social Credit Party, is the task that now awaits John Rustad. Will he do it as Premier, or will he do it as opposition leader John Rustad? We'll find out in the days ahead.
In terms of policy, I just wanted to make the point as well. I mean, this NDP government was probably more involved in people's lives than the John Horgan NDP government, I think, when you look at some of the housing policies that were introduced, albeit to address a very
a lot of dramatic
problem.
Legislation, turning multiplexes, getting rid of single-family zoning.
I mean, David Eby had a reputation from day one as being somebody who was going to tackle I was elected the same time as him, the class of 2013, and in opposition, he was a very effective critic, including on housing, and he was then responsible for housing for a number of years. And you've seen he's a guy who tackles big problems and takes them head on, and has been known to solve a lot of problems. Okay. What we didn't have previously in polarization, I think, and I wasn't around in the area you're talking about, was culture wars. And we're seeing culture wars that are similar to that are going on in the United States, around LGBTQ community, around immigrants, around a number of issues that I find deeply disturbing and worrisome as British Columbians. The social consensus, I think the Conservatives have contributed to breaking down a social consensus that is very inclusive and is about bringing people together.
On that note, let's go back out to Suri Cloverdale, and we will hear from the Conservative candidate, Eleanor Sturko.
Teddy O'Donnell, all my volunteers, and of course, the thousands of people who have come out to vote. I'm very grateful. I guess right now, not a declared winner in Suri Cloverdale, looking good for Conservatives, and I'm grateful for that. But I guess we'll see what happens in the morning.
Not even a declared winner across the province. What does that say about
Well, I would say right now what it says, a year ago, people thought that the NDP were going to have a cakewalk of an election. Clearly, British Columbians had something else in mind. I think that there's a lot of problems in this province. And the reality is that we still have those problems when we wake up tomorrow morning. I really hope that something can be done so that we can actually move this province forward. I think that British Columbians have also been clear, especially here in Surrey, that the NDP have been neglecting our city for the past 7 years, and people in Surrey have had enough. We've seen quite a change in Surrey, and I think that it's indicative of the change that we need in our city and the type of attention, particularly with healthcare, transportation, and so many of the things that have been neglected here in Surrey, and it's time for change. Oh my gosh, my kids, they miss the pizza, right? It's difficult. I think this has been a very interesting campaign in so many different ways. I think a real nail biter, especially tonight. But I hope that this also actually increases people's interest in politics here in BC. But yeah, it's been a difficult wait. It's not over yet. And it's not over yet.
We just heard from Eleanor Sturko in Suri Cloverdale. Well, let's go right now to Nafisa Karim.
You heard El Sturko there saying it's not over yet. The story of the night is that it's a story that's not over. Let's look at how we got here. This was the province at dissolution. All of this teal here, BC United. And the question was, where were these votes going to go? Let's look at what it looks like right now. Mario, they went blue.
From teal to blue.
Yeah.
And something that we haven't seen in a few elections, a little bit of blue in Vancouver Island. That we haven't seen in a while.
So let's look at leading and elected right now. 46 for NDP, 45 for the Conservatives, and 2 for the Green. So really, this is a huge pickup for the Conservatives, but right now, anyone can win. Let's take a look at our range here. So both parties here, the Conservatives and the NDP, are projected at some point that could get at or over the majority line. 48 for the NDP, 47 for the Conservatives. Mario, there is a path to victory potentially for both of these parties.
Most definitely, because the Greens are going to have 2 seats. It's a question of who do they want to talk to. If you feel like this is 2017 again, play some Despacito by Luis Fonsi, because this is 2017 all over again.
Mi-Jung, it's 2017 all over again. Back to you.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it. I think 2017 we stayed up till 1 a.m. or something like that. Wasn't thinking we'd have to do that again.
You know who's probably watching all these results right now? Janet Austin, I assume.
Yeah. Okay, this is a really close one. Wanda Fuka-Malahat, NDP leading only by 26 votes there.
Amazing. The Sioux councillor, a physician, and the former operator of Stick in the Mud coffee shop.
Also close here in Surrey, Guildford, but the Conservatives in the lead against the incumbent, Gary Begg.
Surrey has really proved to be this battleground, and there's the incumbent effect there. Again, another riding with a very close race in Surrey. According to Comox, Brennan Day, as we said, third time could be the charm for him if he can upseat Ronna Ray Leonard.
Coquitlam of Burke Mountain, historic battleground. Jody Wickens maintaining her lead there by 268.
And this is probably what would be considered an upset. Bob Deeth behind there. And again, we talked earlier about Kevin Acton, the Lumbee mayor, making a huge difference there. The NDP keeping that riding, it looks like.
Vancouver Langara, Michael Lee's old riding, going to the NDP, leading in for the NDP.
Dan Ashton's former riding there in Penticton, a Conservative leading there. And this is where another independent has made a difference. Jackie Lee, if his votes had not gone that way, this would have been perhaps a decisive, we would be looking at a different scoreboard.
Yeah, Jackie Lee had about more than 2,000 votes. Her lead is only about 400. So we do see an impact there. Then that was one of the seats that they were hoping to flip, the Conservatives.
It really was. And, you know, as we draw to the close, I can't help thinking, usually these election panels, and we have something like Decision 24. This one will say Indecision 24, right?
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
24.
Exactly. Well, a lot of people expected a close election tonight, and that is exactly what we got. So close that NDP leader David Eby and Conservative leader John Rustad have finished their speeches to supporters, with both of them saying they could still win. And they're right, with some mail-in ballots yet to be counted and possible recounts expected in the closest races. It could be days before we know who will become BC's next premier. And the BC Greens go to bed tonight dreaming of holding the balance of power. Keep checking ctvnewsvancouver.ca and CTV News channel for breaking news on the count. But for now, we sign off with a big thank you to our team, to our panel and our guests and our crews. And we give our respect to everyone who ran as a candidate in this historic election. And we thank you for choosing CTV News. Good night. Thank you very much.
Adam and I are both going to enjoy very much spending time with our families.